Welcome to Aaron's VOD Dumps. To catch live dumps, go to twitch.tv/AaronDNR. Enjoy the show, baby.
Oh boy. Asago Academy. I sure hope there's not a peppy intro. Oh my god, it's Asa going all over me! Hana! It's her! Who will issue us an invite?
Asago Academy Normal Boots Club.
It's Shane! Everyone's least favorite member! Yes. So... figure... Okay. Yes, Asago Academy. Normal Boots, which was a group of video games like Nintendo had a collective, they had a website basically to get views. YouTube was taking their money. And it's a fight all for like maybe a year. The wife of Peanut Butter Gamer and Teramoto out of themselves, marrying the one John Tron is a racist. ProJared had a big scandal falling out. In it, he was revealed to be a sex pest on the internet. Jirard, the completionist Khalil, recently signed up as a white-collar criminal. He had a charity for degenerative mental other guys just fell out and they don't like being part of Normal Boots anymore. So let's play a super cool anachronistic piece of history. And like the title suggests, I will be dating ProJared, my favorite little guy. The train made its way along the gentle curve of the coast of Japan, whisking me farther and farther from home. Across me sat a boy, face half buried in a newspaper. He was deeply entranced in whatever article he was reading and hadn't spoken a single word to me, even when I asked if I could join him in the last compartment with any available space. Wait, what? I'm getting in the way. So I'm gonna put me up here. Sorry. Can I go back? Shit. I can't go back. Sorry. Basically, he was looking weird. Blah 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 blah. Devoid of conversation, I took instead to counting the buttons on my pretentiously lush carmine seed cushions. 1, 2, 3, 21, 22, and so forth, over and over. Now and again, I turned to look out the window where the trees were blurring by. Sometimes the smeared green would break and reveal the quiet blue of the Sea of Japan. Eventually, this rapidity made my stomach churn, and I went back to counting the buttons on the seat cushions. 1, 2, 3. The train compartment shuddered around us. My eyes wandered to the boy and his jacket. I'm moving me to the side here. It wasn't the school-issued blue that I and the other students on the train were wearing. Instead, it was a green varsity-like jacket with an embroidered patch poorly sewn on front. It's Jared! Ah! It's Jared Knabenbauer himself! So, you're a first year then. Also, they did get the different members to voice little bits, but I will do my best to try and do their voices. He folded his newspaper neatly, sat in his lap, and looked at me with a half-interested gaze. Did he just catch me staring? Now that the paper was gone, I saw his face. He watched me through the heavy, lidded eyes. His hair was immaculately groomed, his teeth straight and blindingly bright. There was something about him, the way the light hit him, that made him look like he was almost sparkling.
Me?
He glanced around the compartment, empty besides us, and laughed.
Oh, no, I'm not a first year. I'm a third year.
The train began to slow, metal wheels groaning against metal tracks. The sudden shift threatened to rob me of whatever was left in my stomach, but I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, willing myself to keep it together. What kind of impression would I leave, puking on a student before I even arrived at the academy? The boy frowned. I picked at the hem of my cotton skirt. That's not possible. I've never seen you before. It took me a moment of mouth fishing to find a response.
It's because I'm a transfer student?
He laughed again. A transfer student, huh? We don't get too many of those. I removed my acceptance letter from the front pocket of my uniform. The paper, heavyweight, off-white, had accumulated creases from my reading and rereading it, as if the words might have changed since the last time I read it. The boy took it, studied it, and then handed it back to me.
I'll see you around.
Well then, Hannah, I suppose I'll be seeing you around. He smiled at me as he picked up the suitcase lying next to him. By the time I hiccuped a response, he was already gone from the compartment. I stared out into the empty hallway of the train. It was then that I realized he, having gotten it from my acceptance letter, knew my name, and I never knew his. It's ProJared Knabenbauer. The train settled at the station, and I filed out with the rest of the uniformed students. It was early April, and the last frost of winter had come and gone. The trees were already green, their leaves shivering and the occasional gust weaving through them. The air was mild, only a few clouds hanging in the sky. I walked along the road with the swarm of blue-jacketed bodies, looking at the little groups breaking off from the crowd. Everyone was buzzing so animatedly around me. I held my suitcase tight in my sweaty hands. It was leather-bound and worth more than anything it contained. It wasn't far to the school, and I was, for maybe the first time in my life, thankful that what I owned didn't amount to much. My school-issued black Oxford clicked on the pavement. I walked this walk over and over in my mind. So many nights I lay awake, imagining what it would be like to walk from the train station to Asago Academy for the first time. My new start. I always imagined that everything would change for me on this walk, that somehow everything would be magically different. But as I looked around, I realized nothing had changed. I hadn't changed. By the time I reached the massive gate to the academy, I forgot all about the disappointment slouching in the back of my throat. The school, framed by the gate's twisting black metal, was just as beautiful as the glossy photos I saw in its pamphlets. This was it, Asago Academy. I I glanced around. The swarms of students gathered around the gate. Beyond it, tiny blue people bounced around the academy's main building. A girl pressed a button to the one side of the gate. The excitement in the air was almost palpable. A few moments later, the black gate, with great effort, creaked outwards and cleared the pathway. As the rest of the group shifted into motion, I followed along, a sheep in a herd. My stomach tied itself into knots. The crowd split off into different directions. For a moment, I panicked. A tired-looking man with graying hair called out for first years, a cluster of fresh-faced students gathering around him. Hey, look at that girl, says Tall Boy. I turned a few feet away. A small group of boys were pointing at me and snickering. Pink hair, are you kidding? I think this is supposed to be the Hidden Block guys, who are sort of the antagonists. It was the rival group to Normal Boots. I'll try and do their voices. I don't know as much about them, though. How desperate can you get? Hot shame crawled down my neck. I attached myself to a group of girls, following a few steps behind them. In the distance, cicadas hummed in time to my shoes crunching against the gravel. My hair. It wasn't my fault that my hair looked like this. Luckily, I found myself at the girls' dormitory. A large sign in the lawn reading, Primrose House. A building dwarfed me in size and sheer intimidation. How many students did Asago have? As I approached the building, a red-haired girl lingering nearby caught my attention. I looked away, then looked back. She was staring at me. She walked over.
Oh, you must be my roommate!
It's Mai! I eyed her warily. She was smiling and bouncing in a way that suggested her views on life were akin to a perpetual bouncy castle.
What?
Me?
Bingo.
Of course, you silly. Let me guess. Room 325. I thought back to the paper I received a month prior with the list of all the supplies I needed for the year and my dorm arrangements.
Yeah, that's right.
She laughed, but I couldn't figure out what was so fucking funny. Was she laughing at me? Bitch better not.
When I found out my roommate was a transfer student, I knew you were gonna be a total main character. I'm sorry? A what?
Mm-hmm.
When I saw you outside the gate, I knew it was you. I mean, look at that hair!
I felt the lump forming in my throat. What was she talking about?
She had to be making fun of me. I hadn't spent more than 5 minutes on campus, and I was already being mocked.
My hands began to tremble.
Is there something wrong with my hair?
Her face slackened from its amused smile to a more worried expression. Then she began to laugh again.
No. It's great. I'm sorry.
Mai did it for me.
We're getting off on the wrong foot, aren't we? Oh gosh. I'm Mai Sasaki. You must be Hana.
She's doing it for me. I bowed my head.
Hello.
It's nice to meet you, Mai. All your school books are waiting in your room with your welcome letter, and I read the envelope. I hope you're not mad.
Mai started walking towards the dorm's front doors. I followed behind like a lost puppy.
Did you check at the front desk already? No, I didn't. I didn't know I was supposed to. Good. They'll offer to have a staff member give you a tour of the campus, but I can show you around. We don't get many transfer students in year 3, you know. Oh, is that your only bag? Just the one? I'm glad I brought an extra bag of stuff to decorate our room with. I started already. I hope you don't mind. But I didn't wait to string the lights. I thought we could do it together, you know?
She spoke quickly, the words bubbling from her mouth, and left me no time to answer until the end of her monologue.
Yeah, okay, that sounds good.
She held the front door open for me, and I hurried inside. Girls filed up and down the hallway, howling greetings and exchanging vague niceties that were, more often than not,
How was your break?
and
Look how tan you got.
it seemed like everyone knew each other. I followed Mai as she led me through the maze of students and up to 2 flights of stairs. Each dorm looked the same as the last. Narrow white doors lining both sides of the pale pink walls. Thin gold numbers were tacked onto the front of each, the numbers rising as we climbed. Also, it says I'm lying, but I just want to make sure, just because it would be really funny to do this whole thing, not Okay, good. Just making sure. You're not missing anything with the campus tour, I promise. Mr. Saitomo does them every year, and he's like totally dull. He just drags you around the entire campus and talks to you in that weird squeaky voice of his. I'll tell you everything you need to know. I smiled, trying to let this calm my nerves. Thanks. We headed down a hallway on the 3rd floor. Mai stopped us in front of a door numbered 325. Here we are. Ooh, what we got? Obsession by Alvin Stein. We got the Tortured Souls, the Only My Guitar Understands Me World Tour. Nice room here. A faint smell of potpourri wafted through the room. The walls, like the hallway, were a soft, powdery pink. Mai already defaced them with a tapestry of posters, magazine cutouts, and photographs. Some of the photos were of cats, but most were of male models and rugged musicians. A bunk bed, 2 writing desks with wooden chairs, a small dresser, and a mirrored vanity were all clearly provided by the school. Were the only features in this tiny room. I have to say, did I do? No, I never had bunk beds during college, my freshman and sophomore year, but we had vaulted beds. And I remember freshman year was okay because we spread ourselves out. Sophomore year, and I'll have to talk to Yabyag about this, I think we got bunk. That room was so incredibly small. I refuse to believe that it was meant for 2 people to live there, let alone like the 7 that we always had there. Anyways, nice room. They have a chair, which is more than we ever had. The top bunk was already covered in neatly tucked blankets and throw pillows of clashing patterns and colors. The bottom bunk had a single stiff-looking pillow and a thin cotton blanket that I didn't need to touch to know was horribly itchy. I must have grimaced because Mai quickly smiled at me. I brought way too many pillows and blankets. I always overpack. I went to Italy over break and Mom got really mad at me because I brought 5 bags and we were only there for a week. She laughed, pulled several blankets and pillows from her bunk and rearranged them neatly on mine. A sudden twinge of guilt and embarrassment hit me.
Perfection.
There, that's much better. Thanks, Mai. I placed my suitcase on the bottom bunk and began to unpack its contents. Several changes of clothing, pens and pencils, empty notebooks, a few photographs of my daddy, a dilapidated stuffed rabbit, an old portable radio, and a small black box. Mai opened the curtains and sunlight poured in. So, where are you from? I slid the now empty suitcase under the bottom bunk. About 2 hours north of here. It's a small town called Amaririzu. You probably haven't heard of it. I set the stuffed rabbit, Mr. Bunny, on my bed beside a purple and teal throw pillow. Oh, did you go to a different boarding school, or? No, I went to public school down the street from my house. We stand
Really?
a public school girl. Public school? What was that like? Were the students mean? Did you have a lot of friends? I always went to private schools. My parents work a lot, and my dad goes overseas, so I think they stuck me here for convenience. Ugh, Mai's a private school girl. She sucks! I guess we are too now, though. Oh, hey, what's that? I'd removed an ornately patterned origami crane from the black box and was setting it on an unclaimed writing desk. Oh, this? My mother made it for me a long time ago. I set it beside a stack of thick textbooks, which I assumed were provided for me.
Aww.
Wow, it's so pretty. I've never seen paper like that before. Oh yeah, the lights. Let me get them. Mai went to her own desk, opened the door, and pulled a long, tangled string of fairy lights. I thought these would look nice. Here, help me string them up. She grabbed a container of push pins, then pulled her wooden desk chair out and over to one wall. I did the same with my own. Together we pinned the lights around the perimeter of the room. Oh, that's cute. How was the train ride over? Did you meet anyone? No, not really. I was in a compartment with some guy, with ProJared, come on.
What?
And some guy, huh? Was he cute? I guess. I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention. I didn't even get his name. Mai seemed disappointed for a moment, then perked back up. You'll have to point him out to me if you see him again.
Okay.
Once we finished stringing the lights, Mai climbed down from her chair and brushed her hands together triumphantly.
Yeah!
Done! Okay, now it's time for lunch. The food here's pretty good. There's this ramen place down the street from campus that's like out of this world. But the school only lets us leave campus on weekends. Mai walked to the window. We could go today, because it's Sunday, and it's pretty nice out. But I guess you might want to go to the caf, because you're new here. We could... She was suddenly interrupted by her own enthusiastic laughter. Oh my gosh, Mimi Santos totally just ripped ass outside and fell on her face. I saw it. Oh, does that mean to laugh? Maybe I shouldn't have. Oh well, anyways, let's go eat. I'm totally starved. She led me out of the room before I even had the chance to respond. The cafeteria was buzzing with students excited for the new year. The only people as nervous looking as I felt were the tables of skittish, wide-eyed first years. I stepped into line behind Mai, taking an empty plastic tray. We shuffled through, asking for helpings from the sulky cafeteria workers when we passed something that looked good. With full trays, Mai led me straight to a table in the back where a few students were already sitting. Mai sat down and I took a seat across from her. Oh my god, it's other girl. Hi Mai, how was your break? It was good. I went to Italy and Spain, and Dad fell off a ski jet and broke his ankle.
Uh-huh.
It's better now, though. Oh, well, that's nice. Whew. Sorry. Sorry, I just sneezed. I expected to be introduced, but the girl turned back to her group of friends and Mai turned back to me. She began to assault her food with fork and tell me, in a practically minute-by-minute account, about her fleeting romance last summer with a boy she met on the beach that didn't go further than a few salty kisses. I sat back and let Mai talk. For the first time since arriving on campus, I felt like I was finally able to breathe. I picked up my Brussels sprouts and studied Mai as she spoke. The more she talked, the more I began to notice small details about her.
Well...
She had a high, songbird voice. I don't know if I'm doing that correctly then. I'm just mirroring what she sounded like.
What?
She was dynamic, her face twisting this way and that into an exaggerated expressions as she spoke. She laughed often. She imitated people in wildly unflattering voices. Hey, I do that too. Seemingly unrelated to her actual opinion of him. Yeah, exactly the same. I do voices for people, and it's not because I'm mean to them, it's just I do voices at them. But most notably, she talked a lot. I didn't find this particularly annoying as it filled the silence, and we hardly ever asked questions that required my full attention. Just as Mai was rounding off a shockingly detailed account of the time she accidentally walked in on her friend's older brother in the act of jerking his wiener, a flash of familiar green caught my eye. I glanced over.
Hey, that's him!
Huh? Who? I leaned across the table to whisper just in case he could hear me through the ambient chatter of the lunchroom.
The boy from the train. That's him.
What?
Jared? Professional Jared?
Yeah, with the weird green jacket and swoopy hair.
He just picked up his tray and was walking past us when something seemed to catch his eye. Oh, it's you. I looked up at him, suddenly realizing he was talking to me. Hana, I met you on the train. How are things settling down for you?
Really well. I found my roommate and she's been helping me out.
I gestured to Mai, who was thunderstruck, in fact. Looking around, everyone was. People stopped eating to turn and stare at Jared and me. My shoulders bunched around my neck. Well, if you ever need my help, I'll be around. Third year, right? I nodded.
All right.
Some of my friends are in that year. Of course, they can't compare to me, but I'll give them a heads up to look out for you. He flashed a dazzling smile, then winked. It's the least I can do for such a cute girl. Well, I'll see you around. I watched, a torrent of thoughts raging through my head as he took a seat next to a bunch of guys who were all wearing the same jacket?
That's Jared!
She tore her eyes from him and looked at me.
He's so cute!
He's the most beautiful guy in school!
Can I get a Can I get a picture of ProJared here? Most beautiful guy in school.
He's the most beautiful guy in school, Hana!
Which I know, it's understandable. That's a random frame from a video, but I want to know who he paid off to get that as officially part of the canon here.
He's the most beautiful guy in school.
Jared.
I can't believe he just looked at me.
I looked at her cheeks were glowing an indecent pink.
Why do they all wear these jackets? Aren't all the guys supposed to wear blue blazers as part of their uniform?
No, they're allowed to. You know Jared? Random. Oh, you know Jared? The girl turned back around, but was looking at me with sudden interest. Did I know him? I only talked to him on the train for a few minutes, so not really. We weren't friends or anything. But looking around, Mai and this girl weren't the only ones who were interested. Everybody seemed to be listening in. They seemed so surprised when he talked to me. Maybe a little white lie couldn't hurt. Let's see here. Okay, so dating sims, you get choices, and your choices determine the story. I want to get the best ending, because there are best, good, worst endings. I want to get the best ending, so I have a list here. Also, I just want to say shout out to this person on DeviantArt. Thank you for making this list. But look how fucking tough it is to read this. Who decided to use eggshell white background with the lightest gray? Hold on, I don't even know if people can see the text. Look at that's terrible. That's so hard to read that. Anyways, I will be going this. Apparently nothing I say in the intro matters. It's just once I choose a boy to like, so I'll put this away for the time being.
I guess so?
The girl looked me up and down as if she were inspecting a piece of furniture for purchase.
I'm sorry, I didn't introduce...
I'm sorry. This girl goes, I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself earlier, did I? I'm Mimi.
That's Mimi Santos. She ate shit earlier. Nice to meet you.
So, how'd you meet Jared?
Oh, come off it, Mimi. Jared's not interested. Mai and Mimi stared at each other for a few seconds, having some kind of silent mental battle. Then Mimi turned away and continued to eat. Sorry, it was clear that she was just trying to get in with you for her own agenda, so I cut her off.
Get in with me? Why?
Well, you asked about those guys in their jackets, right? Those are their Normal Boots Club jackets.
They're... what? What's Normal Boots Club?
It's them! It's the Normal Boots boys! It's a club we have here at school. It's a club we have at school here. It's totally exclusive and full of only the coolest students. They get together and play video games or something. That one right there is John Jafari. He's a raging xenophobe, despite being a Palestinian guy. It's so funny. Not like us, am I right? Also known as John Tron. His bird's name is Jacques. John is also the president of the drama club here at school. Next to him is Austin Hargrave, peanut butter gamer. I don't have that much against him. His hair just looks bad, and he used to be really about progressive issues, and then he just stopped because I think he didn't like people yelling at him. He and John founded the Normal Boots Club together. That is true. They were the first two people to start it in 2010, then it crashed and burned, and then they started again in 2014, and then that crashed and burned. PBG is the best soccer player on our team. And then there's Jirard, the completionist Khalil. We already talked about him. He's a white-collar criminal that steals from charities. His mother died in vain. People call him the completionist because he's obsessed with completing things. He has the biggest itty-bitty kitty collection I've ever seen. Next to him is ProJared. We went over him. Weird sex pest. His story's kind of murky. I won't super get on him, but the sex pest thing, I will fall on that. He's a model. Then there's Satchbag. Once again, I hardly knew this guy. They were like, he's in the group. And then he just left because I think he didn't want any of these white people's issues. Then there's Satchbag, but everyone calls him Satch. He's like crazy smart. Those guys over there are Paul, Nick, and Josh. They write a column in the school newspaper called Continue. I like them. They're still funny, even if they get 7 views on their videos. I'm subscribed to them on YouTube, and I never see them upload. But Facebook every 3 months is like, they have a new video. Paul, the one standing up, is the student council president. And that guy on the end there is Shane. He knows more about video games than anyone. Ever. That's Did You Know Gaming. They're doing their thing. They're doing fine. I just fell out of love with their content, and they just kept going. So it's wild that they have 17 million videos every week, and I just know nothing about them. She exhaled a dreamy sigh into her mashed taters.
So, how would someone, join the Normal Boots Club?
You don't choose the boots, Hana. The boots choose you.
What does that even mean? You have to be presented with the boots to be in the club, and they're super selective. What are the boots?
The club has this boot statue. It's like the one on their patches, but it's gold-plated. It's their mascot, I guess. They do this weird initiation ritual with it.
Ritual?
I hear they fill a room with candles and wear these totally creepy robes during initiation. This 2-year girl said she saw it once, and they were chanting around the boots, and it sounded like they were talking backwards. But I don't believe her, and even if it's true, I don't care if they're a cult, because they're all really hot.
Do they have a lot of friends?
Yeah, tons of friends. I'd say they're the most popular kids in the school. I mean, everyone in the school totally looks up to them. I bet they could get any girl in school, too. Except for Satch, because he's gay. You only found that out later, though. Or there you go, or boy, for that matter. There you go, for Satch.
Hey, are you going to eat your cake?
I shook my head and pushed the plastic tray across the table to her. For the remainder of lunch, I listened to Maya talk about Jirard through mouthfuls of half-dissolved frosting. Back at the dorm, I sorted through the pile of textbooks the school left for me. My radio was playing a poppy tune, equal parts music to static. Mai fervently scribbled in a notebook at her desk, hunched over it with a strikingly poor posture.
Hey!
Hey, Mai?
No, she didn't inform me. She didn't bother to look up.
Am I supposed to have a textbook for History 309?
She shuffled through the papers on her desk before producing a thick textbook. A demure man in a powdered wig frowned at me from the cover.
Yeah, this one.
I sighed.
I don't have that one. The school must have missed it.
Mai shrugged and set the textbook back in her pile.
They have a bunch at the library. You can just check one out. Where's the library?
Mai rifled through her notebook and wrote something down. She tore the page out and handed me a crudely drawn map.
Oh, okay. I'll be back in a little bit.
Off to the library to get our book. It took me at least 20 minutes to find the library. By the time I realized I was holding the map upside down, the sun was setting. The library is much larger than I expected, and the walls lined from floor to ceiling with books of all sizes on rough wooden shelves. Intimidated, I headed for the front desk. A recognizably green and gray jacket was bent behind the counter. Normal boots? I briefly considered running away.
Hey.
Hey, can I help you? It's Satchbag. It's Satchel Drake, I believe his name was. Once again, I won't have a lot of jokes for Satch, because I hardly know him. Can I help you?
Too late. Yeah? The school forgot to give me one of the textbooks. I was told I could get it here.
Which one is it?
The History 309 textbook.
He stepped from behind the counter and motioned for me to follow. We dodged between the aisles in a comfortable silence. He seemed friendly enough, I should say something.
What was his name again?
Shane, Jirard,
John?
No, not John.
Satch.
Huh?
Oh, you work here?
Of course he worked here. He chuckled, dimples appearing in his cheeks. Yeah, I'm the librarian's assistant. It's my second year and I love it. I get to help people find books that speak to them. His eyes twinkled like a kid's on Christmas. Your book's right down here. He stopped in a row of thick, dusty books. Was this all history? And pulled out the book with the powder-wigged man I saw earlier.
Thanks.
He waved his hand. It was nothing. Do you need help with anything else? I wanted to make a good impression on the Normal Boots Club, but I couldn't come up with anything.
No. Thanks.
Copacetic.
I guess that's a word he would say a lot, because he did like film reviews too, or like theme reviews for video games. You're welcome. As we headed back through the cavernous library, my unease melted away. We weren't talking, but just being near him felt like being wrapped in a soft blanket. I resisted the urge to snuggle up to him. We neared the front desk, stepping around a clump of studying students. As we passed, one of them shifted. Something white flew past my face. A thick piece of triangular paper lay at my feet. Oh no, someone threw a paper football at her. I bent over and picked it up. It was surprisingly heavy. There was a quarter inside it. It was just a hair if I was just a hair slower, it would have hit me in the face. The student snickered, and I recognized the boys that made fun of my hair the morning amongst them. My heart dropped. I scanned my memory for anything I might have done to offend them, but came up with nothing. My hands started to shake. I hid behind my back, trying to think of some way to defend myself.
Why did you do that?
What do you mean? We were just messing around.
Are you suggesting we did it on purpose?
I faltered. There was nothing I could say. I was outnumbered. They would twist my words around, no matter how straightforward I was.
No, sorry.
One of the boys held his hand out for the paper. I inched closer to give it to him, angry at myself for being so compliant. I wish I were. A gentle warmth closed over my hand and took the paper from me. Satch examined the paper closely. I see what the problem is. Your aim would have been better if you cut the corners before you folded it. He placed the paper on the table. The boy looked at him in sheer awe. Be careful though, you almost hit her, and that would have been awful. My hands began to sweat as panic shifted through me, afraid of the response, but...
Geez, we're sorry. We'll be careful next time.
Yeah, it was an accident. They apologized? Thanks, I appreciate it. He gave me a wide smile and continued off down the aisles. I followed closely behind. My legs weak. Don't tell me they stopped because of him, simply because I was with him. I wanted to thank him, but my heart was pounding so hard I knew my voice would shake. We reached the front counter and he scanned the history book. My lips trembled as I willed myself to say something, anything to thank him. He tilted his head to the side. What books do you like to read?
Fiction?
He chuckled. I just finished a good book. I think it'd be right up your alley, if you don't mind me saying so. He reached under the counter, pulled out a thick green book, and passed it to me. A man in black stood in the front, hugging a woman in royal robes. It's long, but it's one of my favorites, The Princess Betrothed. I know things can be tough transferring to our new school. If you're ever worried, just read this. It'll transport you 100 miles away in a second. Tears stung my eyes, so I ducked my head.
Satch!
Thank you, Satch. For more than just the books.
You're welcome. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think I got your name.
My name is Hana Mizuno.
I'm a transfer student.
Hana.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Hana. Let me know how you like the book.
I will.
Oh, that's Satch Bags. He's such a good guy. That couldn't have gone better. Not only was Satch impossibly kind, but being around him felt easy, refreshing, like being doused in a mist of a waterfall. Oh gosh, what was I thinking? My cheeks hot. I left the library, 2 surprisingly heavy books under one arm. I settled into bed, eager to get started with my new reading material, but... Mai was sitting at her desk, carving a pencil idly into the pages of a notebook. Every few minutes, she released a long, drawn-out sigh as the lead of the pencil whined against her paper. I lowered my book and took the bait.
Is something wrong, Mai?
She let out another dreary sigh.
I hope Jared notices me this year. Does Jared know you like him?
Mai whirled around in feigned shock.
What?
I don't like Jared!
Oh?
I closed my book and set it aside, deciding to play along.
Well,
Well, have you tried talking to him?
No. I mean, I have before. Why don't you try again? She bobbed her head from side to side, considering it like she'd never crossed her mind before. Yeah, maybe I could do that. Satisfied, I picked up my book back up. Have you ever had a boyfriend, Hana?
What?
Huh? Me? No, never.
Really? Never?
Never.
I bet you 10,000 yen that you'd meet a totally cute boy and fall in love at the end of the school year. I will. And it will be ProJared, Jared Knabenbauer.
You're crazy.
I buried my face back in my book, barring Mai from any further discussion.
Fall in love by the end of the year? Me? If I were a betting kind of girl, I'd take that bet.
I woke the next morning with what felt like a lizard in my throat. I was already up. I was seeing what she was singing, if it was someone's little theme song, and I believe it was just the Asago Academy one. Shuffling through her school bag with an enigmatic grin. The first day of school.
Hana!
Hana! You're finally awake! Her voice sliced through the air like a knife, and I winced. She was definitely a morning person. Damn, I'm trying to get with Mai. It's time for the first day of school. Aren't you excited?
I can't wait to see what's going to happen. What do you mean? Is something special happening today?
Something strange always happens on the first day of school, especially to someone like you. She winked.
What?
Someone like me?
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean. She smiled and started messing with a pile of papers on her desk. Shaking my damn head, I got out of bed and pulled my uniform out of the closet. My palms sweat as I held the gold vest and blue jacket. Was it really possible for things to be different here than they were at home? What if the problem wasn't actually the school? I shook the thoughts out of my head and changed into my uniform.
Oh, what is it?
Aww.
You look so cute!
Really?
Heat crept up my neck. See, I'm trying to
Yeah!
Yes, completely!
Your hair matches your uniform so well.
You look like a flower blooming straight out of the ground. Thank you.
Water stung the back of my eyes, and I turned to start packing my backpack. Why was I getting worked up about something as little as this? I must have gotten less sleep than I thought. Is something wrong?
No, nothing's wrong. I'm just happy.
How dumb was that? I started crying at the first sign of someone being nice to me. I took a deep breath to steady my nerves. What an oddly menacing thud! All the air left my lungs as something like horse hooves slammed against my back. You'll do just fine. Don't worry. This is going to be awesome. I stiffly peered over my shoulder. That was you?
What?
Huh? Mai stood behind me, her hands raised. Somehow, she had the strength of a bodybuilder.
Nothing.
I was just about to zip my bag up when I spotted the book Satch gave me lying on my nightstand. The Princess Betrothed. He said if I ever needed to be transported somewhere far away, I could take it with me. It was pretty good so far. Maybe it'd be smart to bring it along, just in case I had no one to talk to between class periods. Would I need it for my first day of class? I don't want Satch to get the wrong idea. I'm gonna be a social butterfly. I'm leaving it.
No, today would be a great day. I couldn't give up before I even started.
You ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Here, stick with me and you'll be fine. Mai opened the door and together we stepped into the hallway, merging into a steady flow of chattering girls and fruit-flavored perfume. Oh my. I did not know we lived on the same floor.
No way, really? That's so awesome. Now we'll be able to catch up. Whatever happened between you and...
The river of girls shifted as we headed down the stairs. Suddenly I found myself surrounded by a bunch of people I didn't even know.
What a jerk.
Oh wow, what a jerk he turned out to be. Mai's exclamations faded into the buzz of voices in the air. Oh no! What would I do if we got separated? Anxiously, I searched the crowd of girls for Mai, but I couldn't find her. Everyone was dressed in the same Asago uniform. It was difficult to tell anyone apart, and being so short really didn't help the situation. As we turned the last corner down the stairwell, I saw a flash of red hair a little ways in front of me. Mai? I reached between two girls and tapped her on the shoulder.
Huh? Oh, who are you?
The girl's eyes flashed, almost like a jolt of electricity shot through them.
I'm sorry. I thought you were someone else.
She said nothing and turned away. Before I knew it, I stood outside of Primrose House, watching the flow of girls disperse across the campus. Mai was nowhere to be seen. I couldn't even hear her chirpy voice. Oh, man. I took a deep breath, biting my lip. This wasn't a big deal. I could go to class alone. But I didn't even know where the building was. I reached into my backpack and dragged out my class schedule. Homeroom, 206 Poppy Hall. Which one was Poppy Hall again? Weren't the classrooms on the other side of campus? I picked a direction and began to walk, trying to ignore my rising panic at the thought of arriving late to the first day of school. As a third year, where no one knew me, all the people staring.
Hey!
Oh no! The stream's gonna get banned because he's gonna say one of his slurs. Hey, you doing okay? You look a little lost. Someone called out to me and I turned around, almost jumping for joy. When I froze, a Normal Boots jacket. He was part of the Normal Boots Club. I could practically feel my tongue swelling in my mouth. If this was a Normal Boots Club member, I had to make a good impression. He was one of the founders, right? Then he must be... John. Yes, I'm new. I didn't know where Poppy Hall was. You a freshman? No problem. My class is in Poppy Hall. I'll walk you there.
Really?
Really? That'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Was this really happening? He began walking towards a large brick building in an enthusiastic manner, pumping his arms up and down like he was in some kind of show tune. I fell into step beside him. I didn't notice it when Mai pointed him out to me yesterday, but Tron had big brown eyes and a warm-looking face. He was basically a human puppy. Not how I described him. I'd glance up at him out of the corner of my... You know what? Am I able to pause? No, I don't. Just look up Tron Destiny. Look up some of the clips from that. Eep! A bird on his shoulder. Birds always made me uncomfortable. Something about the ease with which they could poke out someone's eyes. Is something wrong? Why'd you stop?
No, nothing's wrong.
He followed my gaze to the bird on his shoulder.
Hey!
Oh, this is Jock. Isn't he cute?
Nice to meet you.
Jock is a robot. That was the Tron little video canon, so... He speaks in text-to-speech.
It spoke?
Yeah. He put his hand to his shoulder. Jacques jumped into his palm. Jacques is a robot bird, see?
Hello.
Jacques' eyes gleamed a dangerous red when he spoke, but nothing else suggested he wasn't a normal bird. In fact, if I hadn't known better, I would have said the red in his eyes was painted on. Because he used to do it in paint.
That's amazing.
Jacques twitched his head to the side, examining me in return. The more he looked at me, the less afraid I was.
What are you looking at?
What?
What? Nothing. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, Jacques can be a little sassy.
Who are you calling sassy?
I'm not the sassy one. I don't forget to feed you. Jacques, that was one time. I was alone and starving in the frozen tundra of this empty world, loveless, afraid. Ignore him. I've been bringing him to me to the drama club, and he's taken a little too well to it.
I see how it is. Shut me out like I had nothing to add to the conversation.
Jacques retook his place on John's shoulder, this time facing away from us as if miffed. We resumed our walk towards Poppy Hall. I'm Tron, by the way. Call me John.
Haha, nice to meet you.
Hana.
Anna, that's a cute name.
Well, thank you. So how long have you had Jacques?
Since middle school. We've been together for 4 years now, ain't that right?
I'm not listening.
Yeah, well, I love him to death. I don't know what I'd do without him. It seemed like life would be a lot easier without him, but who was I to say? We arrived at the brick building. A white side surrounded by poppies declared it to be, unsurprisingly, Poppy Hall. Which room are you in?
Room 206?
Really?
Seriously?
Yeah.
That's my homeroom. We're in the same class. John laughed and claps me on the shoulder. Wonderful. I guess I'll be seeing more of you then, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Together we entered Poppy Hall. Poppy Hall was lined with fluorescent lights and Asago blue lockers. The lack of students milling around in the hallway indicated we were a bit late. We ran up the stairs and made it to the classroom just as a bell rang. My heart caught in my throat. Thankfully, the teacher hadn't come yet. Instead, students clumped into tight pods and milled around the classroom, catching up on vacation news.
John.
Thank you so much for showing me to class, John.
See you later.
No problem. I'll see you around. He waved and disappeared into the wriggling mass of students. I glanced around the room looking for an empty seat.
Hana.
Hana!
Mai peeled herself out from between a cuddling couple.
Was that Jontron? Were you talking to the Jontron? He didn't say anything bad to you, did he?
Well, I guess you're Japanese and not one of the Browns he doesn't like.
Yeah.
Mai's eyes widened and I couldn't help feeling a little smug.
I realized I didn't know the way to class after you and I got separated, and he offered to walk me.
Mai emitted a highly pressurized squeal.
Jontron walked you to class? Oh my gosh, you have to tell me everything!
She grabbed me by the wrist and pulled me to an empty desk in the back corner of the room, right next to the window.
I saved you a seat.
I slid in and took off my backpack, hooking it on the side of my desk. I was a little worried that the books inside were too heavy for the bag to handle, but so far it held up well.
Sorry we got separated, by the way. It can get a little chaotic sometimes. So tell me, what happened? What did he say? What did he smell like? Does he have peach fuzz? Is it rough? Wait, what?
These are very important questions I am asking. You need to answer them. Was his hair super silky, or did it have the roughness of a dog's coat? Before I could answer, the door to the front of the room slid open and a tall woman strolled in. The class went quiet and obediently slid into their seats. My heart beat furiously, blood rushing through my ears.
Class?
Oh, Miss Shizuka. Good morning, class. The teacher's melodious voice swam through the room, calming the buzzing high of the students back from break. My shoulders relaxed and my fear ebbed away. I'm your teacher, Shizuka Wakihisa. You may call me Miss Shizuka. The emphasis she placed on the word led me to believe calling her Mrs. wasn't a mistake she would take lightly. Some of you might have noticed that we have a new student this semester. A hail of murmurs passed through the class. Some people glanced at me. Nope, there was the fear again. Would you like to come up and introduce yourself? I nodded, stood, and slowly walked to the front of the room, counting to make my steps to make sure I wouldn't fall. I faced the class, took a deep breath to introduce myself, and noticed a familiar face in the crowd.
Normal Boots boys!
There was John, sitting with two other boys wearing Normal Boots club jackets. One of the boys, the tallest one, was staring at me, barest of frowns on his face. Something about him seemed rather familiar. Wait. He was PBG, wasn't he? The other founding member of the Normal Boots Club. Suddenly all the strength left my knees. Fuck Shane, I guess. What should I do? Why was he frowning? Was it possible I already made a bad impression on him? You had to be kidding me! If he didn't like me, what did that mean about everyone else? Wouldn't they follow his lead? I swallowed. The faces of class began to congeal, forming one giant blob. You moved from Amiririzu, right? I nodded and swallowed again. Then, like a beacon of light, I noticed Mai smiling and gave me a thumbs up. That's right. What would Mai do in this situation?
Yes, I've just moved here. My name is Hana Mizuno. I transferred from Amiririsu Public High School.
There you go, she did it for me.
I'm really excited to be here. I hope you'll all take good care of me from now on.
I bowed my head to the class and they clapped politely. When I looked up, PBG wasn't frowning, but he still seemed oddly confused. Maybe he always looked like that. Thank you. You may be seated. I returned to my seat, heaving a small sigh. The hardest part of the day was over. Shizuka began to talk about standard procedure for the semester, the rules for classes, when homework was due, that sort of thing. It was all very similar to my old school, and I spaced out in spite of myself. A brief flicker of movement caught my eye. PBG again. I glanced at him, and his head snapped back to the blackboard. What's his fucking problem? Class continued on like that until finally the bell rang, and it was time for lunch. Mai stretched her arms above her head and yawned. Man, I hate the first day of class. It's always so boring. Weren't you looking forward to it this morning? Something about exciting things happening? Well, yeah, but I already did. You met Tron, didn't you? Now I've got nothing left to look forward to. She sighed. And I was hoping to see Jared before class, too. Me too, I want to see Jared. She slouched and fell across the front of my desk. It seemed like this would be happening a lot. Is Jared really that smoking hot? Mai's head snapped back up, her eyes flashing. What did you say? If you stare directly at him for too long, your nose will melt off. I've seen it happen.
What?
Anyways, let's head to lunch. I'm super duper hungry. Oh. I looked at my backpack. It held up well throughout class, but I was worried that if I didn't take some stuff out right now, I might do some permanent damage to it. I couldn't exactly afford a new backpack. I need to put something in my locker first.
Oh, no.
Don't go now. They'll run out of sesame seed moves. Oh. That's okay. I'll just go ahead. Come find me, okay? All right. Alt-right. Oh, Tron's back. I was so happy to have someone like her as my roommate. Quick as I could, I went to my locker and emptied out some of the textbooks I didn't need. I smiled at myself. My introduction went well. Good thing Mai was there to give me that little boost of confidence, especially with PBG staring at me like that. Maybe I could ask her what was up with him when I met her at the cafeteria. It might just be that's the way he was. Cheered, I headed for the cafeteria. I carried my melon bread through the minefield of people, searching for the now familiar sight of Mai's red head. Where is she? I couldn't see her anywhere, and there were almost no empty seats. All around me, students circled each other, laughing and joking, sharing bites of food and splitting the cost for sodas. Suddenly, I felt very obvious and alone. Isn't there anywhere I can sit? Just then, I spotted a table at the front of the room. It's Brutal Moose! He does not look like that at all anymore. A lone boy sat at it, stabbing his spaghetti with the vigor of a Roman general. He was having a hard time with it. I moved closer to him, working up the courage to ask to sit with him. Well, no wonder. He was eating his spaghetti with a spoon. Wait a second. This guy was in my class, wasn't he? I saw him that morning in front of the room. And he was wearing a jacket just like the Normal Boots Club, but different. A gold and gray jacket with an 8-bit block on the front? Was he a member of another club? Or maybe he was friends with
Hey!
them? Hey, what? Hana! Oh, hi, Mai. Mai appeared between me and the boy, who glanced up at us before returning to the spaghetti. Thank goodness I found you. I saved a table for you in the back. Oh? I looked at the boy and then back to Mai. Come on! She grabbed my shoulder rather forcefully and pushed me to the back of the room. Hey, what's wrong?
Well...
You are so lucky I got here when you did. That kid is Brutal Moose. His real name's Ian. I don't know Ian's last name. Hidden Block, I don't know as much. He's from the Hidden Block Club. The Hidden Block Club? Because there's not a lot of drama around them. They just broke up because no one liked their videos, and now they just do boring stuff. If they even make videos anymore. The Hidden Block Club? Yeah, the rival club of Normal Boots. He's really weird. I mean, she looked around her to make sure no one was listening in, but we were completely alone in our little corner of the cafeteria. He speaks in Comic Sans. Whoa! Yeah, it'd be better to stay away from him. Especially since you're already gotten to know some of the Normal Boots guys. What are you talking about? I only just met John today. Uh-huh. Yeah, right. I saw the way PBG was staring at you. He totally likes you.
Really?
Really? That coward? Is that what you thought it was? Either mine was blind or she had a serious case of wishful thinking. Oh, totally. It was so cute, just like my favorite manga. You meet in high school, fall in love, and then you go off and fight aliens together. I don't think that's going to happen. Have some faith in yourself. That's totally what's happening. So, now that you're in good with PBG, can you introduce me to Jirard? Oh, was that what she was getting at? A hot flash of doubt seized me. Was it possible that Mai only liked me because she thought I knew the normal boots guys? That couldn't be the case, though. She was so nice. Still looking at her shining and eager face, I couldn't talk myself out of the idea. I actually thought PBG didn't like me.
What?
What? Why would you think that?
Well...
He was glaring at me. Man, you just don't understand. It's a love triangle. A love triangle. Wait, a triangle now? I can see it. Stars practically erupted from her eyes. PBG, I can't.
But Hana, I love you.
PBG.
My maidenhood. Where are you going with this? I slammed my fork into the table. Mai looked pleased with herself. Okay, I'm just kidding. You're really cute when you blush. Oh, God, let me just get with Mai. You almost match your hair. That's not fair at all. I beg to differ. Still? I searched my mind, eager to change the subject. That was an impressive scenario.
What?
What? No, it wasn't. I just made it up on the spot. Mai laughed nervously. Oh, so the girl who was talking to me when we got separated? Mai told the story of her past friendship with this girl like they were eternal arch nemeses. Apparently they had bad blood. I nodded, choosing to take the time to relax. Before I knew it, we were finished eating. We got up and tossed our trays together. As I headed towards the door, though, Mai hesitated. Hey, I forgot something back at the dorm. Oh, need help? No, I'm totally okay. I'm just gonna go get it. I'll see you later, though, right?
See you later.
Yeah, see you in class. I waved, and Mai sprinted off in the direction of the dorms. Alone again, I crossed my arms and headed back to Poppy Hall. Large groups of 7 or 8 people were lying out in the sun, playing catch and eating lunch on the lawn. It looked like fun to have so many friends like that. I smiled. Maybe this new school really would be better than my last. Without students inside of it, Poppy Hall looked like an abandoned hospital. My footsteps echoed as I climbed the stairs to the 4th floor. There was nothing to do. I didn't even have a book to read. I sighed. I should have brought it when I had the chance. Nope. I don't want Satch like that. I stepped into the classroom and saw a flash of movement by the window. A boy sat on the windowsill and he jerked his ween when I came. It's Shane. He was silhouetted by the afternoon sunshine, so I couldn't quite tell who he was. Hello. I'm sorry. Did I bother you? The boy stood and shook his head, then crossed to a desk on the opposite side of the room. As he passed, I was able to see him clearly. Another Normal Boots jacket. This guy. He was Shane from the Normal Boots Club. How on earth did this keep happening to me? Shane sat down at his desk, fidgeted with his hands a little, then turned to look at me. So Shane's voice will be very interesting because it's very boring, because he's not on-screen talent. And it's British, so I'll try my hardest. You're the new girl. I nodded. My name is Hana. It's nice to meet you. He nodded. Shane. Silence filled the space between us. Panic built up inside me. This is my chance to get in with the Normal Boots Club, and I was blowing it. I sat down at my desk, fiddling with my hands. There was nothing for it. I had to try and make conversation. You, Shane looked up at me, unsmiling. You're part of the Normal Boots Club? Yes, I am. Why? He spoke as if there was a challenge, almost glaring at me. I just saw your jacket, so... I trailed off. The jackets are really cool.
Okay.
Yeah, they are.
Silence again. He seemed skeptical, as if he expected me to crawl out of my skin and reveal myself to be a large amphibious reptile. I had to do something. Who knew when another chance like this would come? But Shane didn't seem friendly. In fact, he seemed downright suspicious. Surely he wasn't on to me already. Maybe it was better not to risk it. I'll talk to Shane. So you play games then? Shane looked over at me. I've always been interested in video games, but I didn't get to play them much growing up. They're really expensive, and my dad couldn't afford them, but I used to go over to my friend's house to play there. Shane didn't respond. Now what? I was out of stuff to say.
What did you play?
What?
What? Oh, Mario Kart? We go into battle mode on triple deck. He would drive around by himself on the top level, and I'd try to booby trap the lowest level.
There's a good spot right next to the ramp. I'd wait there until my mum came racing down the ramp to find me. Then I'd smash her with a red shell.
Shane's angry stare faded. He was smiling. Sort of. The best that British people can. He made the whole room seem 10 shades brighter, or maybe it was more relaxed. Your mom must have been mad.
She was, but she always let me do it, probably on purpose. Did your mum?
A door slid open. Mimi and her friends, a couple of chatterboxes, entered the classroom. They stopped and stared from me to Shane. It was clear that they thought they were interrupting something, even though we were sitting on opposite ends of the room.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't happy they caught me talking to the Shane of Normal Boots fame. The girls went to their desks and sat down. What were you? Shane was staring at me again, an odd, hurt look on his face. I immediately felt like I was caught doing something I wasn't supposed to. Did he know what I was trying to do? But I mean, it wasn't like I didn't want to talk to him. He was an interesting guy. It's not like I only talked to him because he was in Normal Boots. But he turned, pulled out a notebook and some pens, and scribbled away, thoroughly ignoring me. The air was stuffy. I tagged at the collar of my shirt, sweating. The girls kept looking over their shoulders as if they expected something. I smiled hesitantly at them. They smiled back, then started a conversation amongst themselves. The atmosphere was broken. I heaved a sigh of relief. What was up with these Normal Boots guys? Why are they so fucking weird? John was really nice when I spoke to him, but PBG and Shane seemed to hate me. They were anything but normal. I waited for Mai to come to class, wanting desperately to tell her what happened. But when the bell rang and Miss Shizuka started teaching, Mai still hadn't come. Class came and went, the bell rang, and I was alone. PBG stared at me for the entirety of the class period, his face growing more and more menacing by the minute. How his face wasn't stuck in a perma-frown, I would never know. Shane and John didn't bother talking to me as they left the classroom, and the other students paired up around me. Kakashi. Hey, Mimi, would you like to engage in casual discourse this evening?
Yeah, of course. Well, why are you talking like that?
I gathered up my things and headed to the dorm. With a sigh, I unlocked the door to my dorm room. As soon as the door opened, I heard...
Hana!
Hey, there she is. Mai and I lay in a heap on the floor. I'm so glad you're back. She wrapped her arms around my head and nuzzled me. What are you doing? Come, look, look. She got off me and helped me to my feet. Without Mai's face filling my vision, I saw that something had changed. Oh my goodness! The dorm looked like nothing like what it had before. The posters and fairy lights were still up, but now the window had light pink curtains on it that cast a warm haze around the room. A brand new white carpet was on the floor, pillows were piled high in a mountain on the top bunk on the bunk bed. Even our chairs had been replaced with newly cushy leather ones. What happened here? Sorry I didn't tell you, but I wanted to surprise you. I thought this would come in yesterday, but it was delayed by a day. I wanted to set it up to be a big surprise. I'm still not done yet, though. She gestured to some small potted plants arranged in neat rows on her desk. Want to help?
Yeah.
Do I ever? We finished setting the room up, switching a few objects here and there in order to better facilitate the feng shui, which Maid told me was excruciatingly important. She especially wanted to make sure our room was filled with reds and pinks and coupled items, though for what purpose, I was not sure. We collapsed with heavy sighs on the floor, then heaved great big yawns. It's not even the end of the day yet, and I'm so tired. Me too. Wait. She shot up suddenly with a jolt. We should get some ice cream. Fuck, yes.
Really?
Ice cream, really?
Yeah!
Yeah, something to celebrate being roommates. The ice cream here on campus is genuinely good. I promise.
I don't know.
Why don't you know, Hana? And I'm paying. Well, if that's the case, you made an offer I can't refuse. Sweet, let's go. The school shop was in a side building off the cafeteria, packed with instant noodles and giant bottles of soda pop. Students wandered the aisles aimlessly, clearly here more to spend time than money. I paid the cashier and we grabbed our ice cream cones. Mine, the one covered in sprinkles. Wow, this is delicious.
Yeah!
Isn't it? We're lucky to have such good food on campus. This place would be awful if we didn't. I nodded and was about to respond when I noticed a commotion outside. Oh, let's see what's going on. Mai grabbed my arm and dragged me outside. There, 3 boys wearing normal boots jackets were shouting at each other, each of their faces turning purple. This again.
What?
What are you talking about?
Mamma mia!
It's the Continue Boys! Once again, I have nothing bad to say about these guys. I'm glad they're continuing to go. I just wish YouTube would tell me when they uploaded things. I'm clearly the one who possessed the proper masculine form. Yeah, right. I'm taller than you and more attractive to boot. Come on, guys. Can you not see these muscles? I will not remember these voices. Because I don't have much disdain for them, I don't have much voice to go off of. Nick pulled the sleeve of his jacket and flexed his arm. These guys always go on about weird stuff like this. They're very energetic. Oh yeah? Josh got into a downward-facing dog yoga pose and grinned. Look at this butt! Just look at this! It's also very funny. They helped him out a little bit. My man Josh is wildly balding. Because these guys are, I mean, everyone in normal boots, but these guys are in like their mid-40s. Like they're like dads and stuff. My man has the recedingest of hairlines. So they're like, okay, we'll give him some hair, but it's really going to do like the white guy receding hairline thing here. Love him though. What I don't understand is why they don't just ask Jared. Oh yeah? Paul kneeled low to the ground, then took off in a sprint, heading straight for us.
Yeah!
Check this out! He sprang into the air in a graceful ballerina's leap, spinning through the sky, and finally came straight for me! When I opened my eyes, I was sprawled flat on the ground, covered in dirt. You knocked me down, you ass. Something cold and wet oozed onto the top of my blouse. It's our ice cream! Hana, are you okay? I sat up. Chunks of ice cream fell from my blouse to my skirt. Ugh. What happened? You ran into someone, you idiot. My uniform. It's ruined. For a few seconds, silence, then snickers rippled around me like the whining of cicadas. My throat closed up, water stinging my eyes.
No!
Not this. Not again. I stood up, prepared to walk away with dignity, when the entirety of the Normal Boots Club suddenly appeared in front of my face.
What's up?
What happened here? Seriously? Tears slid down my face. No, not here. I didn't want to cry in front of this racist.
Hey.
Hana, are you okay?
I'm going home.
Hana.
Wait, Hana. It's fine. I just want to be alone right now. It took all of my will not to turn back to the dorm. I immediately changed into my pajamas and climbed into bed, reaching for my stuffy rabbit, Mr. Bunny. What am I gonna do if this just ends up like the last time? Mr. Bunny stared at me with his big, stupid eyes. I squished him to my chest, losing myself in his soft fur. The door opened with a soft click.
Hana.
Hana, are you okay? I rolled over in bed to face the wall, pretending to be a schloink. Mai stood in the center of the room for a while, looking at me. Finally, she sat down at her desk and began to work on something. The sound of her pencil scratching against the paper stilled my mind. I don't know how many hours passed, but eventually, I fell asleep. I woke up to my alarm beeping, feeling only dread of the hours to come. After the nightmare that was the ice cream incident yesterday, I never wanted to take another step out of my room. I curled up inside my blankets. As my alarm went off, it was only the second day of school, and I felt the same as I did every morning at home. Mai, of course, was already up, and I could hear her hair straightener clap shut every few seconds across the room. I felt bad about letting the alarm go off for so long, so I slid my hand out of the covers to switch it off. Hana, get up, sleepyhead. I know yo ass is awake. I didn't even have time to poke my head out before my body slammed into the edge of my mattress, bouncing me up. She jumped from almost halfway across the room.
Morning!
Ha! You can't hide from me, or you can't hide from I. Sorry. I was breathless and paused to calm my heart before speaking again. Are you worried about what happened yesterday? No one cares about it, Hana. I almost forgot about it myself. She must have seen my face. She brought an arm around my shoulder and pulled me closer to her. For real though, we're gonna go to class and no one's even gonna mention that you made a huge fool of yourself yesterday. I mean, Paul from Continue jumped into me. I didn't make a fool of myself. You could have put that better. I'm kidding. It might have been a big scene, but it wasn't your fault. It was Paul, alright? Like, when you jumped, you have to calculate your trajectory, like I did just now. You can learn a lot from a master like me. Get dressed and cheer up. If I could bottle up your gloom and sell it to a wizard, and what if he used it for evil? You can't let that happen, Hana. Her smile was wide enough to bridge a gap between continents. The beginnings of tears pricked the back of my eyes, but this time they were for a different reason. I opened my closet and tried to avoid looking at the sad lump of clothing inside, slathered with dried up cream. I only had 2 uniforms, which cost my dad an entire month's salary. Jesus, what the fuck? If I wasn't able to get the stain out of this uniform, what would I do? Sighing, I took my second uniform off its hanger and slipped out as Mai waited impatiently for me. Ready to go? I guess so.
Yeah!
Good! Just as Mai said, no one paid any special attention to me. Well, there were a few odd looks here and there, but nothing nearly as bad as what I was expecting. As the lecture went on, my anxiety for the most part faded. I took to staring out the window to avoid eye contact. A few boys were out in the field playing soccer. Wait, was that PPG? I scooted closer, trying to get a better look. Hana. At the sound of my name, I leapt to attention. If there's something more interesting outside than samurai death battles, please feel free to enlighten us. You came here to learn, not to contemplate the scenery. Yes, Miss Shizuka, I'm sorry. She turned back to the chalkboard and continued her lecture as if nothing happened. A few desks in front of me was, Luke Sizemore, a.k.a. I don't even remember his name. He had a good career. He was making good videos, and then he just didn't. A few desks in front of me, a guy sitting next to Brutal Moose turned around and gave me a flashy thumbs up. I made a face at him, unsure as exactly what he expected me to do. Then Ian turned around and socked him in the head, or on the head. The other guy mumbled something to him, probably apologizing. Ian's eyes slid to me for a brief instant. Then he looked away. Were they looking at me because of what happened yesterday, or was there some other reason? I shook my head. There wasn't time for this. I had work to do if I wanted to keep my scholarship. After pages and pages of notes on Japanese history, it was nearly time for lunch. Okay, everyone is almost free to go. The work tonight isn't so hard, so don't grumble. You should work together to complete it if you have a hard time. Also, as you may be aware, the Flower Festival is coming up in a week and a half. The news was met with a few cheers as everyone started to pack up. Since you have the day of the festival off, our first exam will be the day before. There was no cheers this time. Romance is wonderful. Believe me, I know. But try not to let the festival distract you, okay? That is all. See you tomorrow. I'm actually, pardon me for a second, I'm going to get a drink of water. Ladies and gentlemen, get you a wife who makes you a big jug of water before you go to bed. The Shizuka flashed a peace sign and winked as we walked out the door. What a weird fucking teacher. That lecture was so boring. I'll get this out of my space. Mai walked beside me, a tray in her hands. We were shuffling through the cafeteria trying to find a seat.
Didn't you say that yesterday?
Probably, but it's true for today, too.
Oh no.
Help me. I'm going to die of boredom. We have an assignment to keep us busy, Mai.
What?
Already have work to do? How did you not hear that?
Mai sighed dramatically, then leaned to the side and rested her head in the crook of my neck. I reached up to pat her head a few times, but she straightened before I could do it. Oh God, Hana, Paul's walking over here. He's looking at you. Does he look angry to you? Why is he coming over here? Do you think he's gonna kick you again? The same Paul who humiliated me last night strode towards me. I instinctively backed away, but he kept coming closer.
Hey,
I'm glad I found you. I'm glad I found you. He didn't look angry to me. In fact, he was giving me an odd, lopsided smile. I wanted to make sure that you weren't hurt or anything. You ran off before I could properly apologize. Like I said, I will never have a consistent Paul voice. I looked down at my feet. It was embarrassing enough that I ran off crying like a little girl, but to know that I made him feel bad was even worse. At the same time, the image of my ruined uniform popped into my mind. I couldn't tell whether I was more angry or embarrassed, or whether I was feeling something else entirely. I got you pretty bad, didn't I? I think I ballerinaed too hard. He tilted his head to the side. It's a shame you're not wearing that uniform from yesterday. I like the pink splashes on you. It matched your hair. A deep, sick feeling crawled from my stomach to sit in my throat. My dumb, stupid hair. Everywhere I went, people made fun of my dumb, stupid hair. I thought the normal boots guys were different, but he was trying to apologize. How could he say something about my dumb, stupid hair? Not for the first time, I thought of dyeing my dumb, stupid hair a different color, but quickly dismissed it. Paul was waiting for a response, Mai giving me a quick nod as if warning me not to mess this up. I mustered up my best smile, hoping it was at least something convincing. It's okay. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I'm more than happy to pay for the dry cleaning. Josh and Nick and I feel really bad about everything. We've never made a girl cry before. Well, not by physically injuring her, I guess. Thank you, but I was just going to scrub it in the sink. Dad and I could never afford things like dry cleaners, so I was surprisingly good at hand washing things. That thing's gonna need more than just hot water and soap, trust me. Tell you what, I have a friend who's a natural with that kind of stuff. I'll ask her to get the stain out for you. Just meet me later and bring your uniform, okay? I'll try not to kick you this time. Without giving me more time to say yes or no, he nodded and turned to leave. He spun quickly back around. I flinched. Are you and... Mai, right? You guys have a table? The cafeteria is pretty full right now. You can sit with us if you want. Just for today. Yes, we'll go. Right, Hana? Lunch with the Normal Boots Club? Maybe I really could become friends with them. And then no one would bother me again. Not about my stupid dumb hair or the ice cream incident, right?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
all right.
All right, follow me, ladies. He led us to the middle of the cafeteria where the Normal Boots Club sat with a table all to itself.
Hey, you found her. You're Hana, right?
I nodded, blushing as I took a seat on the edge of the table next to Paul. Mai forced himself between Jared and PBG. Her eyes were only a few sparkles away from forming huge hearts. Real subtle.
So, Hana, we saw that you were upset and we're all worried. Are you feeling better?
PBG looked at me, clearly concerned. My heart was beating hard against my chest, but I wasn't sure whether it was because I was nervous or because the sad look on his face made me want to give him a hug. Or maybe it was because I was about 2 inches away from Paul's wiener and only an arm's length away from all the other guys. As I tried violently to open my mouth, whispers spread around the lunchroom.
Look at those girls over there.
Who's who they think they are?
How come they get to sit there?
I wish Senpai would notice me. Main characters get all the luck. Suddenly my thoughts turned dark. Could it be that by getting close to these guys, I was setting myself up as a target instead of getting protection? My thoughts spun in my head. I was suffocating. PBG was still looking at me, even more worried than before.
I'm fine. Thanks for your concern. Please don't feel bad. It was my fault for getting in the way. I'm sorry for causing such a scene. I should have controlled myself better.
I hung my head. I wasn't sure how to act around these guys, so I defaulted to extremely polite. My father would have been so proud.
Hana.
Hey, Hana, don't apologize. It was Paul's fault, right, Polly? Nick shoved Paul, who looked exasperated. I apologized as best as I could, Nick. Give me a break. It was a relief that PBG wasn't staring at me anymore. Almost no one was paying attention, or was paying me or Mai any attention. Shane, however, was still shooting me quick, suspicious glances. It was almost like he didn't want me there, and I felt uncomfortable.
Hey, Hana!
Hey, how do you like it here so far, Hana?
Good. How about you? I like it here. Thank you.
Jirard smiled at me, then turned away. I picked at my food. The guys were all... It's crazy, because Jirard is like, portrayed as like, he's so nice. He's the nicest guy in all of Normal Boots. And I would argue he did the worst crime of all of them. Like, actively stealing money from charities. Hey, Rando. Thanks for coming by. I will not do that, though. The guys were all wrapped around in their own conversations, and Mai was busy preventing hyperventilation from being so close to Jirard. Or Jared, rather.
I can feel his body heat.
Oh, dear.
Hey,
You doing okay, Hana? A smiling Satch turned to me. I know we can be overwhelming. You're fine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am. Thank you.
I winced.
Sorry. I can be a bit of a wallflower.
No need to apologize. I'm sure we've all been wallflowers before. But that reminds me, the flower festival. He turned to the group, addressing them all, and as if on cue, they all suddenly turned to pay attention to him. Who are you all taking this year? Right, the flower festival. Miss Shizuka mentioned it before.
What is the flower festival? No one's explained it to me yet.
Well, it's basically just a festival. Didn't you have those at your old school? We did have festivals at my old school, but they were basically just 40 kids grouped in one room, sharing snacks they brought from home.
Well, we had something kind of like them, but I stopped going.
Really?
Oh, why not? They're so fun.
I didn't really want to answer. There was no way I could say, well, my friends turned on me, so when I went, people pretended I didn't exist. But Mai was waiting for an answer, and everyone was looking at me.
I'm just not into that stuff, I guess.
Oh, well, maybe you like this one more. The flower festival happens all over Japan around this time of year, and it's a huge deal here in Higabana. That's the town right next to Asago. There's apparently some kind of myth about flowers that's somewhat important. Supposedly, the founder of Higabana was an old man who got lost in the mountains and almost died of thirst. This flower spirit came to him and offered him help in return for his vow to protect her home. He agreed, and she drained herself of all the water so he could drink. The man founded Higabana to watch over the meadow in which he met the flower. In some versions of the myth, the man and the flower spirit fell in love. It's a truly romantic festival. One may hope to find someone with which to make a vow of eternal love, just as the man and the spirit did, and to live on to protect the one they love. Jared winked in my swoon. So, during the day of the flower festival, there's a lot of stalls set up and you can go play games and eat food or go to flower viewing. Then at night, there's a special meadow over by the temple where you can go watch the flowers. And there's a bonfire and dancing. It's a lot of fun. We look forward to it every year. Asago sells paper flowers in a little booth to raise money for the school, too. So there's usually a big volunteer drive beforehand for people who are good at origami.
Origami? I'm good at origami.
Really?
Really? Shane is too. Maybe you should work together. Shane gave me a tight-lipped smile. Somehow, I didn't think that would be happening.
Hey,
Hey, speaking of which, I swear you rejected 10 girls last festival season. I mean, that's nothing compared to me, naturally. But there were so many girls with broken hearts, even I couldn't mend them all. You still hung up on your English girlfriend?
What?
Shane flinched, visibly taken aback. Then he shrugged. I don't talk to her anymore. Oh, Shane. I just want you to be happy, that's all. He wiped away a fake tear. Shane grimaced. How great would it be if someone asked me? Maybe even one of the normal boots guys did? No, I doubted that would ever happen. They were only letting me sit there because they physically assaulted me. I sighed and cut my beefcake with a plastic knife. So, any girls in mind, fellas? Beside me, Mai shifted nervously. Her eyes kept flicking from Jared to her french fries. She looked like a child who stole several cookies. Jared spread out his arms and raised an eyebrow, a god waiting for names to fall into his lap.
I'm thinking of going solo this year, to be honest. Yeah.
Zane! Man, you guys are boring. You aren't much better, man. I'm on another level compared with you guys. I've already got my choice picked out. There was a quiet clattering next to me. Maya dropped her fork. Yeah, sure, I'm sure you have. There'll probably be a new choice tomorrow. Jared flipped his hair with his hand. You know me so well. There's only so much time to make so many different girls' dreams come true. I must find the one who is most in need.
so it's not even about which one you like, huh?
Nope.
And you make fun of me?
Just then, the warning bell rang. It was time to head back to class. As everyone got up to toss their trays, I stood up and, overwhelmed with a sudden burst of feeling, shouted,
Thank you for letting me and Mai eat lunch with you today. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. Hana was having a terrible day.
You guys cheered her right up.
So, see you guys again tomorrow, same time. Mai tilted her head, eyes twinkling.
Mai, Paul said we could sit with them today.
That's cool. Paul waved a hand in dismissal, almost dropping his tray with the other. The cafeteria is really crowded. We have extra room at our table. People are too afraid to sit with us or something. Yeah, we did kick it. See, I can't be consistent with these guys. Yeah, we did kick a girl yesterday. All three of them shrugged at the same time. They left the room, moving in unison like a team of synchronized swimmers. Jared dumped his tray and jogged to catch up with them. As soon as they were out of earshot, Mai took my hands in hers and jumped up and down.
You did it, Anna! We get to sit at the popular table! I've been trying to do this for 2 years, and you did it in 2 days!
She dropped her hands and made a, jokingly, I think, angry face.
Main characters have all the fun.
You'll be in pairs, painting a diorama or a papier-mâché lamp. Anything postmodern. Then write a paper on design. Or don't. That works too. But remember, this project will count for 10% of your final grade, so work hard. Sounds good? The only response was bitter murmuring. Miss Shizuka often ended with, sound good, but she never cared about the answer. All right, in the last few minutes of class, pick up your partners and discuss your project plan. We'll continue next time. In a matter of seconds, almost all the desks in the classrooms connected. I looked at but a girl, Mimi Santos, already claimed her. Mai frowned at me as if to apologize. I scanned the classroom for a few other people I met, finding them already paired. I was going to be the only one without a partner. Suddenly, the edge of a desk collided with mine.
Hey,
I guess we'll be working together.
PBG sat in front of me with a cheeky grin. Didn't he sit on the other side of the room? How did he fucking get over here so quickly? I leaned over to look past him. He left a gaping hole and several collapsed students in his wake. Seeing my gaze, he turned around.
Oh, oops, sorry.
He waved sheepishly. A boy glared at him.
Well, for better or for worse, we're partners. I guess we are. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? Wait, no, that's not what I meant at all. You're super smart. I'm just sorry you're stuck with me. You're pretty smart too, though, right?
Not that I knew.
I guess. But I hate schoolwork. I don't care about it at all. 10% of our grade depended on this project. Oh, not that I'm gonna make you do it all. I may not like school, but I'm not gonna let someone else fail just because I think it sucks. I haven't done something like that since I was a kid. That girl got so mad, and I learned my lesson.
He laughed, hitting the desk and crinkling his little fucking nose. I didn't see what was so funny, but the way that he was looking at me, it seemed like I should. I smiled hesitantly. He stopped laughing and frowned at me the same way he did yesterday.
Do you like apple cider?
I'm sorry?
Or, Thimble? What about magnolias?
Yeah, I guess I do.
You... Yes, you do? But
He sputtered, opening and closing his mouth like he was trying to eat the air. I searched his face, wanting to know what the hell was going on. He was clearly struggling. PBG leaned forward, looking into my eyes like he was deciphering a code. Really forward, so close I could see his little brown flecks in his eyes forward.
what?
PBG moved away, his anxious look fading into a slight smile. Actually, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. I was brainstorming a subject for our piece, but you didn't have any strong reactions to anything, so I guess we won't be doing those then.
Like hell. The bell rang and students started packing up.
Oh no, we didn't get to pick a project. I'm sorry. That's my fault. I was messing around. But don't worry, I'll come up with something. Just leave it to me.
He thumped his chest as he got out of the chair, striking a pose and giving me a wide, reassuring smile. He shuffled his desk back to the side of the room as I packed my things away. I didn't understand what happened, but maybe it was better to forget about it. He didn't seem to want to explain. I left the classroom, thinking to wait for mine, but instead PBG trailed me into the hallway. He cleared his throat, and I turned to face him. I tilted my head back in an uncomfortable degree. He was tall, but he was scratching his neck, avoiding eye contact.
So, I know you said you were fine at lunch, but you sure you're okay? I mean, you were really freaked out yesterday, so...
Heat crept its way into my face.
No, I'm alright. As long as you're fine. If you need help with anything, you can rely on me, though. Especially since...
The uncertain look crossed his face again.
Well, never mind. Are you heading back to the dorms? Yes. Nice. Me too. We can go together.
He pumped his fist in the air. I glanced into the classroom. Mai was still talking to Mimi, looking like she was about to rip the girl's head off. She wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah.
Sure, let's go.
But as we turned to leave the hall, we were interrupted by someone wearing a yellow and gray jacket. The rival club's jacket.
Oh no, it's Space Hamster. Peanut Butter Gamer's little goon.
They used to be really good friends, and then I think Space Hamster moved away. And then now he just kind of streams to like 6 guys. Which I know I stream to like 0 guys, but I'm not in a video game. My heart stopped. Standing before us was a tall man with cheekbones like no tomorrow. I didn't recognize him from our class, which means he must be one of the other Hidden Block members. I didn't know whether I should scoff at him or ignore him, but before I could do anything, PBG held out his hand for a high five.
Hey!
Hey, Jeff! Jeff returned the gesture, and the two locked into a conversation.
Hey, what's up?
Baby G, you pumped about the soccer match?
Yeah!
Yeah, I've been waiting for this day all summer.
Right on!
Are you busy? I'm trying to get the team together right now for a last-minute practice. You in? I am so in. I have nothing to do for the rest of the day. Are my cleats still in your locker? Yup.
Awesome. Let's go then. Jeff briefly looked at me and pointed. PBG turned around, surprised I was still waiting.
Hana!
Oh, Hana. Sorry, I gotta go. See you in class tomorrow. I'll make sure to bring my thinking cap. He put on an invisible hat and gave me a thumbs up.
Oh, wait. Do you want to come to our game? It's in a few weeks, and the first one this year. So it'd be cool if you came to watch us.
Mostly me. I'm the star player.
Wow, thanks.
Sure.
Yeah.
That sounds really fun. I'd like to come. Woo! Thanks, that really means a lot to me. Usually the first game doesn't conjure a big crowd. Can I bring my?
She might have planned on going anyways, but she was always including me in things. I wanted to do the same for her.
Yeah!
Totally! Bring as many people as you want. Fill up the stands. He left with Jeff, and I headed back to the dorms. Maya usually walked with me. It felt weird to be alone, and suddenly I realized that it would feel even weirder to be in the dorm alone. Not knowing what else to do, I headed for the library. Might as well get started on that homework. I stayed in the library much longer than I anticipated, head low over a small sheet of project ideas in a thick book. Every time I thought about leaving, panic seized me. The truth was, I still didn't know my way around the academy. Maya had been there to guide me, but I was more focused on the people around than the places. As students trickled past, laughing and heading off to no doubt have tons of fun, I fiddled with my pencil. I would have to leave eventually, though. Hesitantly, I closed my notebook and stood.
Hey, Hana!
Hey, Hana, how are you?
I whirled around. Jirard was walking past me, a thick book in one hand.
Jirard.
Jirard, hi, I'm good, thank you.
I laughed weakly and found myself wringing my hands together.
Yeah?
He clearly didn't believe a word I was saying. I sighed.
I'm a bit scared to leave. I know that sounds pathetic, but I don't really know my way around here, so...
Yeah, you look like a lost little otter. Lost otter? Nope, got a text from the missiles. Sorry, had to troll my wife.
But hey, I haven't really gotten a chance to talk with you until now. I've been wanting to ask you if you're settling in all right. I know that transfer students don't really get introduced to the school or the same way freshmen do. Are your classes okay? How's your homework load? Do you like the food? Getting along with Mai?
I stuttered, unsure which question to answer first.
Everything's fine. Mai is great. Yeah, she showed me around the campus recently. It was very nice of her, and she wasn't very thorough.
A grin slowly spread across Jirard's face as if he was unwrapping a present.
I can show you around if you like. I used to give tours to incoming students. If you're new, you really should get a tour.
Sure. Jirard's eyes lit up with the mere mention of tour. I feel bad turning him down.
All right, great. We can start at the boys' dorm. I need to put my books away.
He laughed and headed out of the library. I fell into step alongside him.
Has anyone told you we don't get many transfers? It's been implied.
I always wondered what new students think of everything right when they get here.
I wish I could experience everything here for the first time again. Was your old school anything like this? Not at all. Feels like more like a college campus because of the dormitories. My old high school was just a big old brick building.
Jirard nodded. I think he wanted to say more, but we were in front of the boys' door. He pulled open the door for me, and once inside, he held open his hands.
Oh, yeah.
This is Bluebell House. It's where the boys live. It's literally a carbon copy of the girls' dorm, except the walls are blue. Feel free to look around, but probably don't go into any of the rooms. I'm gonna drop this off. I'll be right back. He raced off to the stairwell, then took them 2 at a time. I got the feeling he was rushing us to not make me wait longer than I had to, and I smiled. It made me feel cared for. There wasn't much to look at or do while I was waiting, though. I stepped to the side as to not block the door and stretched out my neck, listening to the sounds of an action movie from a room nearby. Maybe I should wait outside? I headed for the dormitory door, but when I reached to pull it open, the door swung open by itself and 2 yellow-jacketed men stepped into the hall. I stared up at them in shock, and they looked at me the same way.
Ah!
Whoa! Pink hair! That's unique! The one on the right instantly called out my hair in a thick British accent. The other, probably the youngest student I had met so far, scanned me up and down. Yeah, because, fucking, what's his name here? Jimmy. He was like 15 when he was making these videos. He was in this whole YouTube collective with grown men, and he was like 15. And then he was already gay, but then I think now he just makes videos about being gay, like LGBT rights and stuff like that, and like which Pokemon he'd have sex with. Interesting. Kadikarus, the other guy, he makes stuff. He gets like several million views on all of his videos. He's doing well. I just don't watch his stuff. Blah, 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 blah. You're the girl who sat at the Normal Boots table today, aren't you? You could tell? Was my presence already so well known just from sitting at their table? I wasn't sure whether to be pleased or upset, but the men in front of me were one's a man. In front of me were busy talking amongst themselves. I'd never thought they'd entertain having a girl join them. Do you think it's because of the puzzle incident? Shane would never be comfortable with someone joining up just like that, though. They hardly know her. There must be some reason she sat with them, though. If they're planning a secret weapon, they should just get back. We should get back with them. Excuse me? I shouted to the middle of them, shocking even myself. I wasn't usually so loud or forward, but the way those two were bickering gave me the impression that if I didn't stop them, they'd keep going on forever. I'm right here. You can just ask me something if you're confused.
Hey!
Hey, you're all right. So are you joining the Normal Boots Club, then?
What?
Joining? Joining the Normal Boots Club never even crossed my mind as a possibility. All I was thinking about was getting in good with them, getting on their good side so that hopefully people wouldn't mess with me. Actually joining the club, was that even possible? And weren't they #gamers or something? I had almost no experience with video games. There was no way I'd be able to join. Seeing my crestfallen face, the young member backtracked. Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. We're members of the Hidden Block Club, and the Normal Boots Club is our rival in tournaments. So we were just wondering.
Greetings and salutations, my beautiful person.
That's what he would say at the beginning of his videos, or at least he did back in 2015. I'm Kadikarus, and this is Jimmy Wetzel, okay. This is Jimmy Wetzel. You can call me Caddy for short, though. Everyone does. My only fun fact I know about Caddy is he was like 20-0, and he married a woman who was like 43. I mean, like, love is love, but it was just really interesting. I was like, you're a baby child. And he had stepchildren now that were like half his age. Everyone. Jimmy casts a knowing glass in Caddy's direction, and Caddy grimaced. Almost everyone. Beautiful, thank you. Don't mind him. He tells everyone that. Because everyone is a beautiful person. Ouch.
Hey, guys!
Oh, hey, guys! Jirard skidded around the corner, panting as if he ran the entire way. In fact, I didn't doubt that he had. I see you met Hana. She's a new friend of ours. So be nice to her, all right?
What?
Would we ever be anything but nice?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, last year's tournament would beg to differ, piece of shit. I'm gonna steal your money. That was one time, and that was only because Shane ate my pizza. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Later, guys!
Anyways, I don't want to keep you. I was giving Hana a tour of the campus, since she's new here. Well, it was nice meeting you. I hope we'll see you around more.
Bye.
It was nice meeting you. Jirard waved the pair off as they climbed the staircase, then held the door open for me again. And we're off again. That's Azalea Arts Center. There's a recording booth and lots of spare room for clubs to meet in. And the theater is right next to it. It's where John holds the drama club and all the rehearsals. I think the student council elections are held there. And Jared has a special event at least once a semester. Last year it was a martial arts exhibition. And Jared did kendo against other practitioners in the school. He shook his head in awe.
See what I mean?
He's truly talented. Really, all my friends are. I think I'm really lucky to have people like that around me.
Jirard.
Ah, Jirard.
Huh?
Yeah? I'm sorry, did you have a question?
No, it's all right.
Great. Now, there you can see Higabana poking out in the distance. There's a field separating us and the people who like to eat there. Jirard seemed like a cheerful, grateful, down-to-earth kind of guy. Definitely not hiding white-collar crime. Even at this point, I think he might have. Maybe he saw he was depicted as such a nice guy here, and he was like, let's steal some money. He was really going out of his way to help me out and be kind to me. I didn't even seem to realize what a big deal that was. I giggled. Something told me I shouldn't point it out. Despite that, I was truly thankful. He took me to the places Mai did and more, describing everything in several past events in excruciating detail. It was a little much for a friendly tour, but having the names and locations of the buildings burned into my mind was a good thing. We ended the tour back in Poppy Hall after what seemed like hours of walking. Jirard was keen on finishing off the tour with the best place on campus. Ta-da! Here it is, the Normal Boots Club room. He pushed the door open and pointed inside. It looked like a regular room filled with desks and some kind of toys. It's not much, but it's home to some of my happiest memories. He shut the door again and dusted his hands. There's a little closet in there people used to store things too. He reached to turn the handle but paused and then retracted his hand. Is that a shutter I saw? Just a little tip. Knock before you open the door to any closet on campus.
Really?
Why? Oh, you know, ghosts, I guess. That was strange advice, delivered strangely. Jirard was uncomfortable, and I wasn't sure what to make of it. He knocked, and a few seconds later opened the door. Oh, the doctor is played by... It's like Spooks McScary or something. Some guy who used to read creepypastas. I didn't know. Someone was in that closet. I was not expecting someone in that closet. I was someone in that closet.
Hey!
Hey! Jirard waved to the person, then closed the door, turning back to me.
Ah!
Who? Sorry if he scared you.
What?
What is that? Anyways, that's it for the tour. How was it? He beamed. I hesitated, but seeing his eye twitch slightly, thought better than to bring it back up.
It was awesome. Thank you so much. I learned a lot about the school and about you and your friends. It really made me feel included.
No problem, not at all. I like helping out. Helping myself with people's money. I wish I had something to show me, had someone to show me around when I first got here.
Huh.
You have no idea how long it took me to find all the secret tunnels and make a complete map of campus.
Secret tunnels?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, oh man, I gotta show you. Jirard glanced at the clock hanging at the wall and winced.
Oh.
Damn, I gotta get going. I have homework to do. But if you ever need more help, I'm here for you. He got out a notebook and scribbled something down. And then he ripped it out and gave it to me. Here, my phone number, dorm number, address, parents' phone number, email, Spacebook, and Blipper information. Don't hesitate to ask me anything. See you later. I'll see you later, Hana. It was really great spending time with you. Just like that, he was gone. I put the paper in my bag, chuckling softly to myself, then paused. I had to check. We were in front of the supply closet the whole time, and I'd fought the urge to open the door after Jirard closed it. Now I was going to see who was in there. Darkness. The light was off this time. I slid my hand along the wall, looking for the switch, and flipped it. There was no one. I froze, still as the paints and construction paper that lined the walls. He wasn't in there, and this was the only exit. I closed the door, blinked hard, and walked back to my dorm room.
Forget about it. Just forget about it.
What a silly guy.
Ignoring that last incident, Jirard truly went out of his way to show he was thinking about me. In fact, I got the impression he was this way for everyone, maybe even everything. He was thorough, very thorough, and when he wanted to help you, he did everything in his power to do so. Maybe it hadn't meant much to him, but it meant a lot to me. I returned to the dorm and crawled into bed with a smile on my face, ready to take on the day. This time, I knew I wouldn't get lost. Sorry. Mai and I arrived at Poppy Hall. Woo, Jared! Asago fashion show featuring starring ProJared. Mai and I arrived at Poppy Hall the next morning and immediately became clear something changed. Posters drenched in nausea-inducing neon colors were plastered on the lockers. Several students gathered to take a look.
Oh, my gosh.
We walked over to one of the walls to get a better look.
Is that Jared?
When Mai didn't respond, I turned to look at her. The expression on her face told me that her mind wandered somewhere that would have made a call girl blush. Mai, you're drooling. That seemed to jolt her out of her fantasy. She lifted a sleeve to wipe away the drivel on her chin.
I am not. What are those posters for?
Well, last year Jared put on a fashion show. Looks like he's doing it again this year.
I didn't know Jared was into fashion.
Mai shrugged. He's not. I waited for some sort of clarification.
He's so cute.
One time in biology, I saw him take off his sweater and his shirt kind of got stuck to it and pulled up, and I swear he had like 20 abs.
I waited in vain.
Good morning.
Hello, ladies.
Oh no.
Mai and I whipped around. There stood Jared in all of his glittering, magnificent glory. Mai's face turning a blushing pink.
The most beautiful guy in school.
I see you're admiring my totally sweet poster.
Yeah. It really is something, Jer Bear.
I like your abs. With sudden, soul-crushing realization of what she had said, her expression twisted into a mixture of horror and disgust. Jared was unfazed.
Hana?
Thanks, but Hana, it was actually you I wanted to speak to. Fuck off, Mai. Why would he want to speak to me?
Oh, yeah, okay. What's up?
Jared looked expectantly at Mai. She didn't move. Realizing she was in trouble, I nudged her with my elbow as subtly as I could.
Hey!
Hi, would you like to go get me a soda? I'm really thirsty.
Without a word, Mai scuttled away. Jared turned back to me, a cool glint in his eye. He seemed used to the effect he had on women.
Well,
I wanted to talk to you about the fashion show act. You're new here and all, so you probably didn't know. But every year I like to put on a little fashion show to showcase my modeling skills.
What?
Wait, what?
You know, just to make sure people don't forget what I'm capable of. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a stack of glossy photos, and thrust them into my hands. I stared at them in awe. He's doing this, because he did that in a video once. I flipped through them, starting to notice a pattern. As you can tell, my beauty is something that simply can't go to waste. I like to hold a fashion show here at Asago Academy to ensure everyone gets their yearly dose of ProJared. I flipped to the last photo. Heat shot up my neck and into my ears. Surely this was some kind of joke. I shoved the stack of photos back at him, wiping my sweaty palms against my skirt.
What does this have to do with me?
That might have been a touch. Jared, as smooth as ever, simply smiled.
you're perfect.
I think you have potential, Hana. He suddenly leaned in close to me, so close in fact that I could smell his cologne, a musky sweet aroma of earthly scents and ham.
Potential for what exactly?
Jared shifted, his mouth so close to my ear I could feel its heat. For greatness. He reached into his shirt pocket and retrieved a small slip of paper. With quivering hands, I accepted it.
All right.
My card. My number's on the bottom. If you're ever interested, I could teach you a thing or two about modeling. I stared down at the card in my hand, feeling as if I looked away, it would disappear. By the time I gathered the courage to face him again, Jirard was gone. Feeling quite dizzy, I headed for class, the business card strangled to death in my white-knuckled hand. By the time I got through the milling students into the classroom, Mai was sitting at her desk, face down and completely still. I took my seat and twisted around to poke the dejected Mai-shaped heap. She didn't budge.
Hey!
Mai! I heard a muffled groan of despair.
I can't believe
I'm
this.
such a social disaster.
No, you're not.
I tried to sound comforting, but I was never good at this sort of thing. Mai finally lifted her head from her desk. What's that? She motioned to the business card that was still in my hand. I set it in front of her. Mai appraised it for a long minute with a blank face, as if I set a rare artifact in front of her, and she didn't actually believe was real. Then her eyebrows pulled together.
He gave you his number?
Well,
Well, yeah, sort of. I mean, not really. He said I should call him if he wanted to teach him about how to model like him.
It was embarrassing to even say, and the words felt awkward in my mouth. The moment I said them out loud, I wished I could grab them back and swallow them. I expected Mai to give me a once-over before making an off-the-cuff comment about how I wasn't nearly pretty enough to be a model. But she didn't.
yeah!
He, totally wants to get with you. Her tone was matter of fact. I gaped.
What?
What? No, he doesn't. How would you say that?
Bingo.
Okay, Hannah, I've taken enough sex ed classes to know when a guy fully wants you. And Jirard, fully wants you. Also, how many sex ed classes do you have? We had one. It was just a crash. Every day was a new thing. Mortified, I snatched the business card off of her desk and shoved it into my jacket pocket. Turning away, my cheeks felt like they were on fire. By now, the classroom was filled with students. They chatted amongst themselves, but the white noise of their conversations wasn't loud enough to drown Mai out. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see John and PBG seated in their desks at the back of the classroom. I'm talking serious grabby hands in the back of Dad's Camaro here. You're gonna make babies with ProJared, Hannah. Little glittering Jirard babies.
No, I am not. You're totally crazy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Miss Shizuka, like some kind of angel, cleared her throat at the front of the class. I exhaled gratefully and slunk down into my seat. When class finally ended, Mai and I headed for the cafeteria, the incident forgotten in her hurried attempt to explain Miss Shizuka's scandalous last relationship.
What a jerk!
Seriously, he spent all his time trying to choose between her and some dead chick who only liked him because he looked like her ex-boyfriend.
I mean, who does that? We got our food and hesitated in the middle of the room, looking at the normal boots table. Neither of us wanted to go up and demand a seat, especially after wriggling our way in the day before. What if they changed their minds? But Satch, noticing us standing like lost lambs in the middle of the room, waved us over.
Hey, girl.
Hey girl, how was class?
Oh, you know, normal boots.
Satch nodded and turned away, having been in the middle of talking to Josh. That was awkward. Despite how familiarly he treated me, I still didn't know how to talk to him, or any of them. I looked across the table and locked eyes with PBG, who stared at me like I was a baby German shepherd.
You.
All right.
Cookies!
What?
What?
Oh, sick.
You brought us cookies! You're the best, Jirard! Paul sprang from his chair and practically tackled Jirard. Ah! Whoa! Calm down! There's more than enough cookies to go around! Jirard started passing the cookies around the table, but paused. You're back again. He looked at Mai and me and tried to ignore the disappointment on his face. Jirard, what the fuck?
Well,
Here. He handed us each a cookie and then headed back across the cafeteria. I stared at the small chocolate chips melting in the warm cookie. Did he not want us here? But he was so nice yesterday. I didn't even want to eat the cookie. Not if he was going to be as two-faced as that. Hey! Watch where you're walking next time! A sheepish Jirard stood next to a short, skinny boy who was holding his tray above his head. I'm sorry, I'll be more careful. Oh, you're from Normal Boots. Wait, you're the guy who plays with itty-bitty kitties, aren't you? The boy sneered. How the hell did you manage to get in with a group like that?
Huh?
Huh? They're my friends. Playing with those stupid dolls. You're an embarrassment. The kid's friends were hitting his shoulders, looking from Jirard to our table with panicked eyes.
I like what I like.
I think they're fun. Whatever. The kid was led off by his friends. Jirard came back and sat down at the table. That was weird. Jirard sat down and began happily munching on his cookie, looking for all the world like he didn't even care about what just happened. I scanned the cafeteria for the boy who heckled him and found him sitting at a table, head in hands. His friends left him. What was that about? Oh, that? I used to get it all the time. I collect itty-bitty kitty figurines. You know, that kids show with the 5 kittens who live in Kitten Town. They were originally supposed to have magic powers, but whatever. I collect their figurines. They're so cute. I've almost got them all. I'm only missing Princess Pumpernickel. She's the rarest. But why was that guy making fun of you? Doesn't it bother you? I was afraid of bringing up bad feelings, but Jirard just shook his head. It looks kind of weird, right? A teenage boy collecting toys meant for little girls?
Uh-huh.
But I liked them, so I didn't let it bother me. Sorry, I didn't bring enough cookies the first time, Hana. I forgot that you were joining us again, but I'm glad you're here. I bit my lip. See, Hana, he was being nice the whole time. And here you were jumping to conclusions. Hey, your cookie will get cold if you don't eat it. I unwrapped the cookie. A sense of chocolate and cinnamon hit me. I broke off a piece and popped it into my mouth. Jirard whispered something into Nick's ear, and we started laughing so hard milk came out his damn nose. Was he really okay with people making fun of him? I couldn't believe it. I didn't believe it. At my old school, people made fun of me every day. It was hell. There was no way he could just brush it off like that. Not when I tried so hard to do the same. As I finished the cookie and started on my ramen, and Jirard continued to laugh with the rest of Normal Boots, I wondered whether it was impossible, as I always thought.
Hana?
Hana, can you pass me the pepper? I got it! Here, Jared! Thanks. What's your name again? It's Mai?
Nice.
Thanks, Mai. Damn, Mai got shut down.
Hana!
Oh, Hana, ready to head back? Huh? Oh, yeah. Did Mai look sad, or did I imagine it? We threw our trays on the racks and headed out of the cafeteria. As we waved to Normal Boots and Jirard cheerily waved back, a sudden pang hit my tummy. Was it guilt? After class ended that day, Mai said she had volleyball practice and sped off. Thankfully, this time I knew where I was going, so I headed straight back and collapsed onto my bed. It was nice to have some time to myself. After everything that happened, I felt like I was going crazy. I could use some relaxation. I didn't have a computer or TV. The book Satch gave me was really good, but sometimes got a bit hard to read. Instead, I took out my phone and started flipping through the App Store. Nothing really looked good. Wait, what was this? I sat up. Dumbadoom's Revenge? Face off against 3 other players as you catch monsters, raise them, and use their unique skills to aid you on your puzzle-solving quest. Only you can save Meta World from its ignorant king and utter destruction. Now with a single-player campaign, raise crops to feed your monsters. If you're lucky, they'll transform into cute girls. What the hell? It looks so stupid, but it couldn't hurt to give it a try. I downloaded and started up the game. Welcome to Dumbadoom's Revenge! I skipped the intro sequence and quickly hit single player. Loading. The load times were terrible. Suddenly, a cartoonish hilly valley met my eyes, panning over to a white castle nestled into a cliff. A lazy king lay asleep on a throne with a sober, squat soldier ran into the room.
King Dumbadoom, quickly, we're under attack! Oh, just send the 1st Battalion off, please! I'm rather tired.
knights left and the screen faded to a world map showing a horde of black blobs on the right side of the screen. A small group of knights ran up against the blobs and were instantly devoured. One of the black blobs spit out a helmet with a skull inside.
What the hell is this game?
Things continued in this way, with the king sending off his battalions haphazardly until no one was left. Then the king awoke in his chair and turned to the screen.
You!
Me?
Only you can save my kingdom, please!
I don't think I can save your kingdom. You're the one menacing it.
How dare you!
What the hell? Did this thing understand me?
You are no longer my advisor. Go back to your home village and let me deal with this myself.
A tiny sprite with brown hair flew across the world map, bouncing into a bunch of red houses.
I guess my only choice is to raise an army of monsters myself, overthrow the king, and then raise an army to fight the oncoming bloopity-bloobs.
How the hell did you come to that conclusion?
Finally, I was allowed to play the actual game. A dozen multicolored blocks appeared on the screen. The monsters I was initially given could only hit their corresponding colors and couldn't activate any traps. Supposedly, more monsters could eventually learn to set traps, and you could do certain combos to hinder the opposing team. If you had an attractive girl on your team, she could use an ability to double the rate of your opponent's blocks, or halve their clock time. But that had a drawback for you too. It could be used as an asset by the opponent. Not to mention that certain color combinations between girls and monsters activated unique secret abilities, and you could evolve your monsters and feed them things.
How the heck am I supposed to remember all this?
I failed the first few times, but quickly got the hang of it. It was just about being adaptable and maintaining a flexible strategy after all. My eyes started to hurt, and I looked at the time. 8 o'clock. It had been 4 hours! I had reading to do! I grabbed my textbook, flicked my radio on, and began to read. There have been many tales of times when the moon has fallen on other planets, and the most popular of these being the myth of Termina. Honk! Honk! Video game reference. However, these myths have never proven to be more than a hallucination. My eyes blurred over my astronomy textbook and I yawned. That was a Majora's Mask reference, by the way. The Schubert piece floating from my radio made me want to go to sleep, and I toyed with the idea of going to class without finishing my reading. Who cared how many times the moon was supposed to fall, especially when time travel was involved? Hana! Mai burst in through the door, flung herself across the room, and grabbed my radio.
Hey!
Hey, where have you been? What are you doing? Give me a second, we're missing it. There we go. But I swear that dog was the living worst. That's why you need a bird, just like my lovely Jacques.
Watch your tongue.
What is this?
Shh.
Hey.
So, the time has come to make an official announcement. This year, just like every year, the Normal Boots Club will be participating in the video game tournament.
Yeah!
Woohoo, yeah!
As PBG applauded as though there was a crowd of 30 people, I shot a puzzled glance at Mai. I hope you guys will support us again this year, and best of luck to our competitors. You guys are going down! And now for some music. Mai turned down the radio and sighed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what did you want?
What was that?
PB&J. It's BBG and John's radio show.
They have a radio show? What do they do on it?
You know, they talk and stuff and play music sometimes. Everyone in school listens to it. I'm so glad you brought your radio. I forgot mine at home.
In a video game tournament?
Yeah, didn't you hear them talking about it the other day?
No.
Come to think of it, I hadn't paid much attention to their conversations. I was too busy worrying about myself.
Uh-huh.
Every year... Oh, sorry, I'm burping. Every year they have a video game tournament at Higabana Mall. Lots of people come to compete, and everyone knows the real fight is between the Normal Boots Club and the Hidden Block Club.
Is that what they do? Video game tournaments?
Yeah, that's why no one's ever joined the team since their inception. Well, I guess partly they're a group of friends who just happen to make a club together, but also, unless you're really talented, you just drag them down. Ouch. Not all of them are so harsh, but some of them, well... Mai glanced away, but I felt like I knew who she was talking about. Shame.
That's too
conversation I had before with Jimmy and Caddy came to mind. Had they really thought I was joining the Normal Boots Club? There was no way. I hadn't played a video game since I was a kid. My dad gave me a 4DS when I left home, but... The night before I left home for Asago, my dad came to visit me in my room. I had packed the few things I owned into a briefcase in a single cardboard box, set to be shipped with the train. I sat and stared at the box, somewhat bitter. I barely even needed it. I didn't own much.
Hana?
Yeah, Dad?
My father stood in front of me, a weary smile on his face. Even though he tried to hide it, I could see by the deep wrinkles around his eyes and forehead that he was tired, sad. The past few years had taken their toll on him, and I hadn't eased things.
You'll be leaving tomorrow.
Yeah. A heavy silence hung between us, filling my childhood bedroom like styrofoam.
Are you excited?
Yeah. Yeah, I am.
He nodded and glanced around my room at the pale blue walls, the broken clock above my old desk, and scuff marks around the door frame from where I ran into it as a kid. I lived in this house almost my whole life, ever since moving after kindergarten. It was everything I knew, but now it was too much for me. The decision to transfer to Asago didn't come lightly. First, it was a prestigious institution with a highly prized reputation. Only the best of the best, touting either great grades, impressive talent, or lots of money could get in. I was none of those things, but I made it in regardless. Part of me suspected I was a charity case. I received a small scholarship, and it would no doubt look good for the Academy to have fostered a poverty-stricken child in its walls. And despite the fact that my father couldn't afford it, even with the scholarship, he guaranteed he'd support me if I went. I looked again at the wrinkles in his face, at his sagging shoulders. He pressed his hands against his body to hide the way they shook. All for me. He'd be all alone.
I'm glad you're going. I think this will be good for you.
Yeah.
I wish I could say something else, but nothing came.
Well, honey, just in case you get homesick, I brought a present for you.
Present?
From his pocket, my dad produced a shining pink Nintendo 4DS and placed it into my hands.
For you.
But... why? How? Dad, this costs so much. You're already killing yourself to let me go. Why would you?
Tears spilled from my eyes as my dad smiled.
Nothing is too good for you, my dear Hana.
His voice was trembling.
You're my pride and joy. You deserve so much better than you've gotten from me. Dad! Go to Asago. Have fun. Make lots of friends. And when you get homesick, you play with that. It'll make do. Or I'll make do, rather.
I stood up and hugged him, burying my face in his scratchy sweater and oatmeal smell.
I'll miss you. I'll miss you, my little Hana.
Oh, sad. But the thing is, he forgot to give me a cartridge to play with. Damn it, Dad. You don't understand how a Nintendo 4DS works, dummy. Now I glanced at the machine hidden behind my desk lamp. Maya watched me carefully.
Well, you never know what could happen. What? What do you mean?
Maya giggled. Nothing at all, but I just got back, so I've got work to do.
Work, right?
PBG and I still had that project due, and we hadn't met to discuss it at all. He said he had it under control, but I should probably make a backup plan, just in case. It wasn't that I didn't trust him, it was just that... Okay, I didn't trust him. Sighing, I worked a kink out of my shoulder. It looked like it would be a long night. Knocking at my door. Ugh, what was that noise? Stop it, please.
Ugh, I'm coming. Who on earth could do this so early?
So early in the morning, in fact, that it wasn't even light out. I quietly padded over to the door. Maya shifted in her bed.
What?
What?
It's about time.
It's Joshalina, apparently.
Oh, honey.
She pushed past me and swept into the room, flipping on the light switch. Paul and Nick followed after him. Hana, I feel terrible for ruining your uniform. Sincerely, we owe you an apology and a clean uniform. I'm not so good at that kind of thing, so I brought a friend to help me. Josh pulled open my drawer and tossed out clothes left and right.
Oh my god, stop! That's my underwear! What's wrong with you?
I ran to him and grabbed his arm, trying to pull him away.
These panties are so cute. They're perfect for you.
Don't say that, Josh. You don't know her like that.
Get away from here!
Where's your uniform? I ducked below Josh and pulled open a drawer, pulling out the sticky fabric.
Here, take it.
I threw it at Josh's face, but he caught it with ease.
This is no problem. I promise I'll have this cleaned up in no time. Girls?
He snapped.
Follow me.
Paul, Nick, and Josh swept from my room, but they didn't head towards the hall exit. Instead, they turned left, heading deeper into the dorm. I didn't have a good feeling about this. I stepped into my slippers and ran into the hallway, just in time to see the dorm to the girls' bathroom closed. They shouldn't do it.
Oh no!
Ah! Or it's Mimi.
Ah, what are you doing in here?
I sprinted to the bathroom door, but before I could get there, Paul and Nick slammed into the wall across from the door.
Men like you are the worst.
Whoa!
What?
No, this was all a misunderstanding, please.
I'm sure it was.
No, Mimi, it really was. Wait a second, where's the other person who was with them?
She's doing something with a uniform in the sink. Mimi tossed her head with a sniff and headed back into the bathroom.
She actually thinks Josh is a girl?
She wouldn't be the first. Josh himself believes he's a girl. That wig is magical.
Well, stay out of the girls' bathroom. It's not exactly going to help your platform if word gets around that you're a perv.
A shadow fell over Paul's face. I sighed.
Don't worry. I'll talk to Mimi. Go. Back to the boys' dorm room.
All right.
Thank you so much, Hana.
Yeah.
I watched them scamper away, then headed into the bathroom. Hey, Joshelina. You and I should probably get going. I rounded the corner and found him doing Mimi's hair.
In a second, Hana. I've just got to finish this. Hana, have you met Joshelina? She's so good with hair. And look, she even got the stain out of this shirt.
Mimi held up my uniform.
Really?
Really? Thank goodness. Thank you so much.
It's no problem, honey.
I guess I'll let you finish. Mimi, you won't tell anyone about Paul and Nick coming to the bathroom, will you?
Why wouldn't I?
Well, as class representatives, they were just trying to help Joshelina get her bearings, and they were showing her where the bathroom was. I should have been the one to show her, but I was asleep and they didn't want to wake me up.
Oh, well, I guess that's fine then.
Thank you.
I stood staring at them, unsure of what to do next.
Do you mind? I need to concentrate to finish this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We went back to my room. Or I went back, rather. Life at Asago never got easy, did it? Easier. Mai was still asleep when I got back. There was no way I was going to bed, so I changed into my uniform, grabbed my bag, and went to class early. How early, dude? My plan was to get started on the project Miss Shizuka gave us. As sincere as PBG was, I wasn't quite sure he'd hold up his end of the bargain. I stepped into the classroom and went to my seat, throwing my bag against the desk. A small snap came from across the room. Shane was at his desk, giving me a look.
Do you mind? I'm trying to look.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I looked to the door. It was too late to leave, but I didn't want to get stuck by myself with a guy who clearly hated me. I sat down at my desk and looked at my hands.
This is the quietest place I can find in the mornings.
Really?
Really? Not the library?
Shane shook his head.
I see. I'll try not to bother you.
He shook his head again.
You're fine. Do whatever.
It'd be awkward if I just sat there like that.
So, what are you working on?
Shane looked at me, and for a moment I thought he wasn't going to answer. Then he waved me over. I crossed the room to his desk and looked over his shoulder. Several sheets of paper with lightly sketched outlines lay in front of him. It looked like they were for comics?
You draw comics?
Yeah,
What about?
He shrugged.
whatever.
He said it with a touch of finality, so I skipped to another topic.
Do you mind if I ask you where you're from?
Shane gave me a heavy sigh.
Could you not tell by my accent? I'm from England. This is my second year.
Oh,
He continued to draw, etching in the lines of a British flag above what looked to be a government building.
do you miss it?
He finished shading a line before responding.
I guess my whole family was there.
You're by yourself? Why'd you come here to Japan?
Class will start soon. Bet you have something to work on?
Ouch. Taking the hint, I went back to my desk. Suddenly, the door slammed open.
Hey,
Hey, look, we got here early.
Wonderful.
Oh, Hana, Shane, looks like it's just the four of us. We should stir up some trouble.
Trouble?
Let's plant an egg on Miss Shizuka's chair, huh? I bet you'll think it was hilarious.
No.
No.
Ah, come on, I bet I could find an exploding bird or two to dive bomb us during class.
No.
I bet you
could probably bake her a cake.
filled with knives.
Really?
The heck is wrong with you?
Shane was more than an ocean away from his family and friends. I was only 2 hours from my dad, yet I missed him so much. Was Shane homesick at all? Soon the other students filled the room and Mai joined me at my desk, asking why I abandoned her. I filled her in on the situation. She had a good laugh, but as the clock ticked closer to class time, I felt like something was missing. Eventually I realized what it was. PBG wasn't in class yet. The bell rang. Miss Shizuka came in and class began, but still he was nowhere to be found. Where was he? The real problem that causes grinding to be necessary in RPGs, if you ask me, is that whole system is flawed. Miss Shizuka's on a tangent again. She must have gotten stood up. Class was nearly over and PBG still hadn't shown. I was worried, but no one else seemed to care. That kid always misses class. Still, what if he was sick? Why didn't anyone care? At the sound of the bell, Miss Shizuka jumped. Turn in a 2-page reflection on why the human species as a whole has the emotional range of a teaspoon. Due tomorrow. She definitely got stood up.
Miss Shizuka?
I stood up and dashed to her desk. Yes, Hana?
PBG wasn't in class today, and I can take his notes to him if you need.
Oh, Hana, you're a godsend. Miss Shizuka's eyes watered. She leaned over her desk and pulled me into a hug. It's wonderful to see our youth have hope. Hana. She pulled away and stared into my eyes. Don't give up on love. You're young. If PBG is the one you want, you have my blessing. Here, take these papers. He's not. I want to date Jirard. She shoved the handouts from today's class into my hands and gathered her things. Bless your heart. She left the room crying. Ha! Poor thing. She must have really liked this one.
Does this happen often?
Often enough. So you're taking that to PBG?
Yeah. But now that I think of it, I don't know his room number.
402.
How?
It's next to Jared's room, so of course I'd notice him leaving in the mornings. Oh. I've got tryouts, so I won't be able to go with you. Good luck, though. I'm sure he'll be happy to see you.
I told you, I don't think he feels that way.
Before I could say anything more, she left the room. 400, 401, 402. Here it is. I paused in front of the door, my heart in my throat. I suddenly felt horribly stupid about bringing this to him. It wasn't like he would even look at it. He himself said he hated school. But what if he was dying in there? John went to the drama club. He wouldn't be back for a few hours. Sucking it up, I knocked on the door. Who is it?
It's Hana. I brought you some notes from...
The door swung open before I could finish my sentence. PBG beamed down at me.
Hana!
Hana, hi.
Hey!
Hey.
Come in, come in.
Thanks.
I stepped into a messy room. Where's John's copy of Mein Kampf? I stepped into a messy room, posters line the walls, and small Harvest Noon plushies. It's PBG likes Harvest Moon. It's actually how he met his wife, because he made a Harvest Moon video, and she said, "Ooh, girl, you so sexy." And then they were internet pals. It's very cute. We're piled up on one of the beds, which I assume to be PBG's. A TV was on in the center of the room. Turby twinked happily from the pause menu. I believe that's Kirby.
You were playing games?
Huh? Yeah, oh yeah. PBG closed the door behind me. I didn't feel like going to class today, so I thought I'd stay in and do some work.
Work?
Well,
we do have a tournament coming up, so this kind of counts.
I brought you the stuff we went over in class.
Oh, thank you. He took the papers out of my hands and set them on a desk next to a small stack of manga.
I'm glad you're feeling well.
Were you worried that I was sick? Sorry. But that's adorable, so I'm kind of happy about it.
What?
Do you want to hang out? We have to work on our project at some point anyways, right?
Well, I didn't really have anything else planned.
Great! He plopped into a beanbag and slapped a pillow down next to him. Do you want to play?
No, I'm not too good at games. I think I'll just watch.
Okay then. He unpaused the game. Turby sprinted across the screen, shooting fireballs from his mouth. PBG and I didn't talk much. Instead, I commented on the game and I laughed at him when he died. Before I knew it, the sun was setting and I had to leave. You're welcome back anytime. Actually, we're having a Stomping Sisters, Smash Brothers, tournament in 2 days. You can come if you want.
Really?
Really? Sure.
see ya.
Awesome. It'll be at noon in this room. I'll see you there. I left the dorm and stepped out into the fading sunlight. The air was warm, filled with the smell of freshly cut grass. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something about being around PBG was comforting. Shaking my head, I went back to the dorms.
Hey!
Hey, Mai. How did tryouts?
Hana, close your eyes, don't move! Before I could flip on the light switch, something warm collided with me and my eyes were covered. What's going on? Stop squirming, you'll ruin it!
Ruin what?
Just follow my lead, okay? Mai guided me through the room, telling me where to step. Down. She put her hand on my back and folded me in half, she can do that to me, inching me into something that felt like it had a roof.
Almost done. What exactly is going on?
Yay!
And I gasped. We were in a pillow fort. Yeah.
Mai, what is this?
What does it look like? It's a pillow fort. I've been looking forward to this for ages. Tryouts already happened. I made the team. Easy. I left early because I wanted to set this up for you.
For me?
Well, for us. You've been such a good friend to me, Hana.
I'm so glad we got to be roommates. I wanted to do something for you to make you feel more at home. I've seen how panicked you are going around school. I don't know what happened in your life, but Asago is your fresh start, right? You've got me, you've got this school, and normal boots too. If you're up for it, this can be your new life. You don't ever have to look back. And now is when we can play.
Yeah!
Yes, I knew it. I knew you were totally going to cry.
Perfection.
I guess that means I was successful. Ah, Mai, you've done it again.
Mai!
I slammed her into a hug.
Ah!
Be careful, you don't want to break it. This took me forever.
Mai, I was bullied at my old school. That's why I came here. It was only because my dad gave up everything to afford it. I thought you wouldn't like me. And I have a hard time trusting people. But if you wanted to, I think we could be best friends.
Oh no!
God, now I'm gonna cry.
Yay!
Yes, let's be friends. I'm so happy. Me too. Together we're unstoppable. I'll say, let's hook you and Jared up.
No. Nah, Jared's for me.
What? Wait, I can't even speak to him without self-destructing. It's fine. There's no way he couldn't fall for you. Oh yeah? And no one's caught your eye yet? I'd say there's more than a few suitors on your horizon. Aren't you gonna give it a shot? Me? Dating? My eyes shifted across the fort I made, the stuffed rabbit sitting on my bed, the window with the view of Asago's manicured lawn. My life changed so much so quickly. You know, maybe I could.
Yeah!
Aw, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Well, I prepared some activities for us to do. Look. She pulled out a tablet and opened an app. We're going to marathon you through Vavatar. I don't know. Too late! She pressed play. Do you know how fucking long it would take to watch the Avatar, like Last Airbender here? It's like, you're looking at like at least like 20 hours, 30 hours. As evening faded into night, we huddled into the blanket fort, watching episode after episode and messing with each other. That sounds very nice. Caitlin we love to watch things together, but she's definitely a like one episode at a time, piecemeal it. I'm like, no, we gotta, if we have the time, we have the ability to go and watch these. Happier than I've been in a long time, I rested my head on my shoulder. Before I knew it, I'd fallen asleep. We're still in chapter 1. Yeesh. As usual, the next day, Maya and I go to school early, still poking fun at each other for our moment the night before. As we approached Poppy Hall, I noticed something felt different. A palpable tension hung in the air. It's almost humid. Man, what is up with everyone?
I don't know.
Is there a test today? Not that I know of. But as we entered the building and turned the corner, it suddenly made sense. Jared and Paul were arguing amidst a large crowd, spit flying from their mouths, while Nick and Josh walked along the hallway, pasting posters of Paul's face over Jared's modeling shots. I thought told you to stop and take those posters down. No, what's wrong with you? These walls are everyone's space. We don't have to listen to you. And you should know that this campaign is way more important than your little fashion show. No, but mine were here first. Lay off them. This is between you and me, Jared. Oh. What the fuck? I'm gonna save. Holy shit. I don't know what that was, but that was scary. Been taking up too much of the wall space with your show. The student elections are much more important. It's our government. The student government doesn't even do anything. Whoa! As our current president, I can say with full knowledge and proper authority that the student government does all touch for this school. You don't even know, Jared. You don't even know. What does the student government actually... She wasn't with me anymore. She'd pried herself between Jared and Paul and was pushing them apart. I ran forward to help her. You guys should stop.
Hana!
I flinched. Oh, shit. Hold up.
Hana!
Okay. If that keeps coming up, maybe I'll pause it, do it for another day. That's funny. Sorry, Hana. I didn't mean to yell. We wanted your opinion on something. You're a regular student, a new student. You're not involved. I've never seen it do that before. Probably just because the game's like almost like 10 years old at this point. Which do you think is more important, our student government or the fashion show? I think it's fashion show. Because I want my man Jared to like me. Yes, thanks for knowing. What's up, Hana? I want you to win presidency again, Paul. I really do, but the fashion show will be even greater for the school. Plus, my posters were here first. I do have spatial rights. Dude, your fashion show isn't even that cool. Jealousy, rage, A killer high jump kick? They should call you the man with 3 features. I'm not some cheap action figure. Well, whatever. I guess I'll put my poster somewhere with free walls. Maybe they'll get a janitor to... they'll get a janitor or two to vote for me. Thanks for being truthful, Hana. I'm going to try harder and see if I can change the students' minds about this. It was amazing. They even cared what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Hana's usually right about these things. You should listen to her. Mai patted me on the back and jumped. I forgot she was there. Jared looked at Mai, raising an eyebrow. Are you sure, Mai? Don't you have your own opinion? Why'd he bother to ask? Well, if I'm being honest, I care more about the fashion show. I go to the elections because I have to. I go to the show because I want to. Plus, it raises a lot of money for the school. Thank you. He gestured dramatically at Mai, as if her opinion sealed the deal. That's because we made it a fundraiser. Sorry, Paul. Sucks to suck. The 5-minute bell. Class was about to start. Jared nodded to us and walked out. Jared nodded to us and walked away. Paul opened his mouth as if to say something more, but evidently thought better of it. He headed after Jared with Nick and Josh, thanking them for their help. Being a year ahead of us, their classes would be on the next floor. Maya began to follow them, but I gently pulled her arm. Our classroom was the other way.
Oh, Jared.
Jared, if you need any help with the show, I'm here. Her yell echoed throughout the emptying hallway. Jared, without even looking back, raised a hand in acknowledgement. Maya covered her mouth and emitted a skull-piercing squeal. Wincing, I dragged her to the classroom. It's gonna be so hard to break my good friend Mai's heart. After the drama that morning, I wasn't sure what to expect at lunch. I dawdled on my own, making up an excuse about copying notes, hoping whatever tension remained would dissipate while I was gone. When I got to the cafeteria, it seemed like my plan succeeded.
Hana!
We saved a spot for you! Get over here! Mai sat at the normal boots table, looking like she completely belonged. She waved for me to join her. I sat down next to her at the edge of the table. Josh was across from me. We made eye contact as I sat down, so I nodded slightly to him. He nodded back. I felt easy. Hey, Hana, how was class?
Hey!
Good, thanks. PBG might have already told you, but we're working together on a project. It's going pretty well. I'm doing the Is that Jirard back there? In a shy moment of not wanting to look Nick in the eye, I glanced to the side and saw Jirard in the back of the cafeteria with someone I didn't know. Everyone turned to look. He's probably doing some trading. Satch waved a hand. So I borrowed a new drawing tablet the other day, hoping I could use it to make plans for my machine. Satch changed the subject, and everyone started talking about that. I, however, kept my concentration on Jirard, who was holding a small figure. Same with the girl he was talking to. Were those two trading? Those are itty-bitty kitties. They're really popular right now. I'm surprised you don't recognize them. They're kitty figures of all different shapes and colors. I have a few myself.
Uh-huh.
You know me. I'm hip to the know on these things. They're pretty cute, but kind of a little girl thing. She shrugged. Jirard is known as the completionist around here. Every time a new thing gets popular, he collects them all. I've never seen his collections, but I heard they're really impressive. You'd have to be a dedicated person to do something like that. He had to sell a lot of his games because his company went out of business, or it had to incredibly downsize. So he sold almost all of his games after he made a bunch of stupid financial decisions. Like trying to complete Persona 5, but doing so in completely the wrong way. The completionist? What? Was that why he was so thorough about giving me a tour? IBK is the thing right now. And last year, I think in first year, there were a lot of people collecting silly, slimy snakes, but that got old fast. Teachers didn't like everything coated in a thin layer of slime. I still have one in our room. I can show you some. Jared tapped Maya on the shoulder and she whirled around, hitting me in the face with her hair. Yes? I wanted to thank you for this morning. Oh, no, it was nothing. Definitely. I mean it. As Jared and Maya spoke, my eyes went back to Jirard's exchange. The girl pulled a second figure out of her backpack and held both of them up, Jirard inspected it and shook his head. She pulled another one out, sadly this time, and Jirard's face lit up. He held out his figure, and they swapped. How bittersweet, letting go of something you love to get something you would potentially love more. What do you think, Hana? My attention was pulled away. I hadn't been listening to the conversation. Yes or no? Of course. Interesting. Mai gave me a skeptical glance, then turned away. I bowed my head in apology and took one last look at the intriguing trade happening. Here, I'm gonna check to make sure that I haven't fucked up. Okay. It doesn't look like I fucked anything up yet. Girl left, and Jirard was now talking to a boy with a messy appearance who made exaggerated hand movements. Looked like he just got out of bed. Is this another trade?
All right.
So, official announcement in case you haven't heard. We're having a competition tomorrow. Just a little casual something to get us ready for the tournament.
Yeah, finally! We've been planning this one since last year's.
My attention snapped back to the conversation happening in front of me. Was this what PBG was talking about yesterday? Anna, Mai, you're invited if you'd like to come. Either way is fine, but let me know so I can plan.
How does it work?
It's a little thing, some lighthearted fun to start off the year.
Lighthearted fun, my ass. John almost broke Satch's nose last year. And Jirard twisted his ankle.
Satch delicately raised a hand to his nose.
No.
It was an accident. You forgot the part where you almost passed out from blood loss, Shane.
I didn't forget.
He looked away.
I can never forget.
I don't know about this. I'm not very good at videograms.
Yeah!
Sure you are. Jared, look up.
All right. Awesome. I'll plan for you to be there. Don't worry, Hana. It's actually fun. You probably won't get hurt. As much as I was afraid of possibly losing a limb, I really did want to go. I was glad Mai was there to force me into it. Without her, I would be a lonely transfer, possibly eating grass by myself at this very moment.
Yeah!
Yeah, sounds like fun. Thanks for inviting us.
Of course, it'd be rude to have you just sit with us at lunch and then ban you from our tournament. Plus, it would be nice to have some new competition. I look forward to winning. The rest of lunch passed by comparatively uneventfully. Or at least, if anything else happened, I didn't notice. I was too busy staring at the food in front of me, joy and horror mixing it in my little tummy. There was no way I was going to beat even these normal boots boys. Even one of these normal boots boys. I would make a fool of myself. But still, I was getting to go. It was a privilege nobody else shared. Paul looked at me with what seemed like concern, and I smiled at him. He grinned and returned to his food. The least I could do was give it a chance. After a long day, class was finally over, and I was ready to go home. Miss Shizuka still wasn't over her breakup, and Mai complained loudly that she needed a new man so the homework would stop being so killer. It was something to do, though. What else would I be doing if not homework? Studying, probably. Hana, before we go to the dorms, there's something in A32 that I want to show you. Come. A32, wasn't that the Normal Boots Club room? We're not allowed in there. There's no meeting today, so no one's going to be there either. That's exactly why we need to go now. Mai grabbed my hand and dragged me through the halls. Mai, I don't know about this. What if someone sees us? If you act natural, no one will care. There's not too many people around. Nobody will be interested in what we're doing. Mai was full of confidence that I wish I shared. I really don't think I'm comfortable with this. Mai stopped at the clubroom door, gently tugging on it.
Yeah!
Sweet! They left it open. She pulled me into the clubroom and shut the door behind us. It's in here! Here was a storage closet at the very back of the room, a plain white cabinet. She stopped short of the door, looking expectantly at me. I tugged the knob, expecting it to be locked like all the storage closets were. The knob didn't move, confirming my suspicions. Relief swept through me. Well, darn, looks like it's locked. I guess whatever you have to show me, we'll have to wait till another day. Or maybe never. Oh, I know it's locked. That's why I have keys. She pulled a shiny chain of keys from her pocket, eyes sparkling.
What?
Shizuka's keys? Who gave you those?
No one. I'm borrowing them for a little bit. No harm done. I almost said diddled. She fiddled with the door handle, going through key after key.
I'm seriously uncomfortable with this. Someone is bound to find out. They always do.
Finally, there was a small click and the lock relented. Don't worry, Hana. I'll protect you. Mai opened the closet and a light shone down directly onto its contents.
Yay!
There they are! There they are!
To my utter bewilderment, there sat luminescent golden boots resting on a velvet pillow encased in a glass box.
What are these?
I stepped closer to the case and was about to put my hand on the glass, but stopped inches before, wrought with guilt.
We shouldn't be here.
These, Hana, are the boots. The boots. It's the symbol of the Normal Boots Club. This is their classroom after all. I'm telling you, these guys don't mess around.
Is it made of gold? Real gold? Must have cost a fortune.
I'd say they're solid gold, only worth 100,000 yen or so. But to really make sure, my fingers wiggled in front of her face. Before I could stop her, she opened the glass case and lifted the boots from the velvet pillow they rested on.
Mai, please be careful.
I grabbed the boots from underneath just in case she dropped them. Good thing too, 'cause these boys were heavy. The gold was cool and hard to the touch. These boots were definitely not wearable and anything but normal. Mai bounced them up and down, weighing them with her hands. Her arms flexed as she did so. I suddenly realized why her pats on the back hurt so fucking much. Volleyball made her strong.
Bingo.
Yeah, definitely solid gold. Mimi lied to me. She said they were gold-plated. I didn't believe her, so I had to check. So you dragged me here instead of her? This display of wealth made my stomach churn. Where they saw a symbol, I saw months of food for my father and I. 100,000 yen just lying in a closet, protected by a single, poorly guarded key. It might not be a big deal to the students with rich parents, the majority of the academy, but it was more than disturbing to me.
Uh-huh.
Yes, you. I wanted you to experience this with me. Silhouetted by the warm glow of the spotlight, Mai smiled. That smile almost made me feel okay being here without permission. Almost. Plus, when we get caught, we'll be okay. There's no way they can punish you. They really like you.
What?
The storeroom lights flickered on. We both turned abruptly, still holding the boots. Oh, that's the worst guy to come here. Shane stood in the doorway. Maybe not that one.
You, what are you doing here? That case is supposed to be locked.
Well,
Oh, it was locked. Mai!
Shane.
We're really sorry, Shane. We heard the boots were kept in here and we were curious, that's all. No harm done, right? Here, Mai, let's give the boots back to him.
Yeah, I was just showing her. We aren't suspicious. You guys hide it away. How's anyone supposed to see it? She handed the boots to Shane, who placed them carefully back into the case, adjusting the pillow to the center.
No.
We hide it from people who aren't in the club, like you. The case clicked shut.
Shane, I'm sorry.
Do not come back here. Get out of my sight.
But
I am containing my anger now, but your continued presence is making that ever more difficult. I gulped. Mine, I dashed out the door. Shane slammed the door behind us.
do you think he's gonna tell the rest of them?
I
I really hope not. I might have ruined my reputation with them.
Sorry.
I think you mean I might have ruined your reputation with them. She threw her head back and laughed, not quite grasping the consequences of her actions. I will not be able to date Jared because you've done this to me. You'll be fine. I'll even be fine. They're students, just like us. It's not like we stole it.
But Shane, he was really angry.
Fuck Shane. That's just an act. Don't worry about it, Hana. I said I would protect you, right? Her words seemed genuine enough, but I had a hard time believing her. It's almost like if she planned for us to get caught. Okay. Good. Now let's head back to the dorms. That competition is tomorrow, and I do not plan on losing due to lack of sleep. The tournament! The tournament. I completely forgot. Would they even let us participate considering what we just did? Mai hummed happily as she skipped down the hall, somehow impervious to my anxieties. Heart heavy, I followed her. Only time would tell. Saturday dawned bright and harsh. The cloudy light outside mirrored my gloomy mood as I quickly dressed and woke up Mai.
Hey!
Mai, it's time to get up.
Morning.
Why? The video game competition, remember? We're playing Stupendous Stomping Sisters today. Mai shot straight up out of her bed. Oh my god, Jirard! I get to hang out with Jirard today! Same, that's how I'm feeling. She catapulted from the top of her bunk bed and sprinted out into the hallway. Okay, so she's a top bunk girl. I guess that makes sense because we see Mr. Bunny in the lower bunk. I heard crashes and shrieks as she massacred the other girls to get into the bathroom. The sun slowly rose through the window. Everything would be just fine, right? Soon Mai returned, fully dressed and raring to go.
Hana!
Come on, Hana, let's go! She grabbed my hand and dragged me out into the campus commons. Her incessant tugging hurt, but I followed her silently, even more strangely. She wasn't talking either. Our nerves had gotten the better of us both. We wandered the halls of the boys' dorm, making our way to 402. The dormitory itself smelled awful, like stale Dorito chips. I wondered how I never noticed it, and realized this was the first time I came on a weekend. Rather than wandering campus all day for classes and clubs, most people were sleeping in or hanging out in their rooms. Mai slowed down as we climbed the stairs, staring at the floor. The closer we got, the slower we progressed. We opened up the 4th floor door and crossed the hall. Finally, we stood in front of PBG and John's door. You should knock.
What?
What? Me? You should knock. You got here first. Yeah, but you're their friend. Well, you know them better. But you've got pink hair. Is there a problem, ladies? Someone says. We both froze. Sense of ham wafted through the air.
Oh, Jirard.
Jirard.
Good morning.
Hey, ladies. Is there something wrong with the door?
Oh, no. We didn't want to wake them in case they were sleeping.
Jirard let out a low-throated laugh. I don't think they'd mind having you wake them up.
Maya's eyes almost rolled to the back of her head.
Here, allow me.
He leaned between us and tapped on the door. He was surprisingly tall, and being some 10 inches shorter than him. Holy shit, holy fuck. He towered over me. He looked down at me and winked. How small are you, Hana? The door flew open.
Hey.
Hey, you guys, glad you can make it. We'll be a bit squished in here, but it's better than nothing.
What? We couldn't get the class room this year?
I jumped. Shane stood behind me, expressionless. I didn't even see him come. Yeah, it turns out Hidden Block decided to book it for the same day. Wonder what for. John snorted somewhere in the background.
I'm not sure your room is better than nothing.
Oh, Shane, with the zingers.
That wasn't a zinger.
Are you gonna stand outside or are you coming in? We stepped through the threshold, fully and completely entering PBG and John's room. Boy territory. We were out of our element. Maya had never been to this room before, and she glanced at the walls, shelves, and desks like a manic squirrel. Her eyes gleamed, and I had the sneaking suspicion she was making note of what she saw for her own nefarious purposes. Though what? I had no idea. Sorry, everyone. I had a random thought. Okay, I felt really dumb, but I just wanted to make sure I paid my rent. Her eyes gleamed, and I had the sneaking suspicion she was making note of what she saw for her own nefarious purposes. Though what they were, I had no idea. Rather, I didn't want to know.
What's up?
Go on, take a seat anywhere. I looked to my left and saw boxers lying on a desk chair, blood shot into my face. Were they used? PBG followed my gaze and turned. Let me clean up a bit.
Pigsty.
Don't they have pigsties in England? Or do they have pigsties in England? Yeah, they do.
Everything in America is derivative of England.
Okay. But we're in Japan. Shane looked at me blankly. Man, we're so lucky the Wii U has 8-player Stomp. I'm excited to crush you, Shane.
Tron sucks.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Hey! Tron does suck. Thank you for saying that, Shane. I'm sure that's something you've said a bunch of times since like 2017. Hello? Guess who's here? Jirard entered without knocking, a bright smile on his face.
Hold on. What?
Oh, come on. Shane got here before me.
Did you fail to see me leave?
Yeah, whatever.
I was hoping you were in the bathroom or something. We brought extra controllers. Does nobody knock around here?
No, why would we?
To be polite?
Girls and their ridiculous social constructs.
What?
An intricate knock clashed through the entryway, and I pointed towards the door in defiance.
See? Someone knocks.
Good morning.
Hello, I brought bagels. Figured we didn't want to repeat of last year.
My stomach grumbled and she turned red.
That's what I thought. Ah, that's my husband.
What?
What? You're perfect. You're the best partner anyone could ask for. You're truly the best of us. Can't you just ask for one normally? I brought enough for everyone.
Jirard leaned his head against Satch's shoulder, then turned a whisper into his ear. I knew I could trust you. Okay, well then, everyone pick a place to sit. We'll hand out bagels and then we'll get started. I scuttled to the side of the room against PBG's bed and next to mine. We'd been sitting with them at lunch, but it wasn't until now that I realized how crazy having all the normal boots and guys in one room could be. 9 adolescent men in one room. Not to mention all friends, all part of the same club. Their personalities mingled in different ways, and I almost couldn't focus over the myriad of inside jokes, shouting voices, and flailing limbs. That is until the character selection screen came on. In a blink of an eye, the controllers were gone. PBG glanced over at me and noticed I didn't have one, and offered me his. No, really, I'm not good at these kinds of things. There's no way you're worse than me, or Jimmy for that. Why throwing Jimmy straight? You can't do that. You're gay. That's a hate crime. Seeing as he didn't want to take no for an answer, I grabbed the controller and selected my character. Kirby. He was cute and bouncy. Even though he didn't seem super powerful, he looked like an easy enough character for a beginner to grasp. Although there was something in the eyes and the beak that seemed a little... Yeah! Is everyone ready? I swallowed hard, the controller already slippery from my sweat. I never played Stomp before, though I watched others do so. I looked at the buttons on the controller, trying to assess what buttons did what. One of the top buttons probably jumped. Obviously the analog stick moved the character. They selected a stage, something with cute little houses and smallish animals bopping around the background. Animal Crossing TV. And the countdown began. There were buttons on the back that clicked when you hit them. I didn't know what they did. 3. Oh, there was a weird blue button on the top right, but not on the left. 2. And another analog stick. What was that for? The camera? How could we all control the camera at once? 1. Oh no! Go! Yeah! Die, Shane, die!
What the hell? Attack everybody, not just me.
But you're my mortal enemy! Yeah! Josh, what was that for? I wasn't even fighting you! You were wide open, and death waits for no one. You're next. The battle began, and then also appreciate that the tournament is they're playing 8-player Smash. But the got items on too. The battle began in a display of slight mercy. The boys left me alone to wander the field and get a sense of my character.
Oh, that does jump.
I hit the jump button again, and again, and again, watching my character float higher and higher towards the
Yeah.
sky.
I can fly!
My joy was cut short as a Neko ball emerged from nowhere and pegged my pink blob in the eye. I fell off the side of the screen, and despite trying to jump back, it wouldn't let me.
Why?
Ah, look at you.
Derby can kind of hover for a while, but eventually he gets too full of air and he has to land. Otherwise, he'd be OP.
Oh.
When in doubt, down B. That's horrible for if she's off stage.
Down B.
In the commotion of the match, curses and death threats mixing with the clank of controllers, nobody was listening to what Nick was saying. The key to getting someone to hear you in this commotion, it seemed, was to shout their name at the beginning of your sentence. Jirard! Thatch! I frowned as my pink little blob fell back onto the map. Following Nick's advice, I hit down B. The cloud appeared around my pink guy and he became a rock.
What?
What the fuck? I don't understand.
What could a rock do? I repeated the move multiple times, always turning into a rock of some sort on the ground, never hurting anybody near me. Suddenly, the explosion rocked the ground and Turby flew into the air just as I hit down B.
No!
To my surprise, he formed into a rock and fell directly onto John's racist little head. His Nerio was sent flying off the screen and he died. He'd never support an Italian. Not someone not from Smash Bros. Blech! You're on my shit list.
I'm very sorry.
It didn't take long before that for me to die 5 pitiful, painful deaths. But as my little Turby tumbled off the screen for the 6th and final time, a small surge of pride hit me. I killed John, the JonTron, even by accident. I handed my controller to Mai and sat back completely satisfied. If it weren't for the fact that it was Mai's turn, I'd jump back in, eager to find other strategies for murdering my friends and potentially stirring up a hit list a mile long. So this was the joy of games. After playing a few rounds, the official tournament started. People played one-on-one matches against each other, slowly thinning out the competition over time. Mai went before me and was, rather unfairly, paired against Jared. Okay, now they're doing the tournament. Every blow he doled out to her was, in my mind, some form of actual physical contact, at least judging by the way she shivered when she was hit, it was. Unsurprisingly, she died almost immediately. I was the last person, set to go against PBG. The others chuckled as we were past the controllers. Don't worry, Hana. PBG's the easiest of all of us. You're bound to beat him. Aw, come on, guys. Don't worry, Hana. I'll go easy on you. I nodded as PBG picked the most level playing field, a small platform floating out in space. The match started and PBG graciously held his players still. Go ahead and test your moves.
You're a great friend.
Oh, that's nice of you, PBG. Yeah, real nice. I tested my moves, and while doing so, my hand brushed against the yellow stick. Turby did a menacing low kick, and my eyebrows raised. That looked powerful. Ready to go?
Yeah!
I think so.
PBG charged at me across the screen, and when he came close enough for me to hit, I pushed the yellow stick in his direction. He flew across. This bro got hit with a C-stick. He flew across the screen. My mouth fell open. PBG grit his teeth. I see how it is. No more Mr. Nice Guy then. I partially doubted that PBG had a non-nice bone in his body, but the match had begun. It was a long battle, surprisingly long battle. We seemed to be evenly matched, right up until the very end when I smashed him off the screen with Turby's hammer. I set the controller down quietly, not particularly happy about having crushed PBG in my second ever match of Stomp. Yeah, get fucked, Peanut Butter Gamer. PBG nodded solemnly. I guess I lost then.
Whoa!
Damn, Hana, that was... Oh, hello. Let's save, just in case.
I didn't really think so.
Anyways, this next match is Shane versus Paul. PBG remained quiet for a while after that. It wasn't even the third round that he joined in again. It wasn't until the third round that he joined in again, cheering with the rest of the guys. My match rolled around, but this time I was pit against Jared, and this time I lost in only a few minutes. I set the controller down again, happy to no longer have the responsibility over the life and death of inanimate pixels. As I did so, I saw Paul lean in to whisper something to Shane, whose eyes flew wide open and his face shut down over my dead body. Their eyes slid to me and I looked away.
They were talking about me, weren't they?
I scooted over to Mai, feeling more comfortable near her than any of the guys. We cheered for Jared right up until the very end. He lost to a supernaturally agile Shane, who was seemingly being fueled by the rage of 1,000 demonic toddlers.
Everyone, what a great round. It looks like we're in even better shape than last year. Well, all of us except PBG.
That was uncalled for. Totally deserved. Anyways, I'm tired, so get out of my room, please. He grinned broadly, not finding anything wrong with how he summarily dismissed us. Maya and I gathered our things and left the room with the others, who, laughing and joking, dispersed in all different directions. Together, we shuffled home. We fell through the doorway exhausted, with barely enough energy to change into our PJs. Maya leapt into her bed with a happy sigh.
Oh, Hana, I'm so glad you came to Asago. As if this couldn't have happened without me here.
Maya shoved her face into her pillow and emitted a muffled reply.
Yeah, whatever you say.
I fell onto my bed, staring at the rungs that kept Maya and her mattress from collapsing onto me and smothering me to death in the middle of the night.
That was really fun. Video games are fun, Mai.
Really?
She shuffled around on top of her bed.
I mean, I thought it was okay.
It was passable. I don't know if I call it super fun or anything.
Really?
No, I loved it.
She chuckled. Seems like you found your calling.
Ha ha ha. I'm sure I have.
Above me, Maya yawned.
Let's just go to sleep.
I'm exhausted. Smiling, I got up and turned out our light.
Good night.
Hana. I don't know why they didn't have her say her name.
Good night, Mai.
Save once again. Day 8. As the chill weather of early spring faded and warmth stretched across Asago, I itched to go outside. With Satch's book in hand, I took to the streets. Since many people realized how rare this moment was, most of the usual benches and grassy spots were taken. I kept walking until I came to the soccer field. There was a practice game being held, and PBG and his friend Jeff were running across the field. Being a skirmish, the bleachers were almost completely empty. Students scattered the shiny metal seats, and there was more than enough room for me. In one swift motion, practiced many times over my life, I sat down, spun my backpack into the space next to me, and pulled out my book. I was nearly done with it, and I wanted to see if I could finish it today. It was due a few days ago, so I was under pressure. At a pause in my reading, I looked up to watch PBG on the field. A shock of color at the base of the bleachers caught my eye. It looked like some kind of metallic candy wrapper, and a pang of annoyance struck me. There's a trash can nearby. Why litter? As I jumped down the steps of the bleachers, and nearly slipped off one, it became clear that it wasn't trash. The colors changed as the angle of the light did. It was an iridescent purple figurine. Itty bitty and a kitty. Was it Jirard's? He was the only person I knew who collected them. I held it up to the nearest student, who shook his head. I was free for a while. Jirard was really into the IBK scene, so if this wasn't his, he'd probably want to know who it belonged to. One problem, I had no idea where his room was. Conveniently, at that moment, PBG ran off the field to get a drink. I approached him, holding the kitty in front of myself like a talisman.
Hey!
Hey, PBG. Do you know Jirard's room number? I think he dropped this.
I held the kitty up again, and it glimmered in the sun, much like PBG now, what with his physical activity. Oh, Jirard was just here. It has to be his. I asked him to bring me my goalie gloves. I wasn't ready to take Mick Jones' place today. Mick Jones is PBG's brother, who used to do some streaming. He got majorly red-pilled and MAGA-pilled, and I think PBG, at one time during when he was actually brave, said that he did not speak to his brother because of his disgusting political differences. But I think, unfortunately, PBG is a coward now. post pictures with him. His room is right across from mine.
Oh, great. Thanks so much.
Hey!
Hey, hurry it up, PBG. PBG groaned. Wasn't much of a break.
See ya.
Gotta go. Good luck. He took a huge gulp from his water bottle, then poured the rest on his head and jumped back into the game. His teammates patted him on the back as he rejoined them. I placed the IBK into my uniform's Lilliputian pocket and headed to Bluebell. As I entered Bluebell House, a passing boy frowned at me. Was I even allowed to be here by myself? I shook my head. There was no time to be afraid. Today, I had a mission. Just as PBG said, there was a door right across his room. I knocked and fished the IBK from my pocket. Shane answered the door, not at all pleased to see me.
Hi Shane, how are you?
He was Jirard's roommate. Why was he Jirard's roommate? I tried to laugh to defuse the situation, but it was weak. I felt like it was only making things worse. I didn't know what went on in Shane's mind. He looked at the IBK in my hands.
Jirard should be back in a few minutes.
Okay, I'll just wait in the common room. When he gets back, can you tell him to try and find me?
I could read downstairs. Even if it took Jirard an hour to get back, I could keep myself occupied. Shane sighed and leaned against the door frame.
I could tell him, but it would be much easier if you waited in here.
He put his hand out, gesturing me inside.
All right, thanks.
I entered the room and stood smack in the middle of it. Shane plopped onto a chair in front of what must have been his desk. I sat down on what I assumed to be Jirard's chair at the opposite side. Interesting, they have unbunked beds. Shane swiveled around and started to click something on his laptop. Seeing as he wasn't much for small talk, I turned to observing the room. Their room was, well, decorated, one could say. There were a ton of itty-bitty kitties, each arranged neatly with its brethren of similar design. Every empty space not filled with school-related objects was covered by the pads of a cute little cat, or at least the sealed box of one. Even parts of Shane's shelves had IBK on them. I had to admit, it was kind of endearing. Something about the dedication required was sweet.
Hey!
Do you collect itty-bitty kitties too?
Not really. The Jirards. I don't mind.
I see.
It's kind of niche. Surprised you're into them.
Oh, no, I didn't collect them. I found this one on the side of the field. PBG said Jirard was there earlier, so I came to find out whether it was his.
My hastiness to disown the figure did not go unnoticed by Shane, who made a face at me.
If it's not Jirard's, he probably knows whose it is, right?
It's probably Jirard's.
I smoothed my thumb over the plastic kitty absent-mindedly. Shane returned to whatever the fuck it was doing online, and I conversed with the figure in my hand. Who's a pretty kitty? Who's a pretty kitty? You are! Jirard came back about 2 minutes later.
Hey, Shane!
Hey, Shane! And Hana? He held 2 coffees in his hand. Suddenly he turned pink. And what are you two doing in here? Alone. Together.
We're not doing anything. Hana was looking for you.
Really?
Really? How can I help, Hana? He gave a coffee to Shane and offered the other to me. Here, take mine. I would have gotten you one too if I knew you were here.
That's really nice of you, but no thanks. I just came to see if this was yours.
For what felt like the 10th time in the last half hour, I displayed the itty-bitty kitty.
Oh, wow!
Oh, yeah! Jirard almost dropped his coffee as he leapt forward. I lost this today. Where'd you find this?
It was near the field. PBG said you were there earlier, so I wanted to give it back to you.
I handed the figure to Jirard, who looked like he was ready to kiss it.
You're the best!
Thank you, Hana. Thank you. You didn't have to do this, but you did. And I don't know what I would have done without you.
It wasn't any trouble at all. It looked pretty rare.
They're special!
It's not as rare as you'd think, but it's still very special to me. I'm so glad you were the one to find it. I shouldn't have been so careless.
Don't beat yourself up about it. What matters now is you have it back.
Maybe zip up your pockets next time.
I promise.
You bet. I'll take a load of cancer research money. Or precautions. To make sure this never happens again. He placed it delicately on the shelf with other kitties that had the same iridescent properties. Jirard looked at me while I viewed his hard-earned assemblage.
Right!
Oh, duh, Jirard, you dummy! How rude of me to not at least introduce you to my collection. Sorry. In this room, I had 247 itty-bitty kitties of every shape and size. This is the newest set, the Catastrophes. They're a band. They're really popular right now. I traded my rare extras for those the other day. The one you brought back to me is from a set of 4 that are called the Opulescents. Clearly, they're the only shinies. They were so pretty, my gaze fixated on them. I'm just missing the last Opulescent. It's a purple one, Princess Pumpernickel. I've tried everywhere, but no one has them in stock. And there's only 3 copies in the world, so it's not very surprising. It's more surprising that I managed to get these ones. I have one of the most complete collections in the world. People think that the Kitties Company gives me the newest figures, but I earn all my IBK. I can tell this took a lot of hard work. I'm amazed at how much effort you put into this. He sighed heavily and sat down on his bed.
Complete it!
Thanks, Hana. I just wish I could get that last figure. I could finish my collection and the kitties would have all their friends together in one place. I wish I could help. Don't worry about it, Hana. This is my battle to fight. I nodded, then glanced at my watch.
See you later.
Oh, I should go. I really wanted to finish my book today, but if you ever need help, I'm here. I stood up, then waved to the both of them.
Bye!
Bye, Hana. Thanks again.
Bye.
See ya. Thankfully, I managed to finish my book. It took more time than I expected, though, and by the time I got back to my room, it was dark outside. When I opened the door to my room, the lights were off. I flicked them on, and the huddled form of Mai hugging a stuffed purple bear appeared on her bed.
Hello.
I'm back. Mai glanced at me, but buried her face again in the bear. Was unlike her, or was she sulking? It was unlike her to be so unenergetic. Are you okay? That doesn't sound very okay. Mai glanced at me again. Her face was a light shade of pink, like she was holding her breath. You know, you can tell me anything. You've helped me out a lot, so it's the least I could do in return, right? Besides, we're friends. Mai sighed and threw the bear on the floor, where it lay as if screaming in agony. It's not fair. She sighed again. I know it's terrible to think like this, but even though I'm really happy for you getting to be friends with those guys, it's just not fair. Those guys? The Normal Boots Club?
I can't believe
It's
this.
just that I've been a fan of them for so long. I've loved Jared forever. And then here you come out of the blue with your pink hair, and just like that, you're friends. She snapped her fingers in front of her face. But here I've been trying this whole time, and Jared didn't even know my name. I know I'm being stupid, and I feel bad, but still. My, rather. They're your friends, too. Mai smiled weakly. They wouldn't be my friends if it wasn't for you. Mai. I'm going to sleep. She turned over and closed her eyes without even taking off her uniform. I turned off the light and walked to the bear she threw in the middle of the room. I'm sorry, too. I said it quietly, but even as the words left my lips, I knew they were a lie. I love being the center of attention. Mai needs to put up or shut up. Despite our slight confrontation last night, Mai was as peppy as always the next day. It seemed like there was no reason for me to worry, but that didn't mean I didn't. The bell rang and class started. Miss Shizuka wrote origami flowers on the board in an ornate script, then turned to glare at the class.
Class?
The flower festival is only a few days away. It's time again to start folding flowers to sell for the school. We do this every year, guys. I don't want to hear any groans. You're free to write an essay on the importance of these funds for the school if you'd rather not participate. A few students rolled their eyes, but I smiled. It sounded kind of fun, and I hadn't folded origami in years. I'm handing out practice sheets because I know how bad you guys are at origami. I'm only going to teach you once, so pay attention. Shizuka returned to the front of the class, picking up an ornate green paper. As she instructed the class, I realized these were the most basic version of origami flowers. I was already familiar with them. I folded my practice paper with ease while Shizuka roamed the room, helping the students who struggled to follow along. These freezes are weak. Kindergartners could do better than this. Hell, my ex could do better than this. Sadness passed over Miss Shizuka's face. She turned to the boy next to her and slammed her hand on the desk. You need to be better. Be better for everyone's sake. It seemed like quite a few students were having trouble. I went to the front of the class to get some new paper, passing John on the way back to my seat. His paper caught my eye.
Hey!
You folded this the wrong way, stupid. Your flower's going to be narrow if you keep going. I'll be honest with you, Hana. I have no idea what I'm doing. Help me! He looked kind of like he was about to cry. I knelt by his desk, unfolding and refolding his paper. This looks perfect! You're so good at origami! Did you have to make flowers at your old school too? No, I used to do origami a lot when I was younger. I guess muscle memory just kicked in. Thanks, though.
Really?
Really? What an odd skill to have. Shut the fuck up, is it? Please. John clasped a hand around my wrist. Stay with me. Help me. Sure, if you need it.
Yeah!
I knew I could count on you. Thank you, Hana. You're a goddess. I spent the entire rest of the class period slowly doling out lessons to John and PBG. I offered to help Shane, but he turned away from me, instead watching over John's shoulder. I kept my movements large and exaggerated so he could see too. It was nice to feel useful. When class was over, I headed back to the dorms with Mai. We had a long night ahead of us filled with homework and the possible reward of chocolate ice cream should we finish on time. But before I got far, someone called my name.
Hana!
Hana! Jeff, is everything okay? Hey, the Normal Boots Club has a meeting today, and PBG forgot to take his soccer uniform with him. He held up a blue and gold uniform. He won't have much time to change before practice if he doesn't have this, and I have to run down to the field. Can you take it for me? Of course we can. Mai grabbed the uniform from Jeff. Awesome, thanks. He dashed towards the field. Mai turned to me, victory running through her face.
Yay!
Finally, a chance to see Jirard in his element. Come on, Hana, we've got to hurry. We approached the Normal Boots Club room, hearts thumping nervously. At least I assumed Mai's was, judging by the way she was fidgeting like a hummingbird on acid it was. We stepped up to the door and were about to knock when I heard my name on someone's lips. Oh no. I froze around and turned to Mai. Her face was lit and she pressed a finger to her lips. She leaned... I'm going to save again. Date X. Dude, I think it's fine. What do you think she's going to do to us? You need to calm down.
No.
But it's so pink. No one has hair like that. People can't choose their hair color, Shane. That's a really poor reason to judge someone. I know, but I don't trust people with pink hair. You know there's more to it than just the color. Don't deny it. Weird things always happen with people with pink hair. Sure, but they're not dangerous. Aren't they? My heart sank. I stepped away from the door, unwilling to hear more.
Hana.
I held up my hand and shook my head. Just when I thought I was beginning to win Shane over. Was this how he truly felt about me? I'm heading back. But... I stepped past her, walking as quickly as I could back to the dorms. Luckily, I didn't pass anyone on the way back. I didn't think I could manage small talk without bursting into tears after what happened. I kicked off my shoes and went to set my backpack down on my desk, passing the mirror. I paused as I did, turning to the mirror, evaluating myself on a whole new level. So much grief. My hair caused me so much grief over the course of my life. Now, for some reason, Shane thought I was suspicious. I smoothed my hair with my hands, the shortness of it catching me by surprise. It is shortness. It was softer than it was long. With a sigh, I turned away and collapsed onto my bed, hugging Mr. Bunny to my chest. Should I dye my hair, Mr. Bunny? I raised him up, staring into his glassy eyes. Yeah, you're right. I rolled onto my side, squeezing Mr. Bunny to my chest. Sag said it himself. You don't get to choose your natural hair color. Mr. Bunny was small against me, and I smiled at him. At least he still liked me. Shaking my head, I went to my desk. I had better things to do than mope. You're still studying, Hana? I took my headphones out of my ears and turned to Mai. Our plans for that evening were postponed, and I silently thanked her for not pushing me to keep them. I wasn't in the mood anymore.
Yeah, it's only been a few hours.
You haven't moved since I left the room last. She climbed her bed and dangled her hands off the side. At least take a break, okay?
Well,
I have been meaning to return the book I checked out. It was overdue, and I had to do it at some point. I was going to do it today, but after what happened, that was the last thing I wanted. That didn't make it any less overdue, though.
uh-huh.
Go do that. Meet me at dinner afterward. If you're going to spend the rest of your day studying, at least be nutritionalized. I stretched, bending backwards to apologize to my back for the hours of arcing over a desk. I would have been a hunchback by the end of the school career. I was sure.
You're right. I'll go. I'll see you at dinner.
It was pretty late when I got to the library. No one came at this time unless there was a term paper due. Since it was still relatively early in the year, the room was barren. Satch was working the desk, as expected, but he was joined by PBG and Paul. As soon as I saw them, I turned around, trying to walk back out, but...
Hana!
Hey, Hana. Unfortunately, my hair made me stick out worse than a sore thumb. I reluctantly joined them. I can't read. I've been reading for so long, I can't read anymore. Joined them at the counter.
What's going on?
What's up?
Not much. I'm taking a study break to return the book I checked out.
I took the book out of my bag and handed it to Satch. That book? I can't help but notice you're reading The Princess Betrothed. It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, I never would have read it without Satch's suggestion, so I have to thank him.
He nodded and put the book on the to-be-sorted shelf. No problem. I don't work in the library for nothing. I have another suggestion for you if you need one.
No thanks. Fuck you. I want to get back to the dorms.
Oh, come on, it's almost dinner. Let him check out the great book for you, then we can all go to the cafeteria together.
Well, alright.
That was the last thing I wanted to do. I was really bad at showing people that I didn't want to talk. Follow me to the fiction section. We set off through the library on an epic quest for adventure and fortune. My mind raced, trying to think of a good excuse so I didn't have to follow them to the cafeteria. Here it is, the Banana Club. He pulled a bright yellow book off the shelf. The Banana Club was written in bold font. Now, I know it sounds stupid. It looks kind of stupid too, honestly. But trust me, one of the most moving books I ever read. The ending crushed me. He put out a fist to his mouth and blinked rapidly. Don't cry now, Satch. I'm gonna stop before I spoil everything. He handed the book to me and I gazed blankly at the cover.
Thanks, Satch.
And, Hana? Yeah? Are you alright? You don't look very well. I wasn't, really. But, of course, there was no way I was going to tell Satch that I eavesdropped on their private conversation.
I am just feeling a little under the weather.
I conjured a fake cough. It sounded lame.
I think I'm going to skip out on dinner, too. I'm not feeling well enough.
Satch narrowed his eyes and nodded. If you say so. Do you still want to read this book?
Yes, I do. Your suggestions haven't failed me so far. Just the one.
Okay, let me check it out for you real quick so you can get back and rest. When we got back, PBG and Paul were off to the other side of the room, Paul waving a book vehemently at PBG. Satch stepped behind the counter and grabbed my book. You know, if something's bothering you, you're still getting used to school, we're all here to talk to you.
I know.
Transfers have it hardest around here. Everyone knows that. I nodded. He passed the book back to me and I put it in my bag. Just don't be a stranger, right?
I won't. Thanks, Satch. I'll see you tomorrow.
I waved goodbye to him and made my way back to the dorm. Somehow Satch always knew when I was upset how to make me feel better. It helped that Paul and PBG weren't acting any different than normal either. Maybe it really was just Shane with the problem. Whatever problem there was.
Hana!
Hana! I looked up. John was standing just in front of the desk, eyes
Hey!
Yes?
Ah! I need you in my play. Please, Hana.
What?
Yeah?
John grabbed my shoulders, his arms shaking so much I felt like I was vibrating. The drama club. Our play this year. We're doing Romeo and Juliet. I've been thinking about it for so long. I couldn't have just anyone. I wasn't finding someone who fit my particular needs. But then you come along. I've been watching you. I'm sure you can do it. Please, Hana, I need you. Only you. Did he want me to be Juliet? He didn't say that. There's plenty of other female roles in that. Please come see what we've been working on. Please, Hana. Fuck. Okay. I'll come and see, I guess.
Yeah!
Oh, Hana, thank you so much. You're darling. I'm not gonna lie. I'm hungry. I'm gonna get some cookies. Yeah, I'm back. I got Oreos. John flung his arms around my neck and then just quickly let go. I glanced away to try and hide my face. Sure, I was turning pink. Awesome! This'll be great! Meet me after school in the theater. I've got everything prepared for you. Yeah, great. Well, now that that's settled, come on, Hana, let's go to lunch! He hustled out of the room with bird-like grace. I started after him. It was like a whirlwind just left. He honestly reminded me a lot of mine.
Hey.
You coming, Hana? He poked his head around the corner. Yeah. He might have been spending too much time with that bird.
Huh.
Man, that test today was brutal. I totally bombed it. And I failed miserably. PBG held up his paper. There was a big red F at the top. John winced and slowly raised his own failed exam. The two laughed and then high-fived. These guys are going to be the best of friends. It's funny because after John was racist, people were like, PBG, what's your friend doing? And he was like, okay, we have not been friends for 10 years. It was very powerful. Once again, when PBG had a spine. It's not a big deal. I'll just retake it later. I had way better things to do than study. I never thought I'd pass. Jirard and I did wonderfully. Most of our homeroom did. Maybe your teacher teaches differently. Oh, I got an 89, so it's not Miss Shizuka. Those two are just dumb. I nodded. I didn't feel like admitting to my 93. Not after seeing how bad those losers did. Awesome! Well, that's awesome, Shane! It's just like your mind is made for facts. Did you know gaming? You totally deserve it.
Hey,
Tried to eat cookies on Maine, but I'm fucking hungry. get your 97 raise, Jirard? That's not like you at all, Jirard. Jirard laughed sheepishly.
Complete it.
Yep, I got my 100. That's times 60 is how many dollars I stole from charity. To be fair, I would have gotten 100 like normal. One of the questions could be answered in 2 ways. I told the teacher and he changed my score accordingly. I think you got a couple points too, Satch. You had to have that 100, didn't you? Did you get your completion bonus? Huh. I get to take a lot of crap from you guys. That's more than enough to make it worth it. I smiled alongside them, still feeling somewhat out of my element. Shane's comments hung over my head even now, but I didn't think there was much I could do about it. Before class, I quickly filled my in on John's proposition.
I'm kind of worried about it.
What?
Are you kidding, Hana? He wants you to be Juliet.
Aww.
He'll be Romeo. That's so romantic.
He is totally hitting on you.
I don't know.
I don't know, Mai. I'm not really an actress. I'm bad at the limelight. There's no way he wouldn't have noticed that, and I doubt he's hitting on me either.
Hana, get a grip. You're one of the nicest people I've ever met. Any guy would be lucky to have you. That's why you're my best friend. I mean, why else would he make such a big deal out of it?
He did seem upset. You might have a point.
John is Romeo and me is Juliet.
It was corny, but kind of cute.
Visions of myself and John in period clothes. It's like that kind of month. So a lot of sweats. Sweeping across the stage floated through my mind. Spotlights glistening in his hair. He leaned in towards me. On guard!
No!
Ah!
Romeo, my love.
Juliet! This isn't how the story was supposed to go.
Romeo.
Whoa! What's wrong?
Nothing. Sorry, is class over?
Yeah, you're going to the theater, right? After that daydream, it was hardly like I had a choice.
Bye-bye.
I'll see you back at the dorms.
Bye.
Okay, bye. It's okay, Hana. You can do this. The theater is here, right?
The door opened into a gorgeous room with bright red seats. John was down on the stage, his arms flung to the ceiling. Doth thou protestations relinquish mine famine? Nay. Nay! Jacques, you've got to have a little more intensity. Don't you want to be famous? Nay. Why, you little...
Excuse me?
Hana!
His voice shot up several octaves. Come in, come in, come in! He leaped up the stairs, grabbed me by the hand, and pulled me into the room. I wasn't sure you were going to come. Thank you so much, Hana. You were really the only person I could trust to do this.
About that, John, I don't think about this. I'm not really an actress. There's no way I could be Juliet.
He stopped pulling me. Who said anything about Juliet?
Didn't you?
No!
That wasn't the part you wanted to talk to me about?
Oh, no, of course not. You're right. You're not suited to Juliet at all. Ouch. He ran backstage, returning with a large inflatable bag. Actually, I wanted you to be... Drumroll, please, Jock. He tossed the bag on the stage. The crumpled plastic unraveled, revealing...
Yeah!
A tree!
A tree?
You're perfect for the part. You're so shy and quiet, and you have an impressive ability to stand still for long periods of time. The other day in class, you stared into space for almost 20 minutes straight and didn't move a muscle.
Oh.
Of course. Why would he want me to play a lead role? It was obvious I wasn't cut out for that kind of thing. Wanting to play the Romeo to my Juliet? How ludicrous. What's wrong? Of course I wouldn't be able to play Juliet. No one would think I could do that. Well, it's not that you can't. But John wasn't trying to be mean, he just didn't seem to get that it was insulting. He's tone deaf, what can I say? Ask him about interracial crime rates. He's not trying to be mean. I'll think about it, okay? But I think I'm gonna go for now. If you say so, be sure to give me your answer soon. I'm so ready for this. It's gonna be the best play yet, especially with Jacques as our Juliet. I love you. Goodbye, John.
See you later.
Yeah, see ya. Bye. Fuck off. How awful was that? I shut the door to the dorm room, wanting nothing more than to collapse onto my bed.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Anna. Maya was laying on her bunk, upside down, her red hair spilling over the side, something glinting in her hands. What are you doing? I'm cutting out little blossoms, see? She held a pink cherry blossom to the ceiling. It's so your senpai will notice you! What are you even talking about? You know, senpai always notices the girl when she's outside, surrounded by a shower of cherry blossom petals, the wind blowing in her hair.
Bingo.
Your guy will definitely notice you with these. A flash of anger ripped through me. Why don't you just save them for yourself? Jared will never notice you without them. That's rough. That's I turned on my heel and stalked out of the dorm room. I'm letting you all wallow in this moment while I eat cookies. It's because of stuff like this that I thought John was trying to... No, it was stupid of me to imagine it could happen in the first place. I stepped out to the front of Poppy Hall, the crisp evening air wafting against my face and cooling my skin. A faint tinge of smoke threaded its way into my hair, reminding me of days spent cooking with my dad. How stupid. I headed for the field, my stomach sinking with every step. I shouldn't have snapped at Mai. None of this was her fault. And she was being so nice to me, and I said that awful thing to her. She was never going to want to be my friend again. I stopped at a tree and leaned against it. The sun was rapidly setting, the night air growing colder and colder. Although I was shivering, I didn't want to go back inside. There's no way I could face Mai after what happened. What a terrible person I was. I sat down and hugged my knees, pressing my head to my arms. I stayed that way for a long time, trying not to pay attention to what was going through my head. The wind picked up, roaring past me and whipping my hair against my skin. It was so loud I didn't hear the footsteps until they were right next to me. I looked up. Mai, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have snapped at you. I was just upset because I thought John wanted me to be Juliet, but it turns out he just wanted me to be a tree. I shouldn't have cared so much about it. I'm really just an awful person. I let out a peal of laughter. That John, he doesn't mean anything by it. But that is something he would do. He's nice, but he can be a little clueless sometimes. He can be a little, tone deaf. Posting about how he'd prefer to just be grilling after the George Floyd incident. Real thing he did. She sat next to me and wrapped an arm around my shoulders. Together we huddled against the rough bark of the oak tree, somewhat sheltered from the wind. You remember what Shane said about my hair? Mai's arm tightened around me. I've been on edge ever since. I don't think I know how to face them, even when they're being nice. I'm so afraid they hate me. I'm sorry I'm such a coward.
Well...
It's okay. We're all cowards sometimes. Maybe we should just approach our problems directly, instead of coming at them from the side with flowers and friendship. You want to join the Normal Boots Club, don't you? Yes. Well, I want to date Jared. Neither of these will happen if we keep avoiding stuff that makes us nervous. Yeah. If we want something, we should go get it. We shouldn't... Look, just because we're used used to waiting for things to happen to us doesn't mean that they're always going to happen if we're just patient enough. Very important. Hana, if you want to join the Normal Boots Club, you have to keep moving forward strongly, without fear, without looking back, right? Yeah. And the same goes for you, Mai. Yeah, it does. I rested my head on Mai's shoulder, thankful that she was taller than my paltry 5'2". Okay, so he was 6 foot. She laid her head on top of my own.
Yeah!
I think I'm going to try harder. Nothing good came from me avoiding my problems and being a wussy. I can't keep running away or eventually I'm going to run out of places to go and then I'll break. If I really wanted to make a new life at Asago, I have to try.
Seriously?
I'm going to be my best self and be myself. But I'm going to actually try. Who knows? Maybe Shane will warm up to me eventually.
Mai pulled me closer into a hug.
Yeah!
That's the spirit. Now, what do we say we get inside? It's freezing.
Yeah, and thank you, Mai.
Mai smiled at me. No, thank you. Let's go. Quickly, there's only 2 minutes left. Giant yellow letters ballooned on my phone screen, blocking several falling cubes and preventing me from making more combos and deploying more troops.
Damn it, get out of the way!
A small yellow plush with a great smiley face waved a sword, and a big, bad, giant came rushing out of the castle. Smiley man, so we meet again. With a character in the PvG game review universe. What are you doing? You lose.
No!
Oops, sorry. It's Ian! Brutal Moose, I used to love him. Now I find his content very boring. That's because he stopped talking about video games and he just reviews fucking frozen food at his grocery store. It was really funny too, but he's all about this grocery store shit now, and it's like, okay. Ian, the brutal moose of yore, stood over my shoulder, peering at my phone.
What do you want?
Yeesh, touchy, aren't we? What? Are you done playing a boring game? What are you doing playing a boring game anyways?
Nothing. I was waiting for mine. I was bored.
I felt the truth. I was practicing. That game's similar to the one that's going to be in the tournament, right? You lost pretty quickly. Doesn't seem like you're any good. He looked at my phone again and froze. I glanced back at the screen. My score was still slowly totaling, speeding over the 100,000 range.
What?
Holy crap. How did you do that?
Do what?
Your score. That's incredible. How long have you been playing this game? I'd never seen Ian so animated. If you asked me, I would almost say he even cared about what was happening.
I guess 2 weeks, maybe?
Only 2 weeks? He put his hand to his chin and thought. If you're this good at the game, you might be able to learn to play the one for the tournament.
What are you suggesting?
He glared at me. We both know you'd love to join the Normal Boots Club, and they need someone to fill puzzle games during the tournament. You need to join the team. I gazed at him, trying to read his face. Could he be pulling my leg? It was possible that I was actually much worse than average, and he wanted me to join the team to drag down their score. A dirty move, but I wasn't sure Ian wouldn't do it if given the chance. Ian sighed. Look, at least give it some thought. That was impressive, and I wouldn't mind having some competition for once. He turned on his heel and ambled to his seat. What was that about? I told her what just happened.
Really?
Really? He thinks you have what it takes. That would be awesome, wouldn't it, Hana? Isn't that exactly what you wanted?
I guess. Not everyone's so enthusiastic about having me on the team, though.
Shane's glaring face passed through my mind. I'm sure if you proved yourself, it would be all right. What are you going to do?
I want to try. I'm doing it. Even if I fail, I'm gonna work hard and give it my best. And maybe I can even make Shane and the others accept me. Now's not the time for me to sit around and wonder what else I can do.
Yeah!
There's my girl! Oh, Hana, you're catapulting through the sky like a shooting star. Bless. And what are you going to do next? Talk to them?
An image of myself going head-to-head with Shane flickered through my mind.
Maybe not just yet.
Sensing my unease, Mai shrugged. Well, don't worry about it too much. Ian's part of Hidden Block after all. Wouldn't help him to have competition. And besides... Shizuka stalked in looking furious. Turn to page 394. And that was the end of that. Save again. This first chapter is really fucking long. DayZ. Okay. I think this is the final day before the big decision. I gathered my bags and joined Maya as she headed to the door. Hello. Shane stood before me, shifting from foot to foot. Can I speak to you? A lump formed in my throat. What do you want now?
Sure. Mike, go on ahead.
If you say so. With a worried tone in her voice, Mai left us alone. Shane waved me out of the classroom and into a nook next to the window. It came to my attention that I perhaps said something that perhaps I should not have said. And that perchance I may have possibly bothered you in some such fashion as cause of my words that I said.
I'm sorry?
Yes, exactly. What?
Well...
I'm sorry for what I said about your hair. My heart skipped a beat.
How did you know I heard that?
She came to my room last night and tore my ear off.
Oh my.
My chagrin quickly turned to gratefulness. How many other girls would go to one of the most popular guys in school and chew him out because he was mean to her friend, especially when I wasn't even supposed to hear it. I hope you can forgive me. A weight lifted from my shoulders.
Oh no, I'm really happy. Thank you so much for apologizing to me. To be honest, I've been worrying about this for a while now, so I'm glad you've changed your mind.
I didn't say that. I deflated. Look, it's not really about you. Or in a way it is, but you can't really help it.
Is that supposed to make me feel better?
Never mind. Look, you have to come with me. I'll have a surprise. Following Shane around was not something I would particularly like to do, especially considering what happened, but...
Yeah, cool.
Shane grabbed my wrist and led me down the hallway. I could probably have figured him just as well without his needing to do that, but there were worse things in this world. Before long, we wound up in front of the Normal Boots club room.
What is this?
Without saying a word, Shane opened the door and led me in. Inside, the entirety of Normal Boots was waiting for me, along with sullen-faced Ian.
Bye.
Well, looks like my work is done. Bye. He brushed past me as PBG began to laugh.
See ya.
Thanks, man. We'll see you in the tournament. So, Hana, I bet you're wondering why Mr. Stoic brought you.
A little bit, yeah.
As you know, there's a tournament that happens each year in early spring. This year, the tournament is in about a month and a half. We each compete in various events. It used to be an easy win, but with Hidden Block around, things changed. We want to keep our competitive edge. Something happened last year that made it so we no longer have someone competing in the puzzle category. I stand by my decision. So we need someone to take John's place.
I don't understand.
We all have different categories we're entering in, and half of us have jobs or other clubs we're busy with. We can't exactly take on more. For example, I compete in the invention and game design category, because that was game design was sort of his shtick. I play retro games, get a higher score than the other fellow by the end of the level, that kind of thing. He also gave up on doing games. Now he just talks about weird clips he sees on the internet. I play pinball on the machines the arcade provides. It's the same thing, really. He at least still makes videos about games, but very rarely. Maybe one every 5 months. But he has a slop channel where he just, like everyone else, just gets random shit from the grocery store and eats it. Shane does Mario Kart racing, or at least he will this year. Shane's okay in my book.
I do completion speedruns, so I gather and accomplish everything in a game as fast as possible.
Yeah, he still does completion videos, but no one fucking likes him anymore because he's a colonel. It's just as draining as it sounds. We compete in tag team 80s and 90s arcade beat-em-ups. Specific, I know. And I dance. We each have our own fields, and we can't take the time to learn a new one.
So, Ian told us how good you are at Dumbadoom's Revenge. He suggested that you enter the tournament as a member of the Normal Boots Club.
Really?
Really? Why on earth would he do that? He's won that event every year he's gone to school in this district. He wants a little challenge this time around. Just because we're rivals doesn't mean we're not friends.
Anyways, we voted on whether you should join the club, and, well, long story short, we got a compromise. You enter the tournament, if you win, you get to join the Normal Boots Club. If you lose, well, you don't have what it takes. It's fucked up. It sucks. You guys are rude. Half of you guys don't have what it takes. Half of you guys aren't even doing it anymore. What do you say? This was amazing. This is exactly what I wanted. This was my chance.
I don't know.
She said it for me. If I lost, doesn't that mean I would lose their friendship too? I'd be a laughingstock, and I'd be left alone again.
Hana.
Mai? You should accept. But where did you even come from? Don't you remember what you told me?
Uh-huh.
No more giving up. Yeah, I do. Okay, I'm gonna try.
And that was how I got the opportunity to join the Normal Boots Club. If I could win my event for the tournament, I would officially join the team. If I didn't, the club would be more than likely to lose the tournament, and I wouldn't get to stick around. It was scary. But if I succeeded, it would be worth it. I couldn't sleep at all that night, so when morning came, I put on my uniform and headed to class early. For once, I was eager for the mundane classroom environment. I hoped it would still my racing minds and thoughts and help me come to terms with my amazingly good fortune. Therefore, I was sitting in class, slowly falling asleep, when a hand slammed hard on its surface. Listen up. I scooted my chair away from my desk. Shane glared at me. If you're really competing with us in the tournament, and I still can't believe that's happening, then you had better not let us down. He pulled out the chair in front of my desk and sat down. Let's talk strategy.
What?
Do you think practice will pull you through the tournament? Despite knowing it was probably the wrong answer, I nodded.
No.
Wrong! Rather, at practice you need strategy. I could hardly believe my eyes. Shane, the normally quiet, wary, barely speaking Shane, was suddenly on fire and preparing to give me a full lecture on video game strategy. Did this mean my good fortune was over, or... Pay attention. I snapped up straight and scooted my chair up to his desk.
Yes, sir.
Strategy isn't something you can just study. It is not something you only start thinking about when you're playing your game. Strategy is always. Repeat after me. Strategy is always.
Strategy is always?
He slammed his hand down on the desk again. With feeling.
Strategy is always.
Yeah.
Good. You know what this means? In your daily life, you can make choices willy-nilly like an absolute idiot. Or you can make smart, intelligent choices. You can make choices like a winner. Sometimes these go against what we want in the moment. Someone strategizing for a diet would have to pick not to eat a second serving, even if they want to, even if they're hungry. It's not always what you want, but it's what you got to do. Understand?
I think, kind of.
He nodded, seemingly satisfied. The more you strategize in your daily life, the better your mind will get when you try to strategize in game. Gaming isn't just fun, gaming is life. He leaned forward, staring me down. Strategy is always. Shane grabbed the bottom of the chair and scooted frantically away, his mission apparently accomplished. He sat in his desk across the room, pulling out his sketch pad and drawing pencils. Then, face calm as ever before, he started to draw.
How is that? How is that the same Shane I've seen for all these weeks?
If he heard me, he didn't respond. I turned back to my desk, once again wide awake, Shane's words repeating in my head. Strategy is always.
Oh, hey, it's almost time for the it's almost time for the flower festival.
With everything happening so quickly, it almost felt like it snuck up on me.
Have you decided who you're taking yet?
Right, I had to go with someone to the festival, but who could I ask? The only guys I knew were the member of the damn Normal Boots Club. Would they be willing to go with me? And which should I go with? John was kind and caring, but I was a little worried he cared too much about Jacques and the play to notice anything else. PBG was so easygoing, but something about the way he looked at me still bothered me. Satch was mature and really smart, but he seemed hard to get close to. Or was I imagining that? Then there was Shane, who, let's be honest, he hated me. There was no way he'd say yes. But then again, he'd started to warm up to me. Paul, of Continue, popped into my head, but the last few times I hung around him, he caused major destruction. Jirard was so caring and friendly, but I wasn't sure he was interested in me in that way. Then there was Jerbear, but I looked at I couldn't do that, could I? Well, So, I will be picking Jared, and I have to continue this. But the rest of the story, I'll be leaving for another time because I'm hungry for dinner. But I will probably combine these into one video. So I will see you in 1 second. Hello, everyone. Hello. Yes, welcome back to Asago Academy. For me, it's been 2 days. For you, it was but a mere transition. But we are back in our bedroom, and we have just told our best friend, Hana, that ProJared is the man that we want to date. And we take it from there. I watched Mai through my eyelashes. Her eyes widened, and she looked away for a minute.
I'm sorry, Mai. I just...
No, Hana. Don't be sorry. Don't be sorry at all. Of course you'd fall for him. Jared is the most attractive man that's ever walked the earth. You probably have a way better chance at being with him than I ever did. Anyways, you actually talked to him.
You do too.
Mai shook her head and held up a hand.
No, it's better this way. Well, go on. What? Go and get your man. But wait, you mean now?
Yeah!
Mai hit me on the back and practically shoved me towards the door. As I began to leave, my legs turning to jelly, small pink blobs filled my vision.
What? Go!
I forgot about this part. Mai was tossing cherry blossom petals over my head.
Go get Senpai to notice you. Mai.
She gave a lopsided smile.
You're my best friend.
You're more important to me than a dumb boy, Hana. You're my best friend. Mai blurred as tears filled my vision.
Mai, thank you.
Mai beamed at
Yeah!
No time to talk, Hana. This is going to be your big day. You're the main character. Unless you messed up really bad, you'll definitely get a good answer. I've messed up a lot, though. Just go!
With a final shove, I was out the door. Now, where would I find him? It's okay, Hana. You can do this. I'd been standing in front of Jared's door for 7 minutes. My knees kept trembling, my hands were sweating. But I had to do it. There was no way I could go back and face Mai if I didn't, especially after she gave me her support. That was it then. I turned and walked back to the beginning of the hall. I just walk up, and in one swift motion...
Hey,
man. What do you think about adding extra dungeon...
Hana!
I forgot to knock on the door! Jared, sitting on his desk, hastily shoved whatever he was reading under and stood to face me. What exactly are you doing here?
Will you go to the flower festival with me?
My teeth were almost chattering with how much I was stuttering. Jared stood for a moment, his head cocked to the side. Wait, you're... Oh! He flipped his hair in an instant restored to complete assurance. Of course I'll go to the festival with you. In fact, I was planning on asking you myself.
Really?
But this is even better. It was brave of you to ask me out, Hana. I know I can be... He stepped closer. Intimidating.
Not at all.
Really?
Really? Thank you. I'm impressed. My legs shook again, this time for an altogether different reason. Ooh, my ear. Hana's girlhood is quivering. How about we meet tomorrow at 2? I've got something I want to show you.
Yeah.
Sure, that sounds great.
Bye.
Then I must beg your leave, my lady. I have to return to what I was working on before.
See you later.
Of course. Goodbye.
I dashed out of the room and leaned against the wall with a sigh. I can't believe he was going to ask me. A dull thud came from inside his room, probably his drawer. Come to think of it, what was he working on before I came in? Something about an extra dungeon? I shook my head. It was none of my business. I had a date to prepare for. I woke up late the next morning, the day of the flower festival. It was buzzing with anticipation, but because of that, it took me forever to wake up. Now it was almost noon, and I rubbed my eyes as I arose. Girl, you gotta go.
Hana.
Hey there, sleepyhead. Good morning. You slept even later than I did. That's impressive, Hana. I sat up in bed and something on the edge of my desk caught my eye.
Hey!
What's that?
I don't know.
Oh, that? A letter for you. Came in the mail this morning, so I just said it. I scrambled out of bed and into my desk chair, ripping open the letter. Whoa, geez, calm down. It's not going anywhere. Turning away from her, I started to read.
Little Blossom, how have you been doing these past few weeks? I'm sorry I haven't found the time.
Oh, so let me make this full screen.
I haven't found the time to write. Your pa's been working very hard lately and seemed to go right to sleep when I get home. I know things were difficult for you here, and I only hope you're having a better time where you are now. It isn't the same without you here. I miss your cheeriness and watching TV with you, and most of all, your pink hair bobbing around the kitchen. Hana, I know you feel bad about the pressure you must be putting on me, but don't. I do this because I love you. There is nothing I want more in this world than your happiness. I miss you, Hana. Be strong. Your Papa.
My hands trembled. Tears filled my eyes. I hadn't written to him since arriving in Asago. As many times a day as he crossed my mind, I'd just been busy with other things. He must be worried sick. From the sound of things, he was also depressed. I missed my father. I missed my home. I missed helping him. If I wasn't around to cook him breakfast, he almost never ate. He kept saying it was fine, but he was getting older, without Mom there to take care of him. Hana, are you okay? I wiped my eyes on my sleeve.
Yeah, I'm fine. I miss my dad.
I picked up a pencil and paper and began to write, trying hard to block the tears. Eventually, Mai turned to her own work and let me be.
Dad, I'm doing really great here. This has been the best change of my life. I have a best friend, and I might join a club. I even have a date. You sacrificed so much to bring me here. I know I hardly gave you any choice with the way things were going. I was spoiled and ungrateful, but you always did what was necessary for me. I miss you so much, but thank you. I know this is a huge sacrifice. Please eat well and take care of yourself. Remember, 2 glasses of water in the morning and 1 before bed. And have breakfast. Scrambled eggs are easy to make. Draw a smiley face on them in ketchup, just like I would if I was... Oh, that's really sad. If I was there. I'll send my love through that, so make sure you do it. I miss you. And tell Mom happy birthday.
Damn, that's like actually deep from a game about dating ProJared. Later, I emerged in the sunlight in my yukata, feeling somewhat self-conscious. Apparently, it wasn't normal to go to the festival in yukata, but Mai insisted I wear one. I asked what she was doing for the festival, but she didn't quite respond. Oh, you know, I've got plans. I didn't really buy it, though. I shifted nervously on the steps in front of my dorm. Where was Jared? Was it possible he stood me up? It was a crisp spring day, the birds chattering in the trees, and the sunlight bouncing off the cement walkway lifted my spirits. A breeze wafted through the air, carrying with it a brief hint of the ocean and something else. Ham.
Hana!
He's in his blue shirt from all of the videos, from all of the video game appearances he does on his YouTube channel. Wow! Jirard appeared from around the corner, somewhat disheveled. He smiled brightly at me, his teeth glinting in the light. I'm so sorry I'm late.
Not at all.
You're perfect.
You look beautiful. Not many could pull off a yukata so purple. Yet with you, it only brings out your beauty.
Oh, you're just saying that.
Together, we might make the most attractive pair Asago has ever seen. And I would know. I keep track of that stuff.
So what are we gonna do today?
I wanted to show you something. Have you been off campus yet?
No, I've been so busy, I kind of forgot the rest of the world existed.
Great. Well, not great, but I've got something to show you. Come on. He held his hand out for me to take. Blushing, I grabbed it, and he gently led me away from the dorm and into campus. His hand was warm, long, and thin. I didn't expect it, but my hand was so tiny that his practically engulfed mine. But there was something about them. They felt intricate and exacting, like an artist's hands. We met? Jirard was looking at me expectantly.
What?
Wait, what?
What did you think of me when we first met? We weren't even 5 minutes into the festival, and already he was asking me this? When we first met, Jirard was the first person I met when we came to Asago, wasn't he?
Well,
You were the most beautiful person I'd ever met. You were also the first Asago student I met. I was absolutely terrified of coming here, and I was terrified of you.
So scared I could hardly remember anything about meeting him.
You remembered my name. You figured out my name, and I didn't get yours.
Of course I remembered your name. I was struck by you.
I'm sorry?
I can't really put my finger on it. He rubbed his hand across his forehead, deep in thought. I'm not used to being able to explain things. This is weird. Okay, you know when you have a cute little puppy? And when it's in front of you, it's the most captivating, magnificent creature you've ever seen? You just want to watch it and cuddle it and make sure no one... and make sure no one steps on it. It was kind of like that, except you're a girl, not a puppy. And you don't need me to keep people from stepping on you. Anyway, I was working on something at the time, and I couldn't stay focused, so I had to talk to you.
What were you working on?
He avoided my eyes, instead turning to point at a tree we were passing. Do you see that?
Yes, it is a tree.
These trees are really smart. They only bloom after the last snow of the season has fallen.
How does it know that?
He sighed, staring wistfully at the trees. Some things are not meant for us to know. Got it. I want to ask you about what you were working on again. We left campus, and instead of heading for the nearby train station, Jirard led me out towards the empty field.
Oh, I've been here before.
Good. I was getting worried you were a recluse. But I know there's something you haven't seen. My dick. Which I just said as a joke. I forgot that he sent it to a bunch of people via his nasty Tumblr. I still have not seen it. I've seen the picture with it edited, but I'm glad I haven't seen it. He pulled me to the left. On the very edge of the field was a long tree line, and Jirard led me straight towards it. This was weird. Rather, Jirard was weird. He was still his flamboyant self, but he seemed to have toned it down a lot. I wasn't sure what did it, but it wasn't what I expected. Not that it was bad. Being surrounded by Jared's intensity for a number of hours seemed like it would wear me out quickly. But I was confused. We entered the trees, creeping over shrubs and fallen logs. A brown path was worn into the ground from someone, Jirard, walking it, but it had fallen into slight disrepair, as weeds were struggling to consume it again. Was he the only one who knew about this place? People always said they had a private place, but usually it wasn't actually private. Jirard stopped in front of me, and I bumped into his back. We're here. Where? Looking around, there was just trees. Then Jirard stepped aside. Look. Oh, so beautiful bunch of flowers.
Oh my goodness!
This is a secret place. At least I hope it is. I don't tell anyone about it. But the flowers here are the most beautiful I've ever seen. I think it's because the soil here is allowed to go through its natural cycles. Things die in it, they decompose, the flowers get to eat. And the flowers die in winter, just like everything else here. But in spring, they bloom again, and each year they're more vibrant. They pop open and sing to the skies, sweet melodies of light and water and sun drops. Never mind. They're just really pretty flowers. I giggled.
You seem to know a lot about flowers.
To my utter surprise, Jared blushed. Yeah, I do. He didn't say anything else. A strange tension hung in the air.
Did I say something wrong?
No, not at all. I'm just really bad at talking about myself. That surprises me. You seem like an airhead. I never know what exactly I want to say. Something about that phrasing confused me, but Jared continued before I could figure out what. My family owns a school for the traditional Japanese arts.
Really?
He stuck his hand in his pocket and looked away from me. He didn't seem too pleased by discussing this. We're masters of all the traditional arts. Tea ceremonies, flower arrangements, kabuki theater, dance. Old families send their kids to us to be cultured, and girls from all over Japan get sent to learn how to be good women.
You don't seem...
The type? I flinched, not expecting his sudden aggression. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. Jared was good at many things, but more than that, he was poised, charismatic, and elegant. The first thing you thought when you saw him was how much of an impact his presence made, not how intelligent he was. He was beautiful. Almost like he was sculpted by an artisan. It only just now occurred to me that perhaps he really had been.
Is that why you're at Asago?
He sighed. Only the best for me. You don't know how much talking it took to get my mom to send me here, or to let me start modeling. I whistled. Jared looked at me wearily. Oops. I didn't know what to say, so instead I turned back to the flowers. The sun was getting kind of hot. It was beaming straight down onto my neck, and a single sweat drop rolled down my back and melted into the band of my obi, which is the belt of a yukata. I shuddered. Well, would you like to keep walking? There are a few other nice places I could take you.
Yeah.
Sure.
Anything to dispel this awkwardness. So tell me a bit about yourself. How'd you get into Asago? I laughed nervously.
Well, I'm a scholarship student. There was no way my father and I would be able to manage the cost by ourselves.
He raised an eyebrow but said nothing.
I'm not even sure how I passed the interview process. Most of the kids here are either rich, like Mai, or smart, like Satch, or incredibly talented, like you.
It slipped out without me realizing. Jared beamed at me. Why, thank you, my dearest lady.
You're welcome?
There. That was it. The weird, highfalutin speech he got. He hadn't been talking like that until just now. Why? There was no one around us. We were just walking in an empty field. I didn't understand, but there was no way I was going to ask why. Not after the awkwardness we just went through. Well, what are your dreams?
My dreams?
Yeah, what would you do? What do you want to do after you leave Asago? I couldn't remember the last time I had a dream or an overarching goal. When I was little, I had some. A nurse, an actress, a writer, a vet, all the usual things a child could want to be. But at some point when I was growing up, I lost that part of me.
When did that...
I stopped walking. Jared immediately stopped too, looking at me in concern. So you don't know?
What? No, I don't.
I stopped thinking about the future after.
That's
okay. Me neither.
No, you? But you're you.
Yeah, I'm me. He scratched his neck and looked away. He didn't go on either.
Are you not going to explain?
Do you actually want to hear this? He said it with more force than I expected. He turned to face me, eyes shining. Do you?
Yes, that's why I asked.
What was going on with him? Was he always like this? No, he wasn't. He was usually so much. And now he was being much, but he was being a very different kind of much. My mother wants me to inherit the Institute, of course. There's no one but me to do it. I'm not so sure. I think I'd rather go into entertainment.
Really?
Really? That's so cool.
He chuckled. Is it? There's not a good likelihood I'll end up in anything more than a few commercials, maybe small-town plays, in some restaurant in Osaka.
With your looks? No.
I'm being practical.
You're being dumb. You're usually so confident. You have absolute faith in yourself. Why not now with this? If it were about anyone else, you'd tell them to keep going until they made it happen, right? Well, same here. If you work hard enough and are good enough and don't give up, you'll definitely make it. I believe that.
He passed through a surprising mixture of emotions before my eyes. Eventually he sighed again. You're right. I should just believe in myself. And maybe you'll figure out what exactly you want to do too.
Yeah.
We remained in thoughtful silence as he led me up to the steps of the dorm. We paused in front of the door and I wanted to whack myself with my own OB. I wasn't sure how it happened, but I really botched things up. This was probably one of the most awkward dates I'd ever been on. Well, here we are.
Yep, here we are.
Suddenly he jumped back away from me.
What? What?
Nothing, I'd love to be able to spend more time with you, but I have something I need to practice for. I stared at him and he waved his hand in that way he had. Don't worry, you'll find out about it soon enough.
Hana?
But Hana? He clasped my hand in his. Thank you so much. He was staring into the depths of my soul as if I did him a huge service.
You're welcome?
Was hanging out with Jared always going to be this weird? Really, I mean it. I loved you. You are both too forward. I loved this. You don't know how much it means to me. I guess not?
Bye.
Anyway, I'll talk to you later. Bye. He let go of my hands and dashed off, a small cloud of dust trailing at his feet. Well, that was a fun date, all in all. I think. By the time I got back, the sun was setting.
Oh, my!
Mai was lying on her bed, facing the wall. She was already in her PJs. Didn't she say she was going to the festival with someone else? Hana, you're back already? The festival's still going.
Yeah. We were just together for the day. Jared said he had some other stuff to work on.
Oh, I see.
Did you not go?
I heard shuffling from her bunk. Oh, I thought it was someone else.
I went, but I left pretty quickly. You know, once you've been to one, you've been to them all. Plus, I didn't want to get roped into helping Miss Shizuka sell flowers.
She's been crazy since her boyfriend broke up with her.
Another one.
Yeah. An awkward silence filled the room. I really wanted to talk with her about what happened. I felt like I was going to explode, but maybe that wasn't a good idea. I crawled into my bed. Mai said it was all right, but she liked Jared for a while. It was kind of her to let me go to the festival with him, but I guess it would have been unreasonable for her to do otherwise. Wouldn't it? Or should I not have gone? Rustling came from above me. Mai's hair appeared from over the side of her bunk.
Hiya.
A pair of lively green eyes blinked at me. So,
How'd it go? It was amazing.
a second too late, I realized I should probably restrain myself.
I mean, you know, he's a cool guy. And I've never been on a date before. So it was pretty interesting. He's very suave.
Isn't he?
He's so
And he's
cute!
so beautiful. Really, there's no other person I could approve of him dating.
If it wasn't you, I'd probably kill her. Texting Caitlin. The anger behind her voice made me question whether it really was a joke.
But we're not officially dating yet, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I suppose you could have messed it up badly enough that he'd never want to see you again. That's probably why he hovered around and walked you back.
So you noticed?
It smells like him. I self-consciously smelled myself getting you smelled like him, rather. I self-consciously smelled myself getting nothing but the scent of smoke. How could she smell it from there? I couldn't even smell it.
Hana.
Oh, Hana, my adorable friend. Finally finding a man who understands how wonderful you are. I'm glad you had fun, if you didn't.
She pounded her fist menacingly.
No, it was wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
What did you do? I filled her in on the date. The flowers, the conversation, and Jared's compliments. Mai whistled. He is suave as hell. That's alright. Let's take some Caitlin.
I told you. This is call for celebration. Hana, we have to celebrate. Let's go for ice cream soon.
Yeah.
Sure.
What a good friend she was.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna go shower.
I definitely mind. I want you to smell forever.
Mm.
Ugh, you're the worst. The halls and bathroom were completely barren of girls. It smelled like everyone was out at the festival. Or it seemed like, rather. With friends or boyfriends.
Did Mai really go?
Something told me she hadn't. I got back to the room, humming quietly to myself. I hung my towel in the closet and turned to ask Mai what she did at the festival. But when I saw her... Oh, was she crying? She noticed me looking at her.
Hey, I'm gonna go to bed, alright? Yeah, okay, I'll turn in too.
I turned off the light and crossed the room, curling into bed. Mai wasn't okay with this after all, but even after knowing how sad Mai was, I was still happy that he asked me instead of her. Jared was a wonderful guy, for more reasons than his irresistible attractiveness. Most people probably couldn't tell, but there was something deeper in Jared, something genuine trying to get out. Mai shifted above me, and a pang struck my heart. As sad as she was, I couldn't deny that I was happy. And that thought only made me feel worse. Chapter 2! Ah! I woke the next morning to the sound of Mai's hairdryer.
Oh, sorry, Hana. Mimi was using all the outlets at once again.
What a jerk.
What that girl can't learn to blow dry her hair straight instead of using 4 different straightening irons is beyond me, or why rather.
You're fine.
I got dressed, watching Mai from the corner of my eye. She seemed as energetic as usual. In fact, almost too energetic. I wondered whether the whole issue with Jared was still bothering her.
I can't believe this.
It's so dumb that we have class the day after a festival. Like, who does that?
Obviously, Asago does.
Dumb school prestige. Whatever. Shizuka will probably be hungover, so it's not like we'll have to try. Maybe it wasn't? Regardless of whether it was or wasn't, Mai was trying to behave normally around me. I should do the same for her. And then I was like, just leave me alone. And I threw my raw meat on him.
You what?
Yeah, well, he totally deserved it. You can't just go stalking people when they turn you down. That's creepy. Huh? Hana! She had a deep voice. Mimi ran up to me the minute I walked in the door, eyes wide.
What's wrong? Is everything okay?
I glanced around the room. Everyone, including PBG John and Shane, was watching me in complete silence. Hey, what's going on? You have a problem with my friend? No, it's... She stepped to the side. Behind her, I saw my desk covered with a bouquet of beautiful pink, white, and yellow flowers.
What? Is that?
Nobody said anything. Even Mai was completely speechless. I slowly approached my desk, as if waiting for a gerbil to pop out of the bouquet and attack. The gentle fragrance of the flowers wafted up to me.
This is unbelievably beautiful.
The flowers were arranged in such a way that the smaller flowers and the larger ones complemented each other. They were more beautiful together than they were on their own. I couldn't stop looking at them. Something white poked out from between two pink and yellow flowers.
Card?
I fished it out. It was cream with gold embroidering. No company name was listed. Instead, it read Knabenbauer. I opened the card. A brief message, handwritten in flowing loops and smooth lines, read... What did it read? That's weird. Anna, thank you so much for attending the flower festival with me. I could not have had a lovelier time with someone as beautiful in both heart and mind as yourself. The pink flowers are amarys. They symbolize shyness. The white flowers are anemones. They symbolize sincerity. The yellow ones are gardenias. They symbolize how I feel about you. I hope you had a great day today. I'll see you again. Jirard.
Damn.
I jumped. Mai held up a hand. It's fine, Hana. These are amazing. You must have really impressed him.
I guess so.
So they're from Jirard? Yeah, they are. My best friend and him went to the flower festival together. Got a problem with it, Mimi Santos? Mimi's face clearly indicated she did. Whatever. She slunk off to her own chair.
Hana, this is great. He's head over heels for you. Really?
Why? Mai shook her head.
I'm really happy for you. Do you like them? Yeah, I do. Yeah, this is amazing. I didn't expect it at all.
It must be because we're in different classes, so he won't get to see you. Congratulations, though. Miss Shizuka walked in, barely registering the commotion surrounding my desk. Class, get in your seats and self-study or something. She sat down and put her head in her hands. Told you she'd be hungover. At the sound of Mai's voice, Miss Shizuka looked up. What's going on over there? I tried to hide the bouquet behind my back, but it was I was too tiny to cover them up. I see how it is. So someone sent you flowers, did they? She came towards me, an evil gleam in her eye. Seems like some boy loves you, doesn't he? Incorrect!
Men.
All men are scum who will leave you at the first sign of an age line. Just remember what I said, Hana, you poor thing. Someday you'll feel heartbreak and you will understand. I didn't really feel like that was the case, but I didn't think saying so would be particularly helpful. Class, just do something else today. Shizuka slumped into her desk, resting her head on the table and seemingly going to sleep. Whoa, that was bad. See, even Shizuka's jealous. I shrugged.
Might as well get to work.
All throughout class, I was distracted by the sweet scent of Jared's flowers. Every time I looked at Mai, she was staring out the window with a slight frown on her face. Shame crawled down the back of my neck. But what else could I really do? I glanced at the flowers again. At the very least, I should thank him for the flowers when class is over. That way, Mai could have some time to herself, too. Class was finally over. Miss Shizuka slunk out of the room and students began standing and stretching.
Hey, Mai, is it okay if you go back to the dorm without me?
Yeah, of course. I have to get ready for practice anyways.
See you later.
I'll see you later. Mai left the room, her smile quickly fading. I gathered up my flowers and was about to leave the classroom when...
Hey!
Hey, Anna! Is Mai okay? Not really.
What happened? I glanced down at the flowers in my hands. He looked at them with a puzzled expression, but upon seeing the card tucked inside of them, his eyes widened.
Oh! Yeah. Oh! She said it was all right, and she's cheering me on, but she's really bummed about it. I feel terrible.
That's really hard. I don't know what to do. I don't know if there's anything you can do. I don't think she'd want you to stop for her sake.
Well,
He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You know, maybe it'll help to have someone she can talk to. I'll go check up on her. You do it, PBG.
Really?
Would you really?
PBG and Mai never seem particularly close to me. Sure, I can't help but sit and watch someone be sad all the time.
Thank you, PBG.
see ya.
No problem. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. With that, he dashed out of the room, no doubt heading for our dorm. That was really kind of him, and a weight off my shoulders. PBG was right. At this point, there was nothing I could really do to be helpful for her. Trying to hide my happiness would only make both of us feel guilty.
I hope he helps.
Shaking my head, I left the classroom and started searching for Jirard, or Jared. I forgot I can't pronounce it funny because Jirard's a different character. Jared's a sex pest, but he's not a criminal like Jirard. Now that I thought about it, I didn't really know where Jared hung out. I checked by his classroom and by his classes lockers, but he was nowhere to be found. He wasn't in the campus center, nor at the ice cream shop.
Could they be having a meeting?
Was I allowed to go to the club room? I wasn't a member after all. I inched towards the door of the Normal Boots club room. Loud bangs and screams were echoing from within. I didn't know what they were doing in there, but I wasn't quite sure I wanted to find out. But the scent of the flowers on my hands reminded me of Jared's kindness. I had to try. I knocked on the door and spoke as loud as I could without yelling.
Excuse me? Is Jared in there?
Perfect, Hana, perfect. You're just in time. He grabbed my arm and dragged me into the room, pulling the door shut behind me. Inside, Shane, Jirard, John, and all of Continue were standing on top of their desks. Shane's tie was pulled up around his head as if he were drunk. John was wearing his Normal Boots jacket like a cape. Meanwhile, Continue were gripping onto each other for dear life. They'd formed a human pyramid. What was going on? Alas! I turned to Jared in confusion. The mayor has finally arrived. Please tell us, how will you save us from the scourge that has risen in the above-water city of Atlantis? I gasped at him. A grunt came from behind me. I turned to see Shane pulling his tie back around his neck. I don't think non-members should be allowed in the classroom. Oh, come on, Shane! I jumped. What I had taken to be an oddly carved statue lamp was actually Jirard holding a lampshade above his head. Hana's basically a member.
No.
No, she's competing in the tournament for us right now. She's not a member. Jared folded his arms. Everyone, take 5. As the Normal Boots members climbed off their desks on an awkward silence, the jovial mood killed. Jared gestured me to the door. I'm sorry about that, Hana.
No, that's okay. I mean, he had a point. I'm not a member.
No, but that didn't give him the right to be rude about it.
Yeah.
I paused. Something on your mind?
Well, it seems like he's never really liked me.
Jared ran his hand through his hair. When he finished, it was somehow even more perfect than before. Try not to take anything Shane says seriously. He has a bad history with girls, so it takes him a while to warm up to them. Just try not to take it personally. A bad history with girls? That might explain his behavior, but is it really a good enough reason to be mean to me? I didn't do anything to him. After all, he shouldn't be taking it out on me. But I had problems making friends before leaving my old school. Maybe I shouldn't judge.
I'll try.
Thanks, Hana.
But, can you tell me what was going on in there?
In there? Oh. An odd expression came over Jared. His mouth was scrunched like he was trying not to smile. Was he blushing? That's something called improv.
Improv?
Improvisation. It's a kind of branch of theater work. It involves creating scenes in the spur of the moment. It sounds easy, but you have to try and make a coherent scene that has conflict, beginning, and an ending, all while remembering and not negating what your teammates before you have created. So we were doing an exercise about always saying yes to the situation. As you saw, it can get a little crazy.
No doubt.
You should try it sometime. I think you'd quite enjoy it. So now it's the first important thing. These can determine if he'll date me or not. So, let's see here. I have to say, I'd like that.
It seems like a lot of fun, but I don't think it'll be happening anytime soon with the way Shane and I are.
You make a good point. Despite the fact that I basically rejected him, Jirard seems happier than ever before. It's probably for the best. He was so cute when he smiled that it almost burned. I looked down to avoid his beauty and was reminded of the flowers in my hands.
Oh, I came by to say thank you for the flowers. They're so beautiful. No one's ever done something like this for me before.
Jirard waved a hand through the air. Don't thank me. I'm actually sorry.
What?
What? Why?
I was trying to find flowers as beautiful as you, but it was impossible.
You.
Jirard reached a hand towards my face, closing the distance between us.
Was he going to...
Hey, guys!
Hey, are you finished yet? Jirard sucked air between his teeth. Try reading the atmosphere sometime, bud. Maybe don't try and sue the journalists who expose your white-collar crimes.
Huh?
What are you talking about? Air pressure is always the same. Never mind.
Bye.
Looks like I've got to go, Hana. I'll be seeing you around.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Jirard might have been upset about being interrupted, but I wasn't. I don't know that I could have handled whatever was going to happen next. As screams emanated from the club room, I scurried home, certain I resembled a walking tomato. When I finally made it back to the dorms, I let out a sigh of relief. That was a much busier day than I ever expected. I tried the door to the room. It was locked. Weird. Wasn't Mai back by now? Shaking my head, I pulled out my keys to unlock the door. Hopefully her and PBG are somewhere.
Those flowers are so pretty, though.
There's just no way.
I can't say in a high voice like this.
I paused, my hand hovering over the keyhole. Were they talking about me?
Do you really think they're an official couple pairing?
Of course not. Jirard is God compared to Hana. There's no way he'd be interested in someone like her. I unlocked the door and quickly rushed inside. The last thing I heard before I shut the door was Kakuzu saying,
"Yeah, you're right."
I set the flowers down on my desk and turned to look in my vanity's mirror. Maybe. They were right. I glanced at the flowers on my desk. They were already starting to wilt.
Oh, man.
Mai stretched in front of me.
I'm so tired of sitting around inside.
It had been a few weeks since school started. The cold, early spring weather was gradually shifting into a warm, lazy summer. The campus outside was overrun with wildlife, butterflies, squirrels, and the like. We stood together, staring out the open cafeteria window. A small gust of wind blew through, carrying it with the scent of fresh-cut grass.
What do you say we sit outside and eat today?
Yeah!
Oh my gosh, yes! Thank you, Hana, thank you. We carefully carried our trays out to a grassy nook on campus. Getting soup wasn't the best idea. It took me so long getting there that Mai already went to our dorm and back. Now she sat on the ground without blanket.
Hey, yo.
It's about time.
I'll say.
Okay, while you were gone, I was thinking we should play a game. I kneeled on the grass and broke open my chopsticks.
A game? What about I Spy?
Ugh, no. She took a bite out of her ham sandwich. That's way too boring. How about we abduct a crocodile and put it in Mimi's bathtub? I choked on my ramen.
Are you kidding me?
No. Is that not a good prank?
Well...
I suppose we could also, go into her room and clean it up or something. She'd never know who did it. My. She was a regular Winston when it came to pranks. I slurped the broth of my ramen, chicken flavored, nice and savory.
Hey!
How about Ninja?
Ninja? What's that? I sprang to my feet.
I challenge you to battle!
Mai jumped backwards from her sitting position, landing on her feet a few spaces away.
Yahoo!
I don't know what that means, but okay! How could this be? Mai somehow managed to jump exactly a yard away, too far away for physical attacks, but just far enough that they could reach me with a long-range weapon. I see you know the Sakyo style of martial arts. Yes, I was raised in a warrior monk temple after my parents were killed in a mugging. Too bad for you that I know the only style capable of destroying Sakyo style. Mustard Kampf!
No!
Yes! I jumped over the picnic blanket and landed next to her. To make this a fair fight, we must take turns. First I attack and you dodge, and then you can only make one movement. Then the system repeats with you attacking. I'm not sure I swipe at her shoulder with my hand. She dodged to the right. Of course you do. She swiped at my stomach. I step back. I see. Also, I feel like you're supposed to hit each other's hands. That's the thing. It's not just touching each other. You can just jump at the guy and just collapse into him. It's only a matter of time until you're down, ball. Hey, what's going on over here? Ah! Screaming, Mai slammed the back of her hand into PBG's face. Oh no! PBG, are you okay? PBG collapsed to the ground, revealing Jirard behind him doubled over in laughter. That was amazing! Mai, you should be proud. It's fine. You have really good reflexes. I lost his voice. You have really good reflexes, Mai.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry. Mai grabbed PBG's face, inspecting it for bruises. Ooh, grabbed his face. From the look of pain on his face, her doing that only made it worse. Jirard stepped around them and came to stand next to me. What were you guys doing? We were playing a game of Ninja. How embarrassing. Caught playing around like a couple of kids. Hey man, I love playing Ninja. We were all about Ninja when I was like 16, 17, that junior year of high school. Shit was fun. To my surprise, Jared's face lit up. All right. Ninja? What's that? It sounds awesome.
Really?
Really?
Yeah!
Did they only play it in poor schools? How do these schlubs not know it? You should play with us. Mai sprang up behind us out of nowhere, PBG at her side. I mean, if you're up for it. She glanced sheepishly at PBG. Sure, it sounds fun. Don't feel bad, Mai. It was just my luck. Besides, now I know who to call if I ever need a bodyguard. We laughed as Mai blushed, but...
Seriously?
That's probably the truest statement I've heard all day. But why'd you guys come out here anyways? We saw you two beautiful girls were missing, and we had to come see what you were up to. There's no way I could survive without your beauty to shine light upon me. In that case... I aimed a sharp jab at Jared's thigh. He jumped back and reappeared a few feet away at a blur. How did you do that? Unlike you two, who were raised to be stealthy seductresses, I was raised by a small fleet of humanoid cheetahs. We'll see about that. By the time the warning bell rang, we collapsed onto the picnic blanket and were watching the shifting shapes of the clouds. That was fun. We should do it again. Jirard leaned up on his elbow and smiled down at me. Yes, we should. Well, time to head to class.
I'll see you around.
I'll see you ladies later. See you, PBG. He waved and sauntered away. PBG whistled. Smooth as ever, that guy. No wonder he's got such a big head. I wish I knew how to sparkle. Class that day consisted of a kind of busy work. Also, sneaking looks. We all gathered around a collection of desks that were pushed together in the center of the room. In front of us was a map grid. A couple of red ruffians was on one end, while our own forces were on the left in blue. There was a bunch of different classes. Great knights, priests, lords, tacticians. We were supposed to be finding a way to kill the ruffians without losing any of our own troops. Why were we doing this again? Asago wasn't a military academy. I was trying to focus on the task, but I kept getting distracted by Mai. It happened again. She kept looking across the room and making that face. But in the jumble of bodies, I couldn't tell what or who she was looking at. Shane, PBG, John, Ian, and Luke were all standing in a bunch across from her. What exactly was going on? Seeing as you have no need to write down your strategy, Miss Sasaki, I expect you've already memorized the function of each of your troops. This one, right here. She gestured to a pink-haired soldier. What is this one's function on the battlefield? Crap, Mai didn't know this at all. She hated strategy assignments. I inched closer to her and muttered the answer out of the corner of my mouth. She's a dancer. She raises the morale of the other troops, and so they get to move an extra turn. Oh, I wish Caitlin was here. their Fire Emblem is what they're doing on the board, and that's referencing Olivia, who is her favorite Fire Emblem character from the 3DS ones. They... No, just one of them? Well done, Miss Sasaki. You should write that down. Mai sighed in relief. Thanks, Hana. The rest of class, she buried herself in her notebook, scribbling her tactics without ever looking up. It took quite a bit of effort to get out of the classroom without being murdered by 15 jealous girls. I had no idea Jirard was so popular around Asago. I mean, he was insatiably attractive, charismatic, kind, and smooth as all get out. Okay, maybe I should have seen this one coming. Still, there was no reason they should have anything out for me. It was one festival date. It wasn't like we were official. An image of Jirard and I holding hands down a crowded boardwalk edged itself into my mind. No, get a grip on yourself, Hana. And then she gets killed. With some effort, I refocused on Mai, who was chatting away to me happily. Of course, she was in the wrong. I mean, who goes into space without being convinced an alien will break into the ship and murder them? Astronauts? She bounced on her heels, beaming and gesturing with her characteristic wild enthusiasm. It was like night and day compared to the distant, daydreaming Mai I'd seen before. What happened to make her so happy? Was she acting weird during class? She was acting weird during class, but had I missed something? Hey, what's that? She pointed to our door. A thick beige envelope was taped to the white wood. Mai snapped it off before I could get a close look at it.
What?
Holy crap, it's engraved, and it's addressed to you. She ran her hand over the front, then handed it to me. It was heavy, almost as if it was made of parchment paper. To Hana was written across the front in an elegant golden scrawl. Mai and I retreated to our dorm room, away from any potential prying eyes. Well, open it! I tore the envelope open and pulled out a single page of thick, fluffy paper. Wow, this is soft! It was handwritten, using some sort of glistening ink. Whatever it was, it looked expensive. To Lady Hana Mizuno, it is with our greatest and most humble pleasure that we entreat your presence. There's a public tea ceremony happening tomorrow. It says I'm invited and I can bring whoever I want, but that my presence is particularly requested. And it wasn't signed by anyone.
Yeah!
Oh, that's so cool. Are you going to go? I set the letter on my desk. Sure, it was neat and everything, but it also made me really uncomfortable. I didn't like heading into situations where I didn't know what to expect, and I didn't even know who it was that wanted me to come to this thing.
Well,
only if you'll come with me.
yeah!
Oh, yeah! Mai danced around our room, punching the air. This is gonna be awesome. Yeah, who the heck went through all this effort and want money without saying who they are? And why? Mai chuckled. I guess you'll find out. Have to keep drinking water. Why would I be singled out to get invited to a Japanese tea ceremony of all things? Not that tea ceremonies weren't interesting, but I was a new student. The last time something like this happened, it ended up being an elaborate prank. If you could call trying to turn me into a literal piñata a prank. Maybe things would be better this time, though. I was probably just overthinking it. You guys are going to the ceremony tonight, right?
Yeah!
Of course, man. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Ha! Great! I'll see you there. Maybe we can sit with each other. You bet. I'm going so early so I can get a good seat.
You're so lucky. I have tennis practice tonight, so I can't go. Take pictures for me, okay?
Sure, but you'll have to pay.
What?
Now, children, settle down. I know it's a big night, but don't forget you have homework. Jeez, what kind of school is this? Kids getting excited about a tea ceremony when I was your age. Well, I'm still your age. Never mind. Miss Mizuno, please sit. You're distracting the class. Sorry. I stared at the floor as I rushed to my seat. Mai leaned over to me, whispering in my ear. What was that about? Why does everyone know about the ceremony? Oh, well, Jared's the one who's doing it, so of course it's a big deal now.
Jared.
Jared?
You.
Miss Mizuno, would you like to tell us why you're yelling a man's name in my classroom?
No, sorry.
I stood and bowed, then sat down again. Mai was snickering in the seat behind me. Jared was doing the ceremony? Did that mean my invitation was from him? If it was, why did he want me to come? I didn't remember him mentioning anything about... Oh! My family owns a school for the traditional Japanese arts. Does this have to do with that? Maybe the school asked him to put it on. But still, why me? I felt stupid getting so worked up about something like this. Shaking my head, I focused on the algebra in front of me. It was just tea, no big deal. As soon as class ended, excited chattering burst out again. I'll meet you in front of the theater. We can go together. Ugh. I'd be happy when this was all over. Mai and I gathered our things and we went on our way out when...
Hana!
Hey, Hana! PBG and John jumped in front of us, blocking the way to the door.
Hey.
Hey, how you guys doing? Or how are you guys? Doing good, you guys? We're fine.
Ah!
You're good. What was going on? John kept glancing at PBG out of the corner of his eye, and PBG was visibly sweating. You. Well, are you going to the tea ceremony tonight? Yeah, we'll be there. Although the thought of avoiding it altogether had crossed my mind. They both let out something suspiciously like a sigh of relief. What's going on here?
What?
What? You guys are acting strange. They're always strange, Hana. Good point. Oh, no, it's just, we were wondering if you wanted to go there together. It kind of freaks me out, going to super formal events like that myself. Really? Going to tea ceremony flanked by the normal boots guys? No one would dare touch me if I was there with them.
Yeah.
Sure, that sounds great. Cool, we'll meet in front of our dorm. Sound good? Sure, see you then. Oh, geez, you can't count on them for anything. What do you mean? You know, they're just so weird. There's no hope for them. It was a little harsh, but she kind of had a point. Do you think we should wear a kimono? I don't know. It's a school event after all. Normally you'd wear a kimono, but isn't that too formal? I guess we're just watching too. Mai giggled. Yeah, we're just watching. Mai, do you know something?
Uh-huh.
I know lots of things. For example, Shane sucks his thumb when he sleeps. What? How'd you find that one out? I have my ways. Sometimes Mai was a little bit scary. She checked the clock resting on my nightstand. We should probably head out. Don't want to be late. You're an honored guest after all. Yeah, I guess so. I put on my black Asago loafers and followed Mai to the doorway. Mai, why aren't we leaving? She was standing with one hand on the doorknob, deep in thought. Well, I was just wondering, what do you think of PBG? PBG? Austin Hargrave? Where's this coming from? Mai inspected the doorknob. Well, PBG's really kind, and he's really friendly. So friendly, it's almost like we've known each other for years. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, I do. Why do you ask? Do you find him attractive? Attractive? PBG?
I don't know.
I don't know. He seems almost like a big brother to me. I mean, he's great and all. He's nothing like... Jared. I froze with horror. Did I say that out loud? Oh, Hana. No, I didn't.
Yeah!
Our Hana's got a crush. Of course she did. She asked Jared out. Haven't we been over this already? He's nothing like my beautiful Jared. Oh, Jared, no one could ever match up to you. Well, but... It's fine. I get it. I'll let you off the hook. And I won't tell PBG what you said.
What?
Were you asking for him? La la la. A good friend never reveals her secrets. That's the opposite of friendship. Whatever. Come on, hurry up. We're definitely going to be late now. Whose fault was that? We made it to the front of the boys' dorm just as PBG and Satch were ambling out.
Where's John?
He probably had something he needed to do. Hey, PBG, you'll never guess what Hana said. I jumped up and covered her mouth in my hands.
What?
What was that?
Nothing. You know how Mai gets.
Something wet and slimy at the palm of my... she did a Matthew on me. She licked my hand.
Ow! You licked me!
What the hell?
You were blocking my right of free speech. They have that in Japan, right? Well, whatever. It was rude. Weren't you born in Japan? Yeah, but my creators weren't. Honk. It's an American game. Your parents? Let's just move on from this. I wipe my palm gingerly against my skirt.
Disgusting.
I see you're all as lively as ever.
Yeah!
Of course we are. The tea ceremony is tonight, after all. Speaking of, we should get going.
We started off in the direction of the theater. All around us, herds of Asago students made their way across the lawn. The dying sunlight cast long shadows across the ground, making it seem like an army of shadows was attempting to take over the school.
This thing really is popular, isn't it?
Well, it is Jared doing it.
I guess that's to be expected of him.
Waiting. There were 4 of us, but we were all so quiet. I was sandwiched between Satch and PBG with Mai on the opposite head. I could only see her leaning past PBG's tall body. I didn't really know what to say to start up conversation. We talked plenty of times before, albeit in group settings, so why was it so awkward now? I tried to think of something to talk about, but when I searched my mind, it came up completely blank. No bright ideas were forming. It was like sifting through mud. Flutters of panic hit my throat. I needed to calm down. There was no need to be so insecure. These people were my friends. They weren't going to think I was boring or anything just because I wasn't speaking. Or would they? The sunset sure is beautiful.
Yeah, it is. Very beautiful. The most beautiful I've seen in a while.
Ugh. Silence again. But we were almost to the theater, so it didn't matter. Satch hit his fist into his other hand, as if he had just had an idea.
What's up?
Yeah.
I just got it. It seems like there will be more than one thing coming to fruition tonight.
Fruition?
Silly Satch, tea can't come to fruition. And it's not like there's anything else that'll be happening tonight, right? You're so silly sometimes. Maybe it'd be better if you didn't talk, PBG. Noted. We finally reached the entrance to the theater. A storm of relief crashed over me. I was nervous for the ceremony before, but after surviving that hell of a walk, it seemed like anything was possible. Satch opened one of the doors and a blast of air-conditioned air, hit me, fluttering my hair and skirt. After you, Hana. I gulped.
Here goes nothing.
The theater was filled to bursting with the Asago colors. Excited chattering filled the air, students shoving one another out of their way to get better seats. I thought that rich kids would be better behaved than the students at my old school, but it seemed I was wrong. Satch, PBG, Mai, and I stood at the top of the steps, wondering where we should go, I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Look, there's our spots. 4 seats, right in the front row, were roped off in purple velvet. Small cards with the words reserved sat on the chairs.
We get reserved seats?
Of course, you're the special guest after all. A sinking feeling hit my tummy, and nerves bubbled up in my throat. We trudged down the central passageway and scooted into our seats.
Aww.
Jared got us the best seats in the house. So, what do you guys know about this? Isn't it just a tea ceremony?
The crowd here was acting as if they were going to a football game, not to an elegant cultural display. Just wait and see. It'll be fine. Somehow I doubted that. Whatever was happening, they were all in on it, definitely. My mind flew in all directions, grasping at any explanation for a current situation. The only plausible one that I came up with was that Jared really wanted to serve me some tea. Or maybe he was going to give a special announcement at the end of the ceremony. Some kind of monologue about... No, he wouldn't do that. I was way too shy for that kind of thing. Also, why in the world would Jirard want to do something like that for me? As the girls in my class had so helpfully pointed out, I was nothing special. Painfully shy, lurid pink hair, and somehow possessing the massive amounts of luck it took to befriend such amazing people as Mai in the Normal Boots Club. To top it all off, I was poor as mud. I didn't even properly belong at Asago, much less with someone as suave and graceful as Jirard. But still, that was the only explanation that made sense. The lights dimmed in the theater. It's starting! Mai shoved my shoulder and I looked to the stage. My questions would be answered soon enough. A spotlight appeared on the stage. There stood Jirard in a kimono, glistening in the still theater air. The audience, contrary to my expectations, took him in with an awed hush. Jared's very presence was enough to calm the teeming masses. "Good evening, my friends!" A small murmur ran through the crowd. I distinctly heard one girl say, "He called us friends!" Jirard waited for the stir to die down before continuing. "Thank you all so much for coming. This is a great turnout. I didn't expect this at all. Thank you for your interest in the traditional arts." He bowed, and a girl behind me sighed. "I'm even more grateful you all came out, because there's something very important I wanted to do tonight." He was looking straight at me. Oh no. There's someone very special to me in the audience, someone I care a lot about. I would like to do tonight's ceremony with her. The heat of 200 girls' combined animosity rose into the air behind me, but just as quickly, it dispersed.
Jirard finally likes someone? Good for him. He deserves an established mating partner.
Jirard reached a hand out towards me.
Hana?
My beloved Blossom, will you come do this ceremony with me?
That is so cute!
Mai started squealing beside me. I sat rooted to the spot, suddenly unable to move my body.
Hana, go!
Whoa! Local governor, thanks! But no thanks. Also, this... I feel like I didn't see that unless that came in. I dragged my thing to the... Maybe I need to fix my browser thing, but that's okay, because no one is chatting right now. Hands grabbed me, first Mai's and PBG's, then hands from people I didn't even know, each of them pushing me out of my chair and across the row of people, and then out on the stage. I stood on its darkened edge. Come, come. Jirard waved me over. I tiptoed to the spotlight at the center of the stage and took Jared's hand. Polite, not too enthusiastic applause filled the theater. Jirard knelt in front of me. My lady? Directly in front of him, under the strong beams of spotlight, he seemed ethereal. He motioned to a small cushion set out on one side of the tea table. After you. I sat on my ankles, as I was pretty sure you were supposed to in this kind of situation. I should have paid more attention to this stuff in school. Jirard moved to the seat opposite me, then turned and faced the audience. As some of you know, I've been trained in the art of tea ceremony almost since birth. However, as many of you already realize, this ceremony will not be a formal or traditional one. I altered it to add my own special flair, to express myself and to accommodate my lovely partner. I hope you all forgive my transgressions against tradition. Sometimes one must follow their heart and forge their own path. He tossed his head, flipping his hair in a graceful arc and out of his face. Girls gasped through the theater, then started cheering all at once, as if we were in a baseball stadium.
Anything for you, Jirard!
Jirard held up his hands, and the cheering faded. Now that that's out of the way, I hope you'll enjoy the ceremony. Please try to contain yourselves, ladies. I want everyone to be able to enjoy it in its purest form, and that means taking in the perfection of silence. In spite of myself, I was impressed. Jirard often used honey-glazed words to charm his audience. If anyone else were to say that, gotta fix your game, there was no way it would work. Something about Jirard warped the universe. Please help me while I try to make my feelings clear. My mouth went dry. What was I supposed to do in this situation? Was he really trying to confess to me via public tea ceremony? I didn't believe it, but there was nothing else to think. Finally, Jirard sat in front of me. He pulled out some utensils, a bowl, a whisk, the usual instruments, and began to methodically clean them. His movements were sharp and crisp, efficient and elegant. He was applying just the right amount of force. Nothing was wasted. You know, Hana. I flinched. He was whispering, his head bowed towards the bowl in his hands. The audience might be able to tell he was talking if they looked sharply enough, but they wouldn't be able to hear what he was saying. Yo, what up, Vanderlei? What's up? I'm in the theater. I'm about to do a tea ceremony with my good friend Jared Knabenbauer. He's about to make me one of his girls, and I didn't even have to sign up for his nasty tumbler. You caught my eye from the first moment I met you on that train. I didn't trust my voice to respond to him without cracking or carrying to the seats just a few feet away from us. Instead, I tilted my head at him. I mean it. I know it might seem like I say this about all the girls, but I really mean it. You were quiet, scared, and small. Despite your fear, you also seemed bored, almost apathetic about your situation. Yet I could feel that there was something inside you, some pent-up energy that couldn't be contained for long. How? He was paying that much attention? I thought back to my first day at Asago. Jirard was the first person I met. We shared a train car. He was sitting and reading a paper. Our conversation was empty, the bare minimum of small talk. I couldn't even remember half of what I said. I was so nervous. Jirard finished cleaning the bowl and turned to a kettle, heated on some kind of stove. Gently, he picked it up and poured some water into the cup. Then he began to stir it with a whisk. It wasn't just that, though. You were scared, but you weren't hiding. You were afraid of the people you met and what they would think of you, but you didn't think to fake your feelings. You have always been, from the first moment I met you, genuine. You're honest about your feelings. You don't hide them when you're upset. I don't even think you can. And you're not deceived by appearances. You treat people like people, seeing beneath the dazzle and the beauty. For an instant, his stirring slowed. Then it was back up to par. If I hadn't been staring at his hands rather than his face, I wouldn't have noticed. In fact, maybe I didn't see anything at all. You're a brave person, Hana. You try to trust people, even though it's clear you've somehow been hurt. He poured the tea into a cup and handed it to me from across the table. When he next spoke, it was in a clear, ringing voice that echoed across the theater.
Hana?
You captivate me, Hana. I offer you this tea as a sign of my respect and admiration. I nodded, then turned the bowl 3 times in my hands and drank from it. A soft cooing drifted up from the audience. Please, if you like it, finish the tea. There's something else I want to get for you now. Jirard stood and disappeared through an opening towards the back of the room. I sat holding my tea with the eyes of several hundred teenagers resting on me. Oh dear Lord, please hurry back, Jirard. I tried to sip my tea with poise, but ended up gulping it down in swift chunks. However, Jirard suddenly reappeared, his hands behind his back. He sat down again, looked at me expectantly, almost bursting. Hana, my dear Hana. I put down the tea bowl, eyeing him warily. He took his hands from behind his back and held them out in front of him. I gasped. On them was a small kind of macaron, somehow shaped like a beautiful cherry blossom. A sprinkle of sugar lined the petals, and a small ring of cream could be seen underneath the pink crust. The pink was rather bright for a cherry blossom, though. Then I realized the pink was the color of my gosh darned hair! The day we first met, the cherry blossoms were blooming. As I was going to bed that night, I realized I would never look at the petals the same way. They gained a beauty I had no idea was possible. Cherry blossoms' petals fall quickly, and their beauty swiftly vanishes, but I don't want to lose the beauty I found with you. Please, Hana, tell me, will you be my Gia? The crowd squealed. I was reeling, almost as if hit in the face. It felt like a dream. It was crazy enough to be a dream. But as I leaned slightly forward, a pang hit my ankles from having sit on them for so gosh darn long. This was no dream. This was actually happening. Jirard beamed at me, seemingly the picture of confidence. But as I sat in front of him, I could see that his hand was just the slightest bit almost imperceptibly trembling. Jirard was scared. What should I do? I believe let me look at my cheat sheet. Yeah, I'm eating the macaron. I'm taking the macaron and I'm eating it. I took the macaron out of his outstretched palm and immediately bit into it. Oh my gosh! The cookie part of the macaron crumbled in my mouth, the perfect combination of soft and flaky. But there was something else, too. He used strawberries to make the frosting. Actual, on-God strawberries. I didn't even know that was possible. As I stood there, losing my mind to the macaron, Jirard beamed and helped me stand.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, she said yes. The crowd applauded and cheered. I chewed frantically, torn between savoring the taste of the macaron and the possibility of accidentally smiling with food in my teeth. Jirard lifted our hands into the air, nodded at me, and we bowed together. Thank you all for coming. I hope you enjoyed the performance tonight. I'm so glad you could be part of this and have a good night. There was one last round of applause, and the crowd dispersed into a clatter of murmuring and shoes on wood. Jirard turned to me as I swallowed my bite. Do you like it?
Yeah.
It's amazing!
And to prove my point, I took another bite. Jirard laughed. You have crumbs all over your face, and your clothes too. You're a crumbly hoe. I looked down to see my blazer and skirt littered with flakes. I flushed it. It wasn't my fault the macaron was so wonderfully flaky. Here. Jirard leaned towards me, brushing crumbs off my shoulder. The familiarity of it made my head spin. But he was my boyfriend, so of course this made sense. My boyfriend. You've got a little something here, too. With a glint in his eye, he stepped towards me. There was Jared's face, a soft brush and a hint of warmth on my cheek. Ah! He kissed me on the cheek! When he pulled away, I was suddenly glad I still had my mouth full. I had no idea how to respond to a kiss! You're so cute when you blush. And all that just from a kiss on the cheek. He didn't say anything else, but the implication was there. How was I going to deal with more? Practically certain my ears were smoking, I shook my head frantically. Jirard laughed again as I gulped down the last of the macaron. He glanced up at the now almost completely empty auditorium. Only Satch, PBG, and Mai stayed behind. You better get going. I'd love to walk you back, but I have to clean this all up, and students aren't allowed here after a show. Plus, it's past curfew. I checked the clock on the back wall. Past 9 already? Eesh.
Bye.
You go on home. I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
Bye.
Jirard had already walked away and was now gathering up his supplies. I wanted to help him, but Satch tapped my shoulder and nodded to the exit. Outside, PBG, Satch, and Mai began to celebrate.
Yeah!
3 cheers for a job well done. I knew you were in on it.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. Anything for my best friend. Leave it to Jirard to be so suave.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. This guy's a real entertainer. A real ham. As we stepped away from the theater doors, I hesitated.
Guys, I'm going to wait for Jirard.
What?
What? But it's late out and past curfew.
I'll be fine. I'll just be waiting by the door, so it's not like something's going to happen.
Satch and PBG traded looks. No one trusted me to be able to take care of myself, especially considering my measly 5'2". Mai was about to protest again, so I cut her off.
Seriously?
I'll be completely fine, and Jirard will walk me home. You guys will be in trouble if you don't leave now. I've made my decision.
Shouldn't we stay with you?
I want some alone time with him.
There wasn't much they could say to that.
All right, but if you're not back at the dorm in an hour, I'm coming after you. You hear? Yes, ma'am.
We said our goodnights and they disappeared into the shifting moonlight. I stood back by the theater door and waited. It was a beautiful night. While not perfectly clear, the clouds passing over the moon created shifting patterns across the grassy grounds. A flower, now a Pegasus, now a sword. It was lonely, but it was also peaceful. I was around Mai for so long, sharing our rooms, that I hadn't had time to to myself just to think. So much changed since coming to Asago. I had friends, a potential club, a tournament, and now even a sweet BF. I always thought having a BF would feel somehow different. I'm not sure how, I just thought it would. But I felt completely the same, and the fact jarred me. For some reason it wasn't picking up. My fingers, hands, and face, everything was the same. I shivered. It was much colder than I thought it would be. Or maybe I was just feeling it more because I wasn't moving. I bounced on my feet, hoping to stir some warmth into my body. Jirard was taking a long time. I should have brought my phone. Then I'd be able to practice. How is Dad doing? I hadn't heard from him in a while. Was he eating right, now that I wasn't there to care for him? He seemed to kind of give up after Mom died. His only sparks of life came when I was with him, and when he was working on pottery for the shop. The pottery shop was Mom's dream. She and Dad worked together. I'm sorry. I was doing the Hana voice the whole time. The pottery shop was Mom's dream. She and Dad worked. It is different. That's a slight difference. She and Dad worked together, starting a life and career from scratch. I wasn't sure, but I thought their marriage was troubled. I didn't think my grandparents wanted my mother to marry my father. They disowned her. That was why I never met my grandparents, and that was why our family struggled so much. My mother had refined, elegant behavior. She covered her mouth when she smiled and laughed. She floated around the workshop like the twinkling of bells. She always seemed to fill the space of whatever room she was in. It wasn't that she was loud. She was just bright. Always cheerful, always working hard, always passionate about her art. I missed her terribly. As I stared up at the moon, dancing behind the clouds, the same old worry came to me, the one that I constantly tried to block out. What was my passion? The door opened next to me. Jirard stepped out of the theater, holding a giant box of random kitchen supplies, his kimono folded on top. The whisk was in his mouth.
Jirard.
He jumped, almost dropping his box. I rushed to hold it up from underneath. He continued to stare at me in alarm and seemed to be trying to say something. After a moment's hesitation, I plucked the whisk from his mouth.
What are you doing here? I didn't want you to walk home alone. But it's been half an hour.
I faltered. It was embarrassing, but I might as well say it.
I was really happy that you wanted to date me. I honestly couldn't even believe what was happening. I still can't. It feels like a dream. I can't believe that you might actually feel the same way about me that I do about you. I couldn't just leave you to be alone after that. I'm your girlfriend after all.
Jirard stared at me, mouth agape. I couldn't believe it. He was actually speechless. Hana, I mean, of course, we were meant to be together. There's no way two such attractive people as ourselves couldn't exist on this earth without belonging together. He snapped his head back to flip his bangs. Something about it didn't feel right, but I was too happy that he returned my feelings to care. We should head out before we get in trouble, though. A fair maiden like you shouldn't be facing the threats of darkness alone.
I'll help you carry something.
Oh, my dearest Hana, what have I done to deserve such a magnanimous flower such as yourself? I chuckled and grabbed his kimono and precariously perched Kettle off its pile of things. We dropped his things off in the first floor of Bluebell House, then headed to Primrose, discussing the performance and all the preparation that went into it. The hardest part of that macaron. You do not want to know how many I had to go through to make that.
I feel bad that I had to eat it, though. It was so pretty. It was almost like a work of art.
You have no idea how relieved I am that you enjoyed it. I was so worried that, of all the batch, it didn't end up tasting good.
It was delicious. Please make them again for me sometime.
Of course. Anything you ask, I will do. Anything for you, my lady.
I wish I could have taken a picture of it. Still, I think it's good that I ate it. I could understand your feelings much more through its taste than its appearance. It was beautiful, of course, but the taste had a kind of warmth in it.
Uh-oh. Jig is up. Hello. That's so amazing. And now that you're back, I'll probably tell Jared to hit the bricks. Hit the damn bricks, Jared.
That's my man.
Jared stared at me, a giant grin on his face.
Is that stupid to say?
Of course not. No, you're too damn cute for words. I have a question to ask. Do you think which do you think is the worst in your opinion? ProJared's sex pestery, John Tron's racism, or not continue? They do okay. Or Satch, he's okay. Anyway, it seems we're here. I looked up. Somehow we came to my dorm in record time. I hadn't even noticed it happening.
Already?
I made a face up at the building. Don't worry, Hana. I'll talk to you tomorrow, but for now it's late, and I've taken up too much of your time already. Thank you for walking with me. It was unbelievably nice of you to wait for me.
Hana.
And thank you for being my girlfriend.
No, I mean, thank you.
My stutter came back with a vengeance. Jared patted me on the head. Good night, Hana.
Good night.
And with that, I dashed into Primrose House. Jared stood outside watching until I got past the main doors, and it was clear I was safe. Then he began his walk home. I had a boyfriend. A boyfriend. Jared was my boyfriend. Oh man, no amount of saying it would ever make it feel real. Chapter 3. So I will say this. I intended to keep going, but Caitlin got back, and I actually very much want to hear about her day and eat dinner with her. And also, Overwatch came out, and I'd probably want to play some of that later instead of Asago Academy. But tell you what, Friday will be the final stream. I didn't think this would be a 3-parter. I thought I could do it in one. But Friday will be the final thing. We are ProJared's girlfriend, and we'll see if we can maintain that lofty ideal. But thank you for those who came by today. And like I said, I'll see you on Friday. Well, this is it. The last part, the third and hopefully last part. We will continue with the chapter PDA. When I laid my head on my pillow that night, my heart was soaring. Jared's girlfriend. I was Jared's girlfriend. Only a few weeks ago, I arrived at the academy knowing no one, unsure whether I would even make a friend. Now I, Hana Mizuno, was dating the most beautiful guy in the school. I kept trying to picture what dating Jared would be like, but my mind came up blank. And the more I thought about it, the more joyous butterflies in my tummy turned to heavy seeds of doubt. Jared was experienced in a way that I wasn't. Heck, he even kissed me on the cheek as if it was nothing to him. It probably was nothing to him, but the same thing to me meant a lot, and I didn't know how to deal with it. I'd never had a boyfriend before. I'd never even been kissed before. With Jared, it seemed like everything happened so fast. Like the tea ceremony, it was certainly the most romantic thing he'd ever done for me. And I liked it a lot. But only after it happened did I realize how overwhelming it had all been. I didn't know what having a boyfriend would be like, or what my limits were. The unknown was facing me like a dark abyss. My chest tightened and my thoughts raced out of control. What if things with Jared moved too fast? What if he expected too much of me as his girlfriend? What if I disappointed him? What if he disappointed me? What if he tried to kiss me tomorrow? Ugh. Also, let me get this full screen again. Ugh. I flung up out of bed. There was no point in trying to sleep with my mind racing like this. Hana, is something wrong? A shuffling came from Mai's top bunk. Did I wake her? I flipped on the light switch. Mai sat up in her bed, completely awake. Did I wake her up? Or was she having a hard time sleeping too?
Everything okay?
No.
I think I'm kind of freaked out.
Freaked out? Why?
Jared and I are so different. He probably has a really different idea of how our relationship will go. I'm kind of scared.
Mai crawled down from the top of her bunk and plopped herself onto mine.
Okay, but you know, relationships are two-way streets. It's not like you just have to sit there and let him do whatever he wants.
You can tell him if you don't want to do something.
I guess.
Is there something else?
I've never kissed anybody before, and he probably wants to kiss me tomorrow. How am I supposed to?
I see. Don't worry, Hana. Just leave it to me.
What? Yeah!
I've got kiss coaching verification. Sit down. It's time for class. I plopped myself onto the floor in front of Mai. She grabbed a pencil off of her desk and whirled to face me. Hana, what is the #1 rule of kissing? What is the #1 rule?
I don't know.
Don't drool.
Really?
Really? Wouldn't it be like, don't hurt?
Say it with me. Don't drool.
Don't drool.
We had to do it at the same time, but I couldn't. Mai walked me through the apparent cardinal sins of kissing. Don't bump your teeth together, don't miss, don't shove your tongue into his mouth, don't even think about biting until you've reached an advanced kissing rank. She tried to teach me where to place my hands, how to tilt my head, whether the lips should go above or below.
Well, Jared's taller than you, so you probably go below.
The whole thing made my head spin. The more she told me, the more worried I got. There was just too much to remember. You know, I can help you practice if you want. Hana.
What?
Or I'm sorry, Mai. I mean, it doesn't count if it's between friends, and then you'd know what to expect. Mai. Fine. It never hurt to ask. Damn, I'm trying to be Mai's roommate. By the time Mai finished, it was early in the morning. There was no way either of us would feel particularly good when we woke up, but at least we were finally tired enough to sleep. Before we left the next morning, Mai made a final check. Teeth brushed? Check. Light dabs of perfume? Check. Show me your teeth. Check.
Yeah!
Everything's in place for your first kiss. Are you excited?
Not really.
Nervous? Don't worry. Just remember what I taught you. What's the first rule?
Don't drool.
Perfection.
You've got it. Mai pushed me into the hall and locked the door behind us. It didn't occur to me until just now, but I almost felt like Mai was overcompensating with the whole kissing thing. Was she upset that I was dating Jirard, or was it something else? Let's go. Even walking to Poppy Hall, I was surrounded by whispers and giggles.
See? That's the girl from last night, Jared's GF.
Ugh, she's so lucky. I didn't like being the center of attention, but nobody seemed to care. I felt like everyone was watching my every move. Mai tried to block them from my view and thoughts with an anecdotal account of the time she fell into a swimming pool and her top came off, but it wasn't helping at all. We walked into Poppy and my heart sped into overdrive. It was pumping even faster than usual, probably because I was so damn tired. All I wanted to do was lay my head down and wait for the day to be over. I scanned the hallway nervously, looking for the familiar sparkling light emanating from Jirard.
Oh no, there he was, down the hall!
A mixture of joy and dread hit me, and I stopped in my tracks. I was so worried about what I should do when I kissed him, I forgot to come into an actual conclusion about whether it was okay with our first kiss being like this. Mai pressed the small on my back, ushering me forward. Come on, Hana. No need to be nervous. You'll do great. I'm so excited for you.
Good morning.
Hana, good morning.
Good morning.
Well, I need to head to class because I have a test. I gotta talk to you. PBG passes at that moment, carefully avoiding Jirard in my eyes.
PBG! I need to talk to PBG!
What?
What?
Let's go!
Hana.
Hi.
Hi, Jared.
Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a few girls had stopped in the middle of the hallway to watch. I tried to ignore them and focus on Jirard.
It's sunny today.
It is.
Nice one.
Maybe I should have allocated some of my training to small talk. More and more students gathered around. I felt trapped.
The cafeteria is serving pulled pork sandwiches today.
Nice.
I really like pork.
In one swooping motion, Jirard closed the distance between us and pulled me into his arms, probably to shut me up. I didn't know whether to be grateful or more nervous. From the way Jirard grabbed me, my hands were shoved up against his chest, and it was rather difficult to move. Watch out, Jirard. I squirmed, uncomfortable to suddenly be so close. Uncomfortable with Jirard? How could you be? How was I supposed to put my hand onto his neck if we were like this? He was really warm, though. Lean and wiry. His chest was so flat. Were all boy chests this flat? Something pressed the top of my head. I glanced up to see Jirard smiling down at me. I took a deep breath to calm my heart, but it was no use. The crowd around us giggled and whispered. My cheeks grew unbearably warm. Could everyone tell I was blushing too? He was saying something to me, but I couldn't quite make out the words. I just felt his chin bobbing up against the top of my head. I grew more and more tense, becoming a plank of wood more than a human girl, but Jirard didn't seem to notice. It wouldn't have been so bad, but I could feel 40 pairs of eyes staring at the side of my face. My mind was in overdrive. Suddenly, Mr. Saitomo appeared to the left of us and I exhaled a sigh of relief. Asago had strict PDA policies. Mr. Saitomo would disperse the crowd and save me from this hell.
Oh, young love, as fleeting as the blossoms themselves. It's so nostalgic.
He left. I lifted my horrified gaze to Jirard, who had been talking the entire time without a word getting through to me.
Hana?
I gulped. Then he started coming closer and closer. He really was going to kiss me then. But I couldn't get my hand up to his face, and how was I supposed to tilt? What was I? I squeezed my eyes shut. I couldn't do this. I shoved Jirard away. He stumbled backward, his hands flying up next to his head as if I was threatening to shoot him. Gasp riddled the surrounding crowd.
Hana!
What's wrong? What happened?
I'm sorry, I just...
Jirard stared at me with an expression that could only be described as hurt. God, way to... Ooh, they say that word? Way to fuck it up, Hana. He approached me again in concern, grabbing my hand, but I jerked my hand away. I didn't want to somehow make it worse. But the look on his face told me there was the wrong move, too. I'm sorry. I forced my way out of the circle of disappointed voyeurs, running to the classroom. I sped to my seat, mind humming. That wasn't how I wanted things to go. Mai was staring at me, head in her hands. How'd it go?
Not well. You didn't drool, did you?
It's the #1 rule, Hana.
I knew we should have some practice. I pushed him away. Oh. I don't think I'm really comfortable with PDA. It wasn't that I didn't like what was happening, but everyone was staring at me. Everyone knows about us. I don't want this to be everyone's moment. I want it to just be mine. I wasn't thinking about us at all. I was thinking about everyone else. I feel like I really messed up. Jirard looks so disappointed.
Maybe I jumped into this too soon. Hana, relationships aren't about pleasing the other person. They're about learning more about yourself and someone else. If you want to take things slow, tell him. Jared's a good guy. I'm sure he doesn't want to make you uncomfortable.
I'll support you.
Just be honest. You like him, he likes you. If you focus on that and remember how you feel, you'll be fine. I nodded. It wasn't like Jirard and I were exactly suited to each other, and maybe we didn't make sense as a match, as so many girls helpfully pointed out. But he picked me, didn't he? I liked him. I wanted this to work out. I wanted to be a good girlfriend. I'll try to talk to him. Me being honest is probably good, I think. Mai nodded and turned back to her book. I spent the rest of that morning's class drilling the coming conversation into my mind. I was sure Jirard would understand, but it didn't make the wait any easier. With a hard beating heart, I carried my food up to the normal boots table. It would be best to talk to him now, before I let the issue steep too long. But I still wasn't even sure what I was going to say. Ugh, this was the worst.
Hana!
At some point, I sat down and I was too serious. He's be more goofy. Like a goofy goofer who would steal $70,000. I sat down at the table. When he finally had my attention, Jirard smiled.
I was saying we're all going to have to look at you. I was saying we're all going to have to look out for you now. This guy's a dog, isn't he?
I lost my Jirard voice. Sorry.
I still can't believe you picked him, of all people.
He laughed, and after a second, the rest of the guys started laughing too. The laughter was short and stilted, and I realized something was off.
Actually, I wanted to talk about that. It's not a big deal that we're dating now. You guys shouldn't treat me any different, and you especially shouldn't treat Hana any different.
Right! We know that.
No, I'm serious. Hana is Hana. If I see any of you treating her like Jared's girlfriend, I will attack you with a Megaton hammer. Ha! Video games! Is that a challenge?
I do not remember my Josh voice, sorry.
It might be.
The two laughed, and Jared sat down again. That must have been weighing on their minds. I didn't even think about how our dating would affect the group. Was it naive to think nothing would change? He glanced at me and smiled, his eyes crinkling at the edges. I smiled hesitantly back at him. It was nice to know he was looking after me, but I hadn't considered this. There was just so much I hadn't thought about.
Sorry, I know you're swallowing.
I tried to get Jared's attention from across the table. I had to talk to him.
Hey, Jared.
We were passing out cupcakes with Paul's face on them for hours. You'd figured cupcakes would be something people wanted. It's free sugar.
Would you eat something with this guy's mug on it? I'm insulted.
See, they weren't even in the last time I played. I haven't talked to these guys in like hours, so I forgot all their voices.
Good, it was an insult.
He couldn't hear me over the conversation. I picked up my food, barely able to eat any of it. My mouth was too dry. I hated conflict. How on earth could I disappoint Jared? Jared got up to dump his tray, and I sprang to my feet after him.
Lovebirds? You're lovebirds? He's supposed to be up here, yeah.
Everyone laughed as I, blood rushing to my face, fell into step alongside Jared.
Hana?
Nice of you to join me.
I need to talk to you.
Oh, I thought it said stupid scammer. I was like, that's not him, that's Jirard. Stupid stammer. Immediately, Jared became concerned. Yeah, totally. What's wrong?
Can we go somewhere private?
He nodded. After I dumped my tray, we left the cafeteria, and I went out to the campus. I could breathe a little easier here. The air was clear, and the sun gave me life instead of draining it like the fluorescence did. Okay, hit me.
Why would I do that?
He stared at me.
Oh, right. I wanted to talk there.
I swallowed and tried again.
Something bothering.
Hana.
Are you okay? Jared reached for my shoulder, and I took a step back and pointed at his outstretched hand.
There!
What?
That makes me really uncomfortable.
There was a short silence. Jared put his hands in his pockets as my brain caught up to what I just said.
Wait, that came out very wrong.
I glanced at him nervously, but his face was blank. I'd hope so. What were you trying to say?
I don't like it when we're in public. It makes me uncomfortable.
His eyebrows snapped together for a moment, and then his face went back to neutral. You're not ashamed of me, are you?
What?
No, of course not. Why would I? I like you, and I'm really proud to be your girlfriend. I'm sorry. I'm not making any sense right now. I'm just making it worse.
I scrunched my eyes together, rubbing them vigorously. I should have gotten more sleep. Jared ran a hand through his perfect hair.
It's just that I'm not used to dating anyone, and I'm kind of scared. I'm really excited too. I'm happy that I'm dating you, but I'm super nervous. I know you've probably dated a lot of girls, but I don't have that same kind of experience. I don't want to mess this up. I don't know what's normal. Even though I like it, I'm kind of uncomfortable with kisses and stuff in public. It feels like it should be a private thing for me, for right now. Is Is that okay?
I was about to start again when I noticed Jirard was smiling.
All right.
I understand.
You too?
Of course. Besides, I wasn't thinking about you. I was just happy to be dating you. I forgot that not everybody has as much experience as I do. Not everyone's as touchy as I am either. He raised an eyebrow and I flushed. I wanted you, and everyone else, to know how I felt about you.
I don't mind that. It's nice. I'm just not used to it. I'm usually not the center of attention, so I'm a little nervous.
We'll give it time. Don't feel bad about it, Hana. I'm glad you told me, too. No matter what, you don't change for other people. Even now, I find it admirable.
Admirable? Like a knight?
Sure, something like that. Although I'd rather be your knight.
I'd like that. Jared, thank you. I was so nervous about talking to you.
Hana, you can come to me for anything. I want to be here for you. That's why I want to date you after all.
Jared.
Jared, you're the best.
Do you really think? Of course I am. It's almost time for class again. I'll walk you?
Yes, please.
Jared dropped me off at class. Instead of hugging me, he waved goodbye. I felt a little bad, but Jared didn't seem to mind at all. As I headed for the classroom, the happiness I felt at the tea ceremony came flooding back to me. It really was that easy. Jared was a good boyfriend. Whatever that meant.
Oh, shoot.
Yo, what's up?
What's up? It was late at night, past curfew, and Maya and I were up working on homework due the next day.
I forgot my math book, and I don't really get how to finish this problem.
Let me see. I crept to my desk and leaned over my shoulder. Yeah, good luck.
You don't have your book with you?
I do most of my homework while waiting for volleyball practice to start, so no. I sighed.
I'm gonna have to get it. You don't think I'll get in trouble for being out past curfew, do you?
Curfew is a surprisingly big deal at Asago. The Academy worked with a 3-strike system. Get 3, get going. Most offenses weren't a big enough deal to earn you a strike, but for some reason, curfew was. It was probably meant to curb rebellious teenagers and their flighty romances. But honestly, a curfew wasn't going to fix anything. You're going to get a book, so if you get caught, just tell them that. I've heard a few people do that and get away with it.
Okay, I'll be back in 10 minutes or so.
You'd better be, or I'm coming after you. I chuckled and headed out. To be honest, I really didn't like the darkness, especially not when no one else was out. I could deal with it if I was expecting other people, or had other people around, like after the tea ceremony. But I hated being out alone. I stepped out into the wet night air. It was significantly colder now. I forgot it was still spring. Summer was a while away. Deep shadows carved into the main campus ground, only illuminated by stray street lamps. Considering most students weren't supposed to be out this late, the lamps were few and far between. Long stretches of darkness, deep darkness, where no one would notice a small girl getting mugged, separated me and Poppy Hall. Be brave, Hana. Yeah. This was just a weird vestige of being raised as a girl. In reality, I could handle anything that came my way. Provided it weighed less than me and was shorter than 5'2". Provided it was less than 100 pounds. Crap! I speed walked across the campus paths. Wind blew through the trees across the lawn and through the crevices of buildings, creating a sound somewhere between whistling and moaning. The moon wasn't giving much light tonight either. The clouds guarded it like jealous lovers.
Oh, thank goodness.
I finally made it to the doors of Poppy Hall and crept inside, heart hammering with relief. I quickly and quietly climbed the stairs of the 3rd floor and fumbled past the lockers. It was so much harder to find mine when it was pitch black in the building. Wait. My heart leapt into my throat and squinted into the darkness, hoping I wasn't seeing what I thought I was. A sliver of light peeked from underneath a door at the end of the hall. Adrenaline pumped through my veins, giving me a pleasant floating feeling, but also making me feel kind of sick. The thing was, though, I didn't think that door led to a teacher's office. It looked more like one of the smaller classrooms. A quiet curiosity seized me. Sure, it might be a teacher, and I might get in trouble. But what if it wasn't? Surely it wouldn't hurt just to creep past and see if I could find anything out, right? We didn't have cults at this school, did we? I quickly opened my locker, got my book out, and tucked it under my arm. No harm just checking on my way out. I shuffled to the door, careful not to put too much weight behind my steps. As I came closer, I heard the soft murmuring of voices.
I'll hold his arms, and then we'll slice open his stomach. No, we need to go after his girlfriend. Once he's out of the way, her dad will pay so much. We'll get caught immediately if we do that. I think we should just tuck him out of the way and not kill him ourselves, so we can't get charged.
They were going to kill someone? In a surge of bravery, I thrust the door open. Ah! Oh no! Jared's being a dork with Brutal Moose and Space Hamster. And there's a bunch of them. Jared, Caddy, Luke, Ian, and Jeff. No other normal Boots guys like this? Sat around in an arrangement of desks in the center of the room. On top of the makeshift table was a giant grid with odd lines and tiny figurines sitting on top. He's playing D&D. Jared was dressed in a withered uniform and hovering over a crystal ball that had some kind of dice in its center. They all stared at me in shock.
What are you?
Hana!
Hana! What are you doing here? Hana, this isn't what it looks like.
We would just, quick, grab her and lock the door.
Ian and Jeff rushed at me. I dodged to the left, and the two collapsed in a heap on the ground.
Get her faster! Come back here. I've got a buster sword.
Oh, yeah.
I'll destroy you with my nyan cat powers. Screaming in terror, I jumped to the side and over Jeff and Ian's collapsed bodies. The door stood wide open for my escape.
Hana!
I bolted around the corner and down the stairs. Thankfully, they were entangled in a room that was barely big enough to fit them, so it took them a while to come after me. By the time I made it out to the first floor of Poppy Hall, feet slammed heavy behind me.
Oh no!
Oh god, oh god! I burst into the damp night air and ran. I didn't know where I was heading, I just ran. I heard the yells of several boys behind me, shouts of, "Where is she?" bouncing off the walls of the school buildings. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw them split off into groups, each heading in different directions.
There!
All at once, a cascade of stomping. They were after me. I ran down the hill that led to the soccer field and sprinted across the grounds, lungs burning. "What's up, Vanderlyle? I just found Jared and he was playing D&D with nerds. And now they're chasing me because they don't want me to find out his secret. Can't breathe." Out of nowhere, a solitary figure appeared in front of me. I lunged to the side to avoid it, but it didn't seem to notice me as I passed. I glanced behind me at it. PBG was standing in the middle of the field, staring out at the night sky, his arms wide above his head. "What in the hell?" At that moment, my foot caught on something and I plunged to the ground.
No!
Jared materialized behind me. I got to my feet again and started running, but it was no use. He grunted and then something rammed into my back. Jared tackled me. I collapsed into the ground. We skid a few inches across the dewy grass before coming to a complete stop. I groaned and rolled over. My back and elbows were on fire. No. Jared was gasping, just as hard as I was, as he was perched on top of me. Jared. I silently made a wish that no one would find us out like this. There was no way to explain what was happening here. "Please, don't tell anybody what we were doing. I don't even really know what you were doing. You just ran at me like a bunch of maniacs." D&D. We were playing D&D. What? You can't tell anybody. Seriously, I'm begging you, Hana. If you tell, I'll be ruined. Completely ruined. Please promise me. This was when my ex-girlfriend saw me playing World of Warcraft for the first time. I remember we were both going back to the Ann Arbor area, and I told her, I was like, "Please don't tell people that I play WoW." It's one of the more pathetic things I've ever done. I don't even understand. Promise me. Ooh, a choice. Why? He sat back in frustration, putting pressure on my legs. Hana, please, it's something I don't want people to know about. Can we just leave it at that? Also, I just want to make sure that I am doing the right thing. Yes, best ending. Okay. Can we just leave it at that?
No, if you're gonna make me promise, I want to know why I'm signing up for this.
Is it not enough that I want you to?
No! Who do you think you are?
He groaned and fidgeted, almost like a small child denied candy.
Well,
Fine, I'm embarrassed by it.
By D&D?
Yes, people, they don't just think it's lame. They think it's part of the occult. And we're literally breaking school rules to play it. We're so nerdy.
What's wrong with that?
He tipped his head back in exasperation. Nothing, not really. I just don't want people to know, okay? So promise me, please. I tried desperately to hide the amused smile growing on my face, but failed.
Fine, I promise.
All right, thank you, Hana. I still don't see what the big deal is, though. D&D's always looked like fun to me. It is very much fun.
Wait,
Really?
yeah, but I had no idea how to start playing. It's not the kind of thing you can jump into without someone more experienced, I think.
Jared stared at me, completely taken aback. I didn't think it was that big of a deal that someone would want to play D&D, but to Jared, it was like a second coming. This was also, I felt similarly, when Caitlin said that she would play World of Warcraft with me. I was like, for real? You do that? So, you'd want to play with us? I gasped.
Really?
Would you let me? Really?
I mean, I'd have to ask the other guys, but it could be a thing.
Jared, that'd be so great.
I grabbed his hands and jerked them up and down. Jared laughed. Yeah, well, I'll ask. I guess that's that. This has been a heck of a night, hasn't it?
I'll say.
We should head back. It's way too late to stay out.
Okay.
You dropped this too. He held up my math book, now wrinkled from sitting in the wet grass of the soccer field. That could have been a terrible accident, eh? We didn't think anyone could see us. Or would see us. At least it was you and not someone else. I nodded. That sounded more like the Jared I knew. Anyway, we should get back in. Two teenagers in a relationship out in the field in the middle of the night would be hard to explain. It's like, no, it's for us to do. That's why I don't want to do. At the same time, like, I'm not, like, embarrassed about, like, nerdy stuff, but at the same time, when normies ask me about stuff, I just don't want to explain it a lot of the time, so it's like, I just please don't ask. Even with the book. I chuckled and stood, my knees protesting. I would definitely be sore tomorrow. Oh, I hope you're not hurt.
It's all right. I'm fine.
He ran a hand through his hair. Smooth, eh? Man, the guy should see me now. Anyway, let's go. I'll walk you back. We walked to Primrose in silence, each of us wrapped in our own thoughts. It was clear Jared didn't want to talk about it anymore. The issue wasn't closed, but it was time to pull away and rethink about what was happening. I headed into the dorm as Jared waved at me from behind. Once I was safely in the stairwell, he turned away, but didn't start walking back. I should just leave him alone. I climbed the stairs to my floor, desperately happy that I didn't run into anyone else on my way to the room. By the time I got back, it had been a full hour. I crept into the room, hoping beyond hope Mai had gone to sleep by now.
Oh no.
But of course not.
Thank goodness you're back.
Mai swept me in a swift hug. When she finally released me, I closed the door and smiled.
Sorry about that. I had some trouble on my way there.
I was a terrible liar, so I tried to stick as close to the truth as possible. Mai's eyes flashed.
Trouble? Look at you. You're a complete mess.
I looked down. Grass and dirt stained my skirt. I wouldn't have been surprised if it was on my blazer and in my hair, too. Crap.
What the hell?
Who hurt you? No, it was nothing like that. I just ran into someone and we stopped to talk for a bit. Did you literally run into them?
Otherwise... There was no way I was going to be able to worm my way out of this, but I couldn't tell Mai what I saw. My mind raced. I couldn't think of someone I could have seen that wouldn't blow up in my face down the line. I couldn't say I'd seen one of the normal boost guys, because Mai probably mentioned it to them. And I couldn't reveal anyone in the D&D group. Jared. Jared? She turned away from me, climbed on top of her bed, and grabbed a stuffed bear. Tell me, were you guys on a date? Was he trying to seduce you? Don't tell me, you guys. No! Good heavens, no! What's my hype level for the new Monster Hunter? 10,000%. I will be playing WoW a bunch for 3 days, and then it's just gonna be hard, because I'm all in. I'm super excited. I will have to adjust the graphics settings, because I think it looks really washed out and brown, but I'll get it looking good. But yes, I'm incredibly excited. It's been a long time since I played Rise, but that was like a solid, for Caitlin and I, that was like a solid year of our lives, was Rise every day. My Switch had like 500 hours of it. She seemed trustworthy after all. I couldn't imagine she'd tell anyone, but that didn't mean she wouldn't. Jared's playing D&D. It didn't seem that big of a deal to me, but he obviously thought it was. Chicks before dicks, Hana. Crap. Where did my loyalty lie? I believe I just tell her about the promise. Yes, I just tell her about the promise. Mai was my best friend. She deserved the truth, but Jared was my boyfriend, and I made a promise to him. Shouldn't I keep it? But as I looked at Mai on her bed, eyes shining, I couldn't leave her hanging. I can't tell you. Her face fell. I really wish I could, but I promised Jared I wouldn't. There's something he doesn't want anyone to find out. Ooh, that's really telling. I wasn't even supposed to figure it out, but it was an accident, so... Mai held up her hand.
Really?
Stop talking. You're only making me more curious. She gazed at the ceiling. I guess it's okay that you can't tell me. At least I know you're trustworthy, right? She gave me a half-hearted chuckle, but I could tell it was bothering her. This is why I hate promises. I don't see why things have to be secret, and sometimes it's important to tell other people. Hana, stop talking. I'm gonna go to bed and try to stop thinking about this. Promise me one thing, though. Not another promise. Promise me Jared's okay, but if he's ever not okay, you'll tell me what's going on. Promise me. Of course. He's completely fine. It's not that big of a deal. It's rather... Her eyes narrowed. I swallowed. I promise. Thank you. Well, I'm going to sleep. Me too. Good night.
Night.
Feeling terrible, I changed into my pajamas. Did I make the right decision? Mai was my friend. My best friend. She deserved truth and honesty from me at all times. But I made a promise to someone I care about. My boyfriend. Do boyfriends deserve more loyalty than friends? Mai was there before, and to be realistic, it was likely she'd be there after, if there was an after. An uneasy feeling sat in my stomach, but as I drifted to sleep, I began to wonder whether there was even a right answer to be had. I'm going to grab my water. Be back in a sec. After that night, things seemed to improve with Jared. It was as if my discovery of his secret love for D&D cemented some kind of decision or inner turmoil of his. He relaxed around me, and his odd, stilted speech almost disappeared. Don't worry, ladies. There's hope for each and every one of you to find your truest loves. They can't all be me. Oh, Jared. Mostly. He still spoke that way around other people, and especially around other girls, but at least around me, he spoke like a normal guy. Part of me wanted to ask him why, but after that night, I decided it was much better not to ask questions. What's beautiful girl? They decided to jump in. Nice! We'll have to trade battle pass names, things like that. I think we're already Steam friends, and if not, we can be Steam friends. Provided you purchase it on Steam. Maybe there's crossplay. There should be, if there's not. I felt almost like even asking the question would be majorly distressing to him. To be honest, he was confusing. I didn't know who he really was, but he still treated me well, and I liked hanging around him. I progressed past the point of, also I forgot to ask, what weapon do you use? I will not judge, but I will have an opinion. I progressed past the point of a crush and could now talk with him as if he were a normal person. That was how I ended up here in the first place, having an amiable midday picnic with several girls from my class. Apparently it was best to share him.
Jared, what's your favorite
Kakuso stopped mid-sentence and emitted an odd beeping noise.
TV series?
Is she a robot? Is that the joke?
Kakasu, I told you, you have to stop making that noise.
I formally apologize.
Yeah, I guess she's a robot. My favorite TV show, that would have to be Flame of Bones, of course. Ooh, what a dated answer.
Ah, good choice, good choice.
Indeed, what a classic piece of contemporary visual and literary mediums. Hana, what's your favorite TV series?
Well,
What was my favorite TV series? When I thought about it, only one series came to mind. Something from a long time ago, back when I was still young. I would go over to my best friend's house and we would watch an anime about an average high school girl who could transform and save the world. We would play around and pretend to be the characters from the show on the playground. I, the heroine, and he, the mysterious masked savior. Okay, it's Sailor Moon. The other kids would always tease us because, well, we were watching anime. After that, I kept my favorite show to myself. I almost forgot about it. Surely now that we were much older, it wouldn't be a problem. I wasn't gonna lie in any case.
yeah.
My favorite TV show is Sailor Sun. I blushed and laughed self-consciously. I know it's not really the coolest thing, but... I glanced at Mimi, who was looking at me doubtfully. Kakazu looked at me as if she was going through her databases, trying to find the history of the show. When did you turn into a robot? When did I miss this?
Oh, wow. Anime. Really? I mean, wow. So you both like that kind of thing?
She looked doubtfully at Jared. I suspected she wanted some kind of confirmation from him. If he thought it was okay, then it was okay. I relaxed, pleased to be off the hook.
No!
What? Me? Of course, no, of course not. Come on, Jared. Don't be like that. I stared at Jared in shock. He was very intentionally not looking at me. Yeah, man, I'm not about that weeby shit. People who like that kind of thing are weird. That's more than fair. But it is crossplay, so no worries. Honestly, everything looks fine. Nice, nice. I too like Sword and Shield. When I started, I was not good at the dodging, so I took to big shields, and that eventually led me to Gunlance. I love Gunlance. Caitlin said it looks boring, but there's nothing better than just doing that move where you knock them up, you go down, and like put like it's like a rotating blade in them. So good. People who like that kind of thing are weird.
What the hell, Jared?
Jeez, Hana, don't get mad at Jared. He's just being honest about his opinion.
Verified. We looked at Kakasu. I was unsure whether she was contributing to the conversation, or whether she finally finished adding Sailor Sun to her database.
I would never watch shows like that, Jared. I love Flame of Bones.
I watch it live even. If you want, we could watch it together sometime. Jared looked nervously from Mimi to me. That's okay. I think I'll pass. Very busy with school and everything. Oh, that's too bad. I grit my teeth. The conversations continue without me. Jared's getting more and more flowery as time passed. All the while, I tried to console myself. This was just a small thing. Just a few sentences. It was just a conversation. At the same time, it wasn't. I was, in my own way, asking for support. Jared didn't give it to me. No, he left me completely hanging. If someone asked him about D&D, would he have lied too? Or would he have stood up for himself? I would have stood up for him. Also, how does he say he doesn't like weeby shit and his family runs a Japanese, ethics school? You did a tea ceremony to confess to me. Fuck off. So he did lie like this all the time. And would he always throw me under the bus when it came down to it? Finally, after what seemed like an agonizing amount of time, Mimi and Kakuzu left. Jared stood waving to them even minutes after they went. Boy knew he done messed up. I waited patiently until he sat back down on the blanket. Class would be starting soon, but I was so upset I didn't even care. Jared clenched his fist. Oh, sorry, I keep checking. Jared clenched his fist in his lap.
Hana.
Why did you do that? Do what? I glared at him. Lie to them. Well, it's not as though I lied to them. I loved watching Phoenix Ball X as a kid. As a kid! I don't watch anime anymore. Because it's weeb shit.
Oh.
Look, that's not what I meant to say. Really? Then what did you mean to say, and why didn't you say it? You're being awful demanding right now, Hana.
What?
You should calm down. I just said something's wrong. It's not like I did anything wrong, or something wrong. You! It's not about what you said. It's about what it meant that you said it. You said it was about what I said, and I didn't mean to say it, so... You still said it, though! Hana, calm down. You're being completely unreasonable. Wow. You're just like a real ProJared. Gaslight gatekeep. I shut my mouth, so livid I no longer had the capability to express it physically. Instead, I felt eerily calm, except for the steady pounding of my heart. I'm done talking with you. I stood and grabbed my bag, heading for the classroom.
Hana!
Hana, really? You fucked up, dude. You're a dummy. What's Kate's favorite? Kate is a switch axe, which is sick as fuck. Like an axe that you swing, but also the blade opens up and it's an electrified sword. So she has a move where she can flip and then get on the back of the monster and go and go till it explodes. And it's sick as fuck. I couldn't get the handle on it, but it's just a little too complicated for me. I ignored him and kept walking. I wouldn't have been able to talk with him in that moment if I even wanted to. I made it to class just before the bell rang and slung my backpack on its hook. Mai must have seen the look on my face because the cheery greeting she usually gave died on her lips at the sight of me. I sat there fuming. For the entirety of class, my mind kept running over and over what he said, but I didn't want to say anything back. Why didn't I just get up and leave right then? What if I really was overreacting? And more importantly, why was Jared like this? Was it even worth dating him? The next morning crawled slowly by. I went through my normal morning routine. Shower, brushing teeth, changing clothes, doing my hair, as Mai looked on. Are you feeling okay? Yes, I'm fine. It was the 6th time she asked since the incident, but I really just didn't want to talk about it. My seething anger had since died. Now that I could look at the situation in the relatively cold light of the new day, I don't even know how to feel about what happened. I knew Jared didn't want people seeing that other side of him, but I never expected, never thought he was the kind of person who would throw someone else under the bus. Especially someone he claimed to care about. That was what was really bothering me. Mike kept murmuring comforting platitudes about no one remembering things like this when they were on their deathbeds. I wasn't worried about the embarrassment. The longer I dated Jared, the more I felt like I didn't know him at all. I'd catch glimpses of one Jared, but just as when I thought I had him figured out, he'd do something to knock me completely off kilter. If I didn't know who he was, how could I say that I liked him? Or was it my duty as a girlfriend to accept all of him, even when he was just being a jerk? I wanted to stay mad. I wanted to hold it against him, to make sure he wouldn't repeat something like this ever again. But I also wanted to make up with him, and to never see him again at the same time. How could that be? Ugh. Is this how relationships are for everyone? They're awful! Why does anyone date anyone ever? My heart jumped into my throat. I recognized that knock. Were you expecting someone? No. Mai stood watching me for a moment. I turned to my backpack and began shuffling through my papers, pretending to look for something. Finally, Mai answered the door. Hey, Mai, is Hana here? It's rather early, don't you think? It is, sorry. I just wanted to talk to her about something. You'd better. Mai looked at me over her shoulder, a question in her face. Do you want me to tell him to shove off? I'll be there in a second. Could you wait outside while she finishes getting ready? Sure. Mai tiptoed over to me and leaned down to my ear. The doors were really thin and she clearly didn't want to be heard. What is he doing here?
I don't know.
Don't ask me. Are you sure you want to go with him? He was a total asshat yesterday. I slipped my bag over my shoulder. I want to at least hear him out. I think. Okay, well, I'll see you in a little bit. Anyways, you come tell me what happened afterwards, alright? Don't be afraid to kick his ass. He totally deserves it. I smiled weakly at her. Yes, ma'am. I closed the door behind me, not bothering to look at Jared. To be honest, I didn't even know whether I was supposed to be mad or happy, so I figured it was best to put off that decision until he revealed what he came for, and my poker face was terrible.
Hana.
Do you want to walk to class together? I want to talk to you. I nodded, still avoiding his eyes, and we headed down the hallway together. The few scattered girls who were running to and from the bathroom shot us wide-eyed looks. I didn't know whether they knew what happened yesterday, but regardless, it was an extreme rarity to see a boy in the hall, period. Let alone boy first thing in the morning. Let alone Jared. We stepped out into the crisp morning air with happy sighs. It thankfully wasn't humid today. The sunlight poured out onto the lawn, flickering slightly as clouds blew across its surface. There was silence for a moment as we both wondered what to do next. Trees rustled in the distance. It almost sounded like a storm was coming.
Hana.
I'm so sorry. Startled, I finally looked at him. His face was pained, almost like he wanted to cry. I'm the worst type of person there is. I can't tell you how much I regretted what I said right after I said it. I wish I did something different. And then, when you left, I was too ashamed to go see you and apologize. But you deserve an apology. Not that it makes up for what I did, but I'm just... He heaved a heavy sigh. Before me, the confident and assured Jared crumpled like a bag of tater chips. I'm really bad at making friends. And dating, I guess. I don't want people to get too close. I want to be perfect for you, for everyone. But I'm not perfect, and I know that. I know it's unreasonable, but that doesn't stop me from wanting it. And I'm terrified that if someone finds out that I'm not perfect, they'll just give up on me. It sounds really stupid. It sounds like something I should just be able to get over, because it doesn't even make logical sense. I've got people who care about me. I've got people who know what I'm not. Or I've got people who know that I'm not everything I appear to be, and they're still with me. But still, when it comes right down to it, even with someone I care about, like you, He stopped and stared down at his shoes. I'm sorry. He ran a hand through his hair and laughed. That didn't even make sense, did it? No, it did. I didn't know what to say. It was kind of a hard thing to process. This Jared was being stupid, but just pointing out that his thinking was incorrect wasn't going to help him. And he did do something completely out of line with me. Was I supposed to forgive him? Or was I supposed to continue being angry to stand up for myself? which was the right decision. I wanted to forgive him, but I didn't want to be a doormat. I'm pretty sure I forgive him. Yep, I forgive him. Shit happens. People are stupid. I forgive you, Jared. It's okay. At least I understand. We all make mistakes sometimes, and we're not perfect. I shot him a grin, and he offered a weak smile in return. But you know, regardless of what other people think, I like you for who you are. I think before we started dating, I had this image of you that wasn't complete. It was a facade. But now I feel like I know you better. To be honest, that makes me really happy. I know you don't want people to find out these things about you, but D&D, the card games, he's a big magic guy. These are things that I really like about you. Way more than your perfect image. I like you the way you are. I wish I could see more of that. You don't ever have to be afraid of being yourself with me.
Hana.
Hana, In one swift movement, I was swept into a hug.
Jared.
Thank you, Hana.
Jared, people are going to see.
He released me and took a step back. Right, you don't like PDA. I'm sorry.
I didn't mind this time.
I stared down at my fidgeting hands. Jared was glowing with happiness. Come on, let's get you to class. He dropped me off at the classroom and waved goodbye. Once inside, mine nearly ran me over.
What happened? Are you okay? Yeah, everything should be fine now. He apologized to me and seemed to really regret it.
Mine nodded, but still looked somewhat put off.
Is something wrong? No. I mean, he apologized after all.
But the odd look remained on her face as we headed to our seats.
Tell me what's up, Mai. Give me that shit.
Well,
Okay, don't get mad at me, alright? I tend to look at people's actions to see what kind of people they are. But Jared, did he do this to you right off the bat? Right after you started dating? It worries me. I don't think he's a bad guy, but still. He did throw you under the bus. I'm just saying. But if he really doesn't do it again, there's nothing to worry about. People can make mistakes. What's important is that he follows through on his words. Yeah. After our conversation, I trusted Jared. I thought he would I thought he would follow through, even if Mai didn't. Mai was really a stickler when it came to guys and relationships, wasn't she? As the rest of the class filtered in and I watched Mai gazing out the window, one question pounded through my head. Why? I was studying at my desk. It's the silly song. I was studying at my desk one afternoon when Mai and PBG came bursting in through the door.
Hana.
Hana, I have a surprise for you. PBG shut the door behind them and Mai lowered her voice. Hana, we snuck some beer into the school. Want a drink with us? Oh shit, I didn't know PBG was a bad guy. I looked up from my work and finally noticed that she and PBG had tiny brown cans in their hands. It looked like something that came from a vending machine. In Japan, it was fairly easy to come across alcohol if you really wanted it. Most people look the other way, and most people look the other way at underage drinking, so long as you didn't cause a fuss. That being said, I never had anything to drink before, and I didn't think Asago would be so lax about it. There was a stipulation in my scholarship that said, were I to be caught consuming alcohol, my scholarship would be given up. If that happened, there was absolutely no way I could keep going here, even with my father spending almost all of his money on me. Better not be a decision. Don't fucking do it, Hana. It would be reckless and selfish of me to do that, even if I wanted to.
No, that's okay.
Okay, but do you mind if you don't mind if we do it, right?
My old friends like to drink, so you can go ahead. I'm used to it.
As probably could have been expected, Mai's tolerance was already quite high, and being so experienced, neither drank enough to have too much of an effect. I hate when that happens. It's just like, well, we drank 4 beers each. That was it. Instead, they played board games, just slightly louder than usual.
Ugh! You took my monster out of Tokyo!
Yeah, I did, because he's dead now. Just slightly. Oh, I'm glad they're having fun. As Jared's fashion show grew closer, he became more and more antsy. We were already rocky enough as it was. Although he had apologized, I still felt hurt. I was trying to convince myself he hadn't meant it, or that he learned from it, but my suspicions were ingrained in my head. Maybe he was the most important person to himself after all. They did say attractive people were more self-centered. But I felt bad for even these thoughts. After all, he was my boyfriend. I should support him. No, wait. I should support him because I cared about him, right?
Hey, what's up?
You okay, Hana? You look kind of bummed.
No, I'm fine. Sorry.
Mai stared at me, obviously not believing me. Instead, I turned my attention to the conversation in front of us. Only a few weeks left, so we have to make sure to utilize that time wisely. That's plenty of time. I think you're taking this a little too seriously. If you don't practice, Hidden Block will end up winning. Do you want that? The group cast a glance across the cafeteria. The Hidden Block Club were competing to see who could most effectively balance their tray on a chopstick. All except for Ian, who was watching them with a tiny smile on his face.
Well,
An extra practice period couldn't hurt. They agreed to have an extra practice at some point in the near future. I finished my scatty, absolutely positive that some point would never come. I headed back to Poppy Hall with Mai grilling me about what was wrong. I was about to cave and expel all my doubts when a piercing scream hit the air.
Ah!
Mai and I turned. Birds were scattering off in the distance from the direction of the field.
Did you hear that? Should we go look?
Yes, we should go look. Oh no, what's happening to Jer? We ran to the field with everything in our bodies, passing other students who evidently had the same idea. But when we got to the field, we found it completely empty. No dead bodies, no raging fire, no alien robots taking over. Lame. It's Waleed! The Master Balrog! I know nothing about this guy other than the fact that he once tweeted out, he was like, I got like $100 in Nintendo Cash. And he tweeted the back of the card, and someone used it. And he's like, I guess I don't have it. Agreed. Waleed evidently ran here with everybody else and was glaring across the field. But I swear there was a noise from here. All these people didn't hallucinate a scream at the same time.
well,
Unless you want to stay and search and risk being late for class. No, I can't afford a tardy. Although it'll remove me from the next volleyball game.
What?
What? You should get going then. Mai checked the time and gasped. Shit, Hana, I'm going ahead of you. She sprinted off down the way, minor clouds of dust in her wake. Waleed turned to me. I'm headed off too. Coming this way? Oh, I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to. I'm not fraternizing with the enemy. Waleed narrowed his eyes. I see how it is. Clever. Very clever. Not as clever as my plan, but still clever.
bye.
I'll see you later, then. He waved at me and then disappeared down the path. I waited a few moments, but then began to follow him until...
Psst.
Huh?
Psst.
Hana. Who? A hand tugged me at the back of my collar, and I was pulled into the bushes. A hand wrapped itself around my mouth, and someone whispered to me, "Please be quiet. I can't let anyone see me like this." That voice sounded familiar. I ceased my struggling. When Waleed was out of sight, I was released. I turned and found, well... Jirard! Oh no! He got Animal Crossing'd.
Hana, it's awful. My face, my beautiful face. I should never have bothered to come here in the first place.
What happened? Are you allergic to something?
Bees happen, Hana. Bees! Those demon bugs shot me out of their valiant nemesis, and I, the peace-loving Jirard, wanted only some pretty flowers to brighten my sorrowful maiden's day.
He held up a small bundle of pink flowers. I gently took them.
But now my face, it's swollen, and I can't even bear to look at it. The fashion show is tomorrow. How am I supposed to go like this? I've been preparing for it all year.
Jirard.
Jer Bear, I'm so sorry.
I felt guilty, even though it technically wasn't my fault. When But if he hadn't been up here gathering flowers for me, he wouldn't have gotten stung. It was still partially my fault, wasn't it?
What are you gonna do, Jer?
I can't go out like this. I can't, Hana. That's it. I'm ruined.
He threw his hands up in the air, then collapsed in a heap on the ground.
I'll be a laughing stock.
Are you crying, bitch boy?
Don't look at me. Also, I didn't like how the game skipped. So... Yes.
I wish there was something I could do to help.
Wait!
He shot up again, a finger raised triumphantly into the air.
All right.
There is something you can do. Take my place in the show.
What?
You're perfect.
Take my place in the show, Hana. I know you can do it. You're so beautiful. You'll be perfect. I can't believe I didn't think of this sooner.
Jer Bear, I'm not a model.
I know, but you could be.
There was no way that was true. Obviously no way.
Do you not think you're beautiful?
Not really, Jer.
What?
What? But how could you look in the mirror and not see it?
Welcome to being a woman in the modern age, Jer. He put a finger to his lumpy chin, stroking it thoughtfully.
Is this what being a
Exactly.
Is this what being a woman is like?
I wanted to say no, rather I think it's what being born normal is like.
Oh.
But you'll help me, won't you, Hana?
I paused, conflict shredding my stomach. Modeling in a fashion show sounded like the absolute antithesis of anything I ever wanted to do. Putting myself in the spotlight for people to critique my body, my face, my hair. Even if Jared sincerely thought I was beautiful, I doubted anyone else would. But I looked at Jared's distraught, sincere, bloated face. He was truly upset, and I couldn't help him like this. Even if I didn't want to do it, at least for Jared.
Well,
I guess I could try it.
Hana!
He grabbed my hands in his and held them up to his face, kissing them repeatedly.
Oh, Hana, my savior, my flower. How did I ever become worthy of such an angel?
There it was again, the weird, grandiose talk.
Tee-hee. Tee-hee, tiddly-tee.
Go to the theater an hour early tomorrow and everything will be fine. I'll be right in the front row supporting you, so don't worry. Oh, and Hana,
Yeah?
really, truly, thank you. I can't really explain it well, but I'm glad you could see me like this.
Jared.
Jer?
You should get going to class, or you'll be late.
Right. I'll be going then.
Be safe!
I waved and dashed across the field, hoping I could make it in time. I didn't. Miss Shizuka berated me in front of the entire class, and to be honest, I was so nervous about what happened that it hardly touched me. I was going to be in a fashion show in front of the whole school, in front of everybody? And why did it matter so much to Jared? Did he really care? Was he trying to save his image? I wasn't the type to do this kind of thing. I really wasn't. But I would just have to deal and go through with it. I accepted it after all, and I wanted to help Jer. Even if I personally thought everything he did to save his image was stupid, it still mattered to him. He was in genuine distress. If this made him feel better, then even if I was terrified... There was no way. No way. Just no way. What was I gonna do? It was the day of the fashion show that I caved. I rushed into my dorm room and found my stash of alcohol. No! It wasn't that I wanted to get drunk. It was just that I couldn't handle it. I didn't think I was going to be able to handle it. So I knew it was wrong. I knew it wasn't a good way to cope. But at that moment, with the responsibility that was suddenly thrust upon me, the alcohol emerged from the heavens as if it was the hand of God. I opened the can and took my first sip.
What? This is disgusting. But I guess people don't drink it for the taste.
I drank first 1 can, then 2. I didn't even know how much to drink to have an effect. I had seen people drinking before, but they all seemed to need 3 or 4 cans before they even started getting tipsy. I made it through 3 cans before I looked up and realized the room was wobbling before my face.
What?
I moved my head left to right, then tilted it from shoulder to shoulder.
My head feels so heavy. Oh, I shouldn't be speaking this out loud. I should be thinking.
I giggled, feeling very distant from the gnawing anxiety that still clawed at my tummy.
I think it worked.
I looked at the clock. 12:40? When was the show? 1? 2? I shook my head.
I should get going.
I stood and immediately fell back down the floor, giggling.
I was unprepared for the amount of pressure that was going to be on my knees. Don't worry. I'll do better this time.
I stood again, this time more carefully. It took a second for my head to catch up to where my body was, but when it did, my balance was fine.
Yeah, to the fashion show.
Somehow, some way, I made it to the theater. The back room was very dark and buzzing with people, mostly tall, beautiful Asago students in a rainbow of high-fashion ensemble. Loud music was thumping from the main room of the theater. That's not going to be good while being drunk. Reverberating in my already dazed head. I looked around nervously for Jer, hoping for a few encouraging words from my BF before going on stage. Unfortunately, he was nowhere to be found. I could only assume he was too ashamed of his face to even be backstage.
Hana, over here.
I turned to see Mimi and Kakasu. Kakasu was holding up a makeup brush and smiling cheerfully, while Mimi clutched a clipboard and tried to look important.
You're late.
I'm sorry,
Before I could finish, Kakasu grabbed my hand and dragged me over to a brightly lit vanity mirror that was swimming with makeup. She applied a thick, steady gloss to my lips, and I instantly wanted to wipe off. I watched the other students behind me in the mirror. Some were practicing their walks with perfect poise. Others were cooing expectantly over each other's outfits. Everyone looked so happy and prepared. I gulped.
All finished.
I looked back at myself in the mirror. Kakasu had applied a tasteful, natural-looking amount of makeup to my slightly flushed face.
Wow, Kakasu, it looks really good.
I took care to turn my face away from her as I spoke, pretending to inspect the light blush on the right side of my cheek. The last thing I needed was for Kakasu to give me an exact readout of my current blood alcohol level.
Affirmative. Mimi, will you help with your Mimi will help you with your dress now. All right.
I stood up carefully, steadying myself on the vanity. Mimi was across the room, helping a tall brunette into a beautiful flowery green dress. I took a deep breath and walked over. Mimi's face crinkled at the sight of me.
All right, let's see.
She looked down at her clipboard, searching for my name.
Hana. Oh, right, here you are.
She turned to a large metal clothing rack behind her. Her hand hovered over the dresses before picking out a bright, glittering magenta dress.
That's my dress?
Mimi smirked, looking quite pleased with my reaction.
Jer Bear picked it out special just for you. He said it went with your hair.
I gulped. I questioned a lot of things about Jared and our relationship, but his taste in clothing was never one of them.
All right.
Now hurry up and get dressed. You're walking in 5, babe.
You want me to change here?
I glanced around nervously. The room was full of people. But there was no time for shame, which Mimi made sure to emphasize with an impatient tapping of her foot.
Now!
I positioned myself away from as many people as possible before undressing down to my undies. I covered myself as much as one could with one arm as I unsteadily stepped into my dress, my knees threatening to give out under me. Mimi zipped up the back and then whirred me around to face a full-length mirror. The sudden motion made my stomach churn. I stared up at myself, mouth agape. The neckline plunged all the way down my chest. The dress was fitted and the fabric bunched at my feet. It was itchy and way too long. I sucked in a deep breath.
Oh yeah? And Hana? No glasses on the runway.
Which is so stupid. It's not a rule, Mimi. Mimi snatched my glasses right off my face before I could react.
But I can't see well without my glasses.
It's just a straight line. You can walk in a straight line, can't you?
It's hard, Mimi. Don't make fun of us. In my current state, that was questionable. Mimi turned back to a large rack of shoes.
Since the dress is too long, you'll have to wear heels.
She considered her options before selecting a silver pair, 4 inches long.
Here.
I took them and looked them over.
But I've never walked in heels. I don't even know if I can.
Tears stung my eyes. I desperately held them back, not wanting to ruin my makeup or go out on stage with red, puffy eyes. Mimi's face softened for a moment, but then she frowned.
It's not my fault you're too damn short for your dress.
She huffed and left. I sat down on the floor, careful not to ruin the dress. I pulled the shoes on and wobbled to my feet, feeling like a baby giraffe standing for the very first time.
Oh, God.
I drew in a deep breath and steadied myself with the wall.
You can do this, Hana. You can do this. You just have to focus. Who are you talking to, Hana? No one. I mean, myself. It's time for you to get in line. May I assist you?
I took Kakazu's arm. She led me to the edge of the stage where a line of girls and guys were waiting for their turn to walk on.
Here you are, Hana.
I sighed as she left. My head was beating wildly in my chest.
Sorry, I can't read today.
My heart was beating wildly in my chest. I clenched and unclenched my fist to try and steady the nervous tremors that crept into my fingers. I just had to walk. Well, walk and turn around and then walk again. That didn't sound so hard. I took a deep breath and concentrated my mind on Jared. If he thought I could do it, then surely I could, right? The line got shorter and shorter until finally I was next. I watched the boy in front of me step confidently out onto the stage. He was dressed in a blue sequin tuxedo that lit up as soon as the bright lights of the stage hit it. I peeked out from behind the curtain, squinting against the brightness. I scanned the audience carefully.
Where are you, Jared?
Without my glasses, it was hard to see. Luckily, I didn't need perfect vision to spot the paper bag I could only assume was Jared in the front row. He was sitting between two blurry blobs that looked like Satch and PBG. I relaxed a bit, but it was short-lived. Walk! Someone hissed at me from the shadows, and I stumbled forward, my heart skipping a beat. I was suddenly bathed in blinding light. Cheers erupted in the audience from who I assumed to be Mai and the Normal Boots Club. I put one foot in front of the other, trying desperately not to make a fool of myself. As I wobbled down the runway, I glanced to where Jared was seated. He waved and gave me a thumbs up. The gesture gave me a tiny surge of confidence. It must have helped because I made it to the end of the runway without incident. A smile crept across my face as I paused and struck what I hoped was a not completely stupid pose. Cheers rang out again. I turned around and started back. I made it about halfway.
Oh, God.
Hiccups. I continued to walk, but it happened again. Something, somewhere went wrong. Distracted by my hiccups, I stepped incorrectly, or maybe my foot slipped, or I got caught in the dress. At some point, however, I went down. It happened in slow motion. The runway drew closer to my face. My hands flew out to catch myself. I squeezed my eyes shut. I fell, smashing my face against the floor. Gas flew around me like ghosts. I felt the color drain out of my face. I tried to stand up and fell again, this time on my knee. Again, I tried to stand up and fell. Oh, no matter how I tried, I could not stand again. I stared at my hands on the stage, eyes watering. My hands, my hands. I moved them out and pulled myself across the catwalk like a slinky or a snail. It was almost fun if it weren't for the everything that made it not. I made it backstage as the next girl strode out from behind the curtain. I was greeted with silence by the staff. Mimi stood by the clothes rack in the back of the room, staring at me with a sly expression. Can Mimi fuck off? I didn't say anything. Someone lent me their arm and I stood with quivering legs. I only realized now how little strength they had. I must have been very afraid for them to go limp on me like this. Someone led me to a chair and sat me down. I stayed there for a while, looking at my hands until...
Hana, are you okay?
I nodded silently.
Why are you wearing Aiko's dress?
I couldn't understand what he was talking about. My head was absolutely swimming from the potent mix of alcohol and embarrassment.
Aiko's dress? Yes, that's Aiko Yoshida's dress. Who put you in that dress?
All at once it hit me. I glanced over to where Mimi had been standing, but she was gone. Mimi, that bitch, she ruined me.
You're telling me this isn't my dress?
No!
No! Aiko was way taller than you. And besides, I would never have chosen that color for you. He took my trembling hands and is kneeling down to look me in the eyes. I turned my head away in shame, but Jirard gently turned it back with a finger under my chin.
Hana?
Your dress was blue. I picked it because it perfectly matched your eyes. It was going to be the climax of the show, the most important piece of the whole collection. I thought if you wore it, maybe you could see how beautiful you are. I thought you could see yourself the way I see you. I opened my mouth to tell him what Mimi did, but then shook my head. Mimi may have tried to sabotage me, but I knew that my own poor decision was ultimately the reason I fell on stage. I had to be honest with him. I needed to come clean.
Jirard, I'm drunk.
He blinked at me. God, that explains. Why are you drunk? I didn't even know you drank.
I don't. I was just so scared, so I wanted to have a little, but I think I had too much.
How much did you drink?
3 cans?
Hana, you're tiny and a woman, and you have no tolerance, and you're not used to the effects.
I know, it was stupid.
Tears pricked the back of my eyes. Jirard shook his head. No, I didn't mean... You should have told me if it was such a big deal for you.
But I wanted to help you, and you said I was beautiful. It was such a big deal for you.
Shh. Jirard pulled me into a hug. Is this okay? Not too much PDA? I shook my head.
This is fine. I needed this.
Thank you for doing this for me, Hana. I nodded into his shoulder.
But why was it such a big deal for you?
He pulled away from me, looking me in the eyes. I guess after all this, you deserve to know, don't you? The thing is... Hello, you two. It's Creeps McPasta. Get out of here. You're hardly a character. The nurse showed up out of nowhere, and I made a beeline right for me. He made a beeline right for me. Terror flooded through me. If he found out that I was drunk, my entire scholarship would be in jeopardy.
Are you feeling alright?
I was in the audience and saw you fall. Are you alright? You look quite painful.
I am fine.
I held my breath, too terrified to speak, suddenly self-conscious of my every action. If only I could get a hold of how I was moving, then it wouldn't be apparent, right? I glanced at Jirard, who was looking at Creeps with as much fear as I was. I'll do a quick checkup on your leg just to make sure. He bent down in front of me and tweaked my ankle. Do you feel anything there?
No.
His head shot up and he gave me a very strange look. Then do you feel this? He tapped the top of my knee.
No.
He gave me a sharp look. Speak to me again. I clamped my mouth shut and shook my head. Creeps placed his head next to mine, looking eye to eye with me. What is your name?
Hana Mizuno?
I see. He stepped away from me. And who snuck alcohol into the school? I froze and stared at him, eyes wide. I can smell it on your breath.
What? What should I do? I couldn't tell him it was but if I said it was me, my scholarship...
My thoughts were slow and sluggish, like I was trying to hold on to wet rubber balls, but dropping them in a muddy stream. I should... Not gonna tell me? I drew a deep breath.
It was...
I did it. Jirard stood up next to me and my jaw dropped open.
Jer Bear!
I did it. I'm sorry. Mr. McPasta frowned. Jirard, we're going to the headmaster's office.
Miss Mizuno.
Miss Mizuno, I know what kind of situation you're in. Go straight to your room to sober up. Try not to get caught by anyone else on the way there. I don't know that they'd be as lenient as I'm being. He looked regretful for a moment. Then, if you really are under so much stress, you should come see me. There are healthier ways for you to learn how to deal with this. Tears filled my eyes, but I said nothing. Well then, come with me, Jirard. Jirard shot me one last look, but it was not what I expected to see. He didn't seem angry. He didn't seem sad. Instead, he seemed urgent, as if he were saying, "Get out of here." He wasn't even worried about himself. I wiped the tears from my face, then stood on my chair. If I left out the back door and walked quickly, I could make it in time. I made it to the room without incident, but as I walked in and shut the door, I collapsed on the ground. I was so tired. How was I so tired?
Oh no!
Mai rushed to my side.
I saw you fall, but they wouldn't let me backstage again. Are you okay? My Jared got in trouble.
What?
Tell me what happened.
I told her about how Jared took the fall for her and for me, my tears making it difficult to talk.
Jared? Did that for me? For you? My, what are we gonna do?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Look, you're in no shape to be thinking about this, and I'm not sure there's anything we can do. She lifted me by the arm and led me to my bed. Don't worry about anything. She handed me a full glass of water. Drink. I obeyed. Good. Now sleep this off. I'm sure by the time you wake up, things will have restabilized themselves somehow. I nodded. Mai helped me into my PJs and crawled under my covers. And I crawled under my covers. I was so tired. My eyes were so heavy. I just wanted to forget that this all happened.
Hana.
It is night now.
Hana? Someone's at the door. I think you should answer it.
I sat up groggily, then suddenly a sharp pain struck my head. Oh my god. My stomach felt raw, like it was set on fire and was trying to return to its normal functioning. It was nausea, but the most burning form of nausea I'd ever experienced.
Oh gosh, are you hungover? Never mind. That can wait until later. Answer the door.
I pulled on some clothes, making each movement with care as to not upset my stomach even further. I crossed the room and after a cursory glance in the mirror, opened the door.
Hana.
Jared! Jared, why did you do that? Why did you take the blame? You have a perfect reputation. You're gonna get in so much trouble and...
It's fine. Creeps and I made up a story that I snuck alcohol backstage to cope with the pressure from the show. He said that's why I didn't perform in the first place. They didn't say anything about you or any other students. I still got in trouble, but because of my perfect reputation, they're mostly letting it slide.
But why?
You were in trouble, and I don't know. I did it on impulse. I guess I wanted to protect you. And I did. I could tell he was smiling weakly under the bag, but as my own anxiety faded, I noticed how lethargic he seemed. I stepped out into the hallway with him and shut the door behind me.
What's wrong?
You can tell something is bothering me? Is it obvious, even through the bag?
I don't think it's obvious, but...
He sighed. Let's go for a walk. We stepped out into the night air. I remembered how, just a few weeks earlier, I was out on another night, running from Jared in fear. It was then that I found out that he had a terrible secret. Now, was he going to tell me another one? We walked in silence for a while. Jared had his hands in his jacket pockets. I imagined his hands were warmer than my own, but I was glad that my hands were cold. It distracted me from the pounding in my head. It's about my family. I might have mentioned that I was raised to know a lot about traditional Japanese arts. That's true. My family is well known, well, you'd know. My family's name isn't Kanabenbauer, it's Nadeshiko. I stopped in my tracks.
Nadeshiko? Isn't that the name of...
The Nadeshiko School of Traditional Japanese Arts, founded in 1644. We've been around for hundreds of years. Pioneers in the traditional forms of dance, calligraphy, flower arrangement, adornment, kendo, and yes, tea ceremonies. The Nadeshiko School of Traditional Japanese Arts, among artisans, it was known primarily as the Institute. My parents talked about it all the time at the shop. My mom wanted to get into a class there, had even been saving up before she got sick. My dad always looked to their designs for inspiration when arranging the flower displays. Each spring, when the new designs came out, the name floated around the dining room table for weeks. And here was the apparent flesh and blood of the Institute itself, standing right before me. But you're...
Too rebellious and free-spirited to ever be tamed by ancient tradition and a distinguished family name? I know.
I was going to say white. They're all white. Why are they in Japan?
As you should expect, being raised with such history, I was expected to carry on the family name and not besmirch our reputation. My birth kind of already ruined that, though.
Is that why your last name is Knabenbauer?
He nodded. My father took a mistress, my mother. I took her name, because she was never allowed to have his. But my father died, and my mom, through a series of events, was incorporated as head of one of the branches. She thinks if I can just behave well enough, eventually I will be accepted and allowed to run a branch of the school, if not the whole damn thing. I'll be rich, we'll be set for life, we'll have the fame and prestige we deserve. She'll finally be acknowledged by her husband's, her lover's family. I think to her, it's what she needs to feel like she can see him again after she dies.
Jared.
Right? So it's a lot of pressure. I've been expected to be perfect my whole life, and when you're as naturally flawless as me, it's not too hard, but it can be demanding. Failure isn't tolerated. Loss of image isn't tolerated. I don't think I've had a true friend until coming here and meeting the Normal Boots Club. It took me years to convince my mother to let me... It took years to convince my mother to let me come here. Only the prestige of the Academy saved me. I was able to have fun here. All the ceremonies and shows I did, all the tournaments and announcements, and even my girlfriends. He glanced at me sheepishly. Sorry. For the first time, maintaining an image was half work and half fun. But now I guess all that work meant nothing. He stared wistfully at the night sky. The headmaster's going to call my mother, and she's going to find out. Maybe she'll be able to keep it under wraps. I don't know. My mom can be very scary. Ruthless, even. But it will definitely get around the school. And from there, well, my image is ruined. He sighed. It's weird. I've worked my entire life, some 17 years, to keep this up. I couldn't tell if I hated it or I loved it. But now that it's ruined, I feel kind of relieved.
Jared, you threw away so much because of me.
No. No. Hey, stop. I'm not telling you this to make you feel bad, but, well, now you know. He rubbed his arms. I could tell he was smiling under the bag. It's cold. What do you say we go inside? We returned to the girls' dorm, making our way slowly to my room. I didn't know what to say. The truth of Jared's upbringing, the entirety of what he sacrificed by accepting the blame. It was too much for me to process. It definitely wasn't making my headache any better. We reached my room and Jared shuffled awkwardly.
Well,
then I guess... Ugh. I put a hand in my mouth. I felt really weird. My headache was getting worse. My stomach was burning even more. Anna, are you okay? He put a hand on my forehead, looking at me with concern. I don't feel... Oh no! He pulled me by the arm, sprinting down the hall. Hold it in, hold it in, hold it in, please hold it in! We flew into the Jared, you're not supposed to be there. We flew into the bathroom and Jared practically threw me into a stall. And just in time, as Jared gathered my hair in his hands, I vomited like I never vomited before. Isn't this nice?
No!
Jared chuckled quietly. We've gotten ourselves into one hell of a mess, haven't we? He tenderly rubbed my back. I was embarrassed, horribly embarrassed, but I was also beyond the point of feeling that embarrassment. I just wanted it to end. I guess everyone will hate me now.
What?
Why?
Well, I'm not what I pretended to be. People liked me because I was perfect, and now I'm not.
That's not true.
It'll be interesting to see how it turns out, won't it? He chuckled again. I keep yawning. I don't like to admit it, but I'm scared. When I was done, I kicked him out of the bathroom and cleaned myself up. It was horrifying that he saw me like that. But at the same time, I was more preoccupied with what he was going through to worry about something so comparatively small. After giving up so much for me, what made seeing me throw up a big deal?
I washed my mouth out and borrowed someone's tube of toothpaste before returning to the hall. Jirard was waiting for me in front of my door.
All right.
So I guess this is goodbye now. I nodded sheepishly.
Jared.
Thank you.
No, I should be thanking you. Things have been changing for me ever since I met you. Without you, He stopped himself. Anyway, thanks. He turned and left. I watched him go, guilt mingling with gratefulness in my empty tummy. I returned to my room, once again feeling exhausted. Mai turned over in her bed to look at me, but instead of talking to me, she smiled. I smiled back at her, and she turned over again. She probably knew I didn't want to talk about it. I changed back into my pajamas and climbed into my bed, trying to think of ways to help Jirard. His relationship with his mother seemed so difficult. If my father was like that with me, there was no way I'd be able to do anything. The only reason I was even here was because my father supported and cared about me so much. Even if his mother had those expectations, didn't she know they were unreasonable? Maybe it was naive of me, but I thought maybe if he could talk to her honestly and tell her how he felt. But then, would that even do anything? Next day. Next chapter, chapter 4. Oh! I was not eager to head to class the next day. Jared's paranoia. The fashion show, combined with my glorious encore immediately following, filled me with embarrassment and horror. I walked through the doors of Poppy Hall so early in the morning I didn't even think Mai was awake. Consequently, the halls were mostly deserted, excepting the odd student who looked away when they saw me coming. I reached the door of my classroom with a sigh before an odd flicker of movement caught my eye. Jirard was standing behind a row of lockers. And then another one further down the hall. Like this, he darted between locker groups, heading for the staircase to the 3rd floor?
Jared.
He jumped. Oh, why, yes! Hana! Oh, Hana, it's just you. He put a hand over his heart, wheezing. Thank God, it's just you. How are you? He leaned against a neighboring wall, flipping his hair dramatically.
I'm fine.
Nice.
That's great. There was a creak down the hall as a stairwell door opened. Students were now starting to trickle into the hallways, and Jirard followed them with his eyes. Yeah, I was thinking that, and along the lines of that. I agree, right. Yeah.
Jared, I'm not saying anything.
Perfect. How wonderful. Irritated, I grabbed his chin with my hands and turned him to face me.
Hey!
Jared, come back down to earth, please. Nobody's going to be thinking about you.
A few students passed by, whispering and giggling. Jared sighed. If that doesn't look like they're talking about me, what does? You would think anybody was talking about you at that rate. All they would have to be doing was talking. You can't tell me no one is seriously going to be talking about how Jirard, the model student, is secretly an alcoholic? I wrinkled my nose. He had a point, was the thing. But it also sounded so arrogant.
The world doesn't revolve around you.
I know that. What kind of idiot do you take me for?
I'm not saying you're an idiot.
Jirard glanced at the door again, and he paled. I looked over my shoulder.
Good morning.
Oh, hey, Satch. What's up?
Hey, girl.
Sup? Good to see you two survived. He grinned broadly. I chuckled, but Jirard shoved his hands into his pockets. Anyway, Jirard, I understand. I won't talk to... Don't forget about the meeting after school tonight. We want everybody to be there. You too, Hana.
Yeah.
Got it.
I saluted. Satch waved and went on his way.
Ah!
What?
But... See? I told you so.
I'll see you around.
Hana, I've got to talk to him. I'll see you later. Jirard followed Satch up to their classroom, no doubt about to probe him for his opinion on what occurred the night before. I wondered whether he'd tell the truth to them about the alcohol, or whether he'd stick with his original story. Would he tell them about me throwing up? Aw, jeez. I went into class, hiding my face from the people around me, but the conversation I heard.
I wouldn't have expected it of him.
I know, right? Who knows? Maybe he's some kind of alcoholic.
I don't think so.
Ugh, but what would that... But that would make him so hot. He'd be dangerous and everything. A secret bad boy. A dark side. Takazu's eyes flickered.
I do not understand this propensity of human mating patterns.
Whatever. More for me. It seemed like nobody even remembered my fall. Compared to Jared, I was small news. The same thing happened at lunch, too.
Don't trust him as far as I can throw him.
I'm not so sure.
Yeah, but I don't think he'd be as shady as to listen in on our strategy discussions. He stole my favorite Wii remote, too. They were all the same color. There's no way he could have known he was taking it. The group cast a suspicious glance at the hidden block table, where Jimmy had donned a chef's hat and was teaching the rest how to frost cookies. That's fun. They're experiencing varying degrees of success, with Ian producing the cutest smiling cookies and Caddy creating miniatures of dead moose. I don't know. Jared was listening quietly, hardly even eating his food. I couldn't tell whether he was relieved or whether their failure to address the rumors made him distrust him even more than he otherwise would have.
About the fashion show?
Yeah!
You look great! I glanced at Mai, blinking.
Yeah!
Yeah, you really did. Even Josh agreed, didn't you? Josh blushed and turned away. I don't know what you're talking about.
But what about my fall?
It's exactly what I expected from the likes of you.
I stared at Shane, unsure of whether this was a joke or an insult. His expression didn't change. Nobody cares, Hana. No one gives a shit, so don't worry. She dug an elbow into my side, a bit painfully, honestly. I had the feeling she was shutting me up, less out of concern for my feelings and more out of concern for the truth of the situation getting out. I glanced at PBG, who was making faces and staring at the ceiling. Did he know too? Was he gonna tell him?
Okay. Thanks, then.
See what I mean?
We should leave the strategy for tonight. Lunch is supposed to be about relaxing. We shouldn't drag work into it.
This is the wrong group of people to be saying that to.
Yeah. As we finished eating and dispersing to campus, I dawdled behind the others to catch up to Jared. He was walking like a zombie, holding his head as if unsure if this reality existed.
Hey!
Feeling better yet?
I just don't get it. Why doesn't anyone hate me? Nobody cares about whether you snuck alcohol in. At least nobody in the Normal Boots Club cares. They're your friends. It's not like you killed the person. It's not like you cheated on your wife with Rubber Ross's wife. It's not like you had weirdos send you penis pics and pictures of their boobs and vajingos on a Tumblr. They probably did that, by the way. He did all that. They probably don't want to talk about it unless you bring it up. Friends?
Yeah.
I patted him on the shoulders. Don't worry, you'll figure out how friendship works eventually. As I rubbed his shoulders, I heard someone approaching from behind. We turned around.
Paul,
what's up? Hey guys. I don't really know how to go about saying this. He scratched the back of his balls, staring at Jared's left knee.
Well...
So, you know that I'm running for council president, right? An image is very important to that, right? Oh, he's gonna be fake. So I don't personally care what you do in your free time. I don't care whether you drink or don't. Like, personally, I just don't give a damn. But some of the students and faculty might care, and it would be bad if I got a reputation for doing things like that. Your reputation might survive, Jared, but I don't have your godlike good looks. I can't afford to have people thinking I'm an alcoholic because of you, so...
Because of him?
What I'm saying is that I need to spend less time around you, or I would appreciate if you could spend less time around me, or us. I feel really bad, man. That's just how it is.
What the hell, Paul of Continue? You Italian bastard? You should be better than this.
I turned to Jirard in desperation.
Right? Tell him, Jirard.
Jirard held up a hand, shook his head. No, it's fine, I get it. Image is everything. Paul sighed, his entire body relaxing as if a bowstring was untied. I'm glad you understand, Jirard. It's really nothing to do with you. Yeah, it's fine. I get it. I raised an eyebrow, but Paul simply grinned. Awesome! I gotta get to class. Can't be late, but I'll see you. He stopped mid-goodbye. I mean, I'll... bye. He dashed off down the lane. The wind blew through the trees above us, stirring small flakes of dirt that speckled my thoughts. Jirard turned to me with a half-hearted smile. I knew they wouldn't really accept me. Is that really what you're taking from this? You saw it happen.
You're cherry-picking the worst possible things to reflect. Self-voicing disabled.
I didn't know that was a thing. Oh my god, I could have just sat here and had a computer read the whole thing.
You're cherry-picking the worst possible things to reflect your inaccurate outlook.
It just happened. You can't tell me I'm making it up.
It has nothing to do with your friendship. You said it was image only.
Yeah, and my image is the only thing he seems to care about.
But you think Paul was using you?
I don't know.
I don't know. I didn't say that.
But you're not taking it back either.
Yeah? Well, I stared at him.
You're kidding.
Jirard shrugged. Class is starting soon, isn't it?
It is.
We should get to it then.
Fine. I'm going ahead.
I shouldered my bag and stalked off. I made it to class in the nick of time, right as the bell chimed, and sat at my desk with a mixture of fury and sadness in my heart. Paul shouldn't have done that. I almost didn't believe he actually did. But Jirad's selective attention to the very worst interpretation and signal from every situation was filling me with rage. I didn't understand why either. Sure, it was annoying that he was behaving like that, but it shouldn't be causing this extent of anger. What was going on? When class ended, I started walking out with Mai, but...
Hana,
where are you going? We have practice today in the library, remember? I glanced at Mai, who shrugged. I should get some extra volleyball practice. I've been slacking off recently anyways.
Okay.
Right, then let's go. Shane and I headed past the tables of gossiping, frustrated, sleeping students and into the back of the room. There at a table to the right sat the Normal Boots Club. Or most of them. As I scanned the familiar faces, I noticed two things. One, everyone seemed stressed beyond belief. Two, Jirard and Paul were nowhere to be found. As Shane and I set our bags on the table, I found out why. I asked you not to come, so I expected you not to be here. Can handle not being around in public, but this is the library, and no one comes to the cooking and new age sections. I saw a flash of green from between a few books across the way. Jirard and Paul were arguing a few bookcases over, but despite this, their voices could be heard as clear as day. Satch glanced back at them. If they don't keep it down, the library is going to come and kick us all out, trust me.
That's okay. We can just meet in the club room, right?
The teacher is using it for class prep today, so we won't be able to.
Oh, can't you do something? You work here.
No.
I'm not. That situation is between them. I won't take sides. No one is going to see, but if they do, but it won't happen. You can't know that it won't. You can't know that it will. The two are going in circles. If anything, this would hurt Paul's reputation more than being seen with Jirard. Well, we all came here for a reason. And just because those two are being idiots doesn't mean we have to waste our time. He's right. They'll sort out their business. In the meantime, we have strategy to discuss. I watched the flashes of movement between the bookcases.
But
I'm not one for conflict, but we can't leave them like that, can we? They're going to hurt us as a group.
well...
If we get involved, it'll only get worse. I agree with Shane. We can at least tell them to take it somewhere private. They're almost done. It'll be fine. I slapped my hands over my face, rubbing my temples. First Paul and Jirard, now this. As the argument back and forth got more heated, both sides separating themselves in thick categories. Time wore on. I glanced at Josh, the only one who was staying quiet. He shrugged at me. Finally, I stood.
Guys!
The other stopped mid-sentence, glancing up at me.
Just for today, can we please get on with things? I'll go tell them.
Either they join us in whatever capacity, or we can both miss this meeting.
But... No, I don't want to hear it. I've had a very frustrating day.
So either we sit down and do this strategy meeting, or I will go find a carton of eggs and smash them across all of your faces. Good. Josh, start the meeting. I'll go talk to the other two. I wove my way between the bookcases, hearing the slow talk of strategy and business start up behind me. As I approached Jirard and Paul, their voices became quieter and more urgent. They must have seen me come. Oh, got a text from Mrs. They were standing in silence, looking at the books on either side of them.
Guys, are you ready to join us?
They exchanged looks. Jirard cocked an eyebrow. Paul threw up his hands. Jirard shrugged. Fine. Yeah, we're ready. He pointed to Jirard and muttered something quietly to him. Whatever it was, Jirard seemed to have expected it, as he only rolled his eyes.
Then please join us.
Paul nodded and stepped past Jirard, going towards the table. I waited for Jirard by the bookcase end. I can stick around for today, basically.
Oh, good. That's good, right?
Jirard shrugged. As we headed back to the table, I tried to make small talk, but Jared's jaw remained tightly clenched. As calmly as he seemed to be taking this, things were not well, and I couldn't tell whether he was still mad at me for our argument earlier that day, or whether he was angry at Paul. Follow-up text. But for the moment, nothing I said seemed to stir a response. We made it to our table and resumed our seats. The boys were grouped into separate bunches, each offering their own ideas to each other's strategies. Despite having figured out a few ways to make my score better, multiplayer matches still got the best of me. I was a slow combo builder, and when I played against others, they usually got their combos in before I could get mine fully into place. It would be extremely helpful to get a few ideas on how to make my speed faster. But Jirard sat on the fringes of the group, arms crossed and deep in thought. He really looked like he could use someone to talk to, but I didn't know whether he wanted to hear from me. I wasn't even sure whether I was ready to talk with him. My boiling rage subsided, but the anger was still there. What should I do? Ooh, Hana said, I need to be serious with this. Jirard can figure out. I need to practice my strat.
Shane?
I raised a timid hand and Shane came to my side. Yes?
I've been having difficulty with this, so could you...
A wry smile curled across his lips. I'm not surprised. I stared at him. Was he being mean or was he actually teasing me? Don't worry, we'll get you ship-shape in no time. I nodded quietly, darting a glance at Jirard. He watched me and Shane, expression unchanging. Was he mad that I didn't go talk to him? Was he just upset over what happened with Paul and I was being too self-conscious to see it didn't have much to do with me? In the end, Shane helped me settle on a strategy involving eliminating certain colored stones before others based on how many there were on the screen. When I practiced with him, and he was fairly good, despite his insisting otherwise, my speed slowly got better and better until I was able to consistently beat him. He shook his head after our last match, grinning.
Yeah.
Fast learner. I beamed, something like pride tickling my spine.
Thank you.
But you've still got a lot to learn. There's only a few weeks left until the tournament. Don't forget. I saluted.
I won't.
My!
Ah! Good God, Hana, what is it?
Little pursy girl. Little persevering. Want to say hi to the people?
Hi. I'm a calling girl.
here in uniform? Did practice just end? That was me. Did practice just end? I literally just set down my bag and was about to take a shower. We've got a game in a few weekends and things are... She stopped, squinting at me.
Hey, what's up?
Hey. Oh. I'll put you in your bed, girl. In the bed. Hey, you okay? You seem really tense.
No!
No! I collapsed onto the ground, face down. Mai stood over me. I began to roll across the carpet like a tiny mobile sausage. Mai, I hate everything. Did you have another fight with Jirard? I explained the entire situation to her, from the incident early this morning up until the practice session we just had. When I was finished, I put my face into my hands. My dating sucks. Or, this is Mai's voice. My dating sucks. It's really complicated. I have no idea what's right and wrong, what I should and shouldn't do, whether I was just overreacting. I don't want to be crazy. I don't want to be, like, in an unhealthy relationship. Is that what this is? I just don't know. Mai sat next to me, putting an arm around my shoulder. Well, I can tell you that you're certainly not in a really good spot right now. All relationships go through rough patches. Realistically, something like this is bound to happen in any relationship. It's really a matter of whether you can overcome it, or whether you even want to, I guess. Is it? She shrugged. There's no real good answer. That's why relationships are so hard. Half the time, it's a matter of perspective. Jared's definitely stepped out of line more than a few times. But from his angle, I'm sure you have too. But... I shut my mouth, and as much as I would like to pretend it was only Jirard doing things wrong, maybe I had done things wrong too. But was that just me being a doormat? I didn't want to lie down and take rude behavior. Or should I? Because people make mistakes and mess up, and take their anger out on others all the time. What was permissible and what wasn't? My head hurts. Look, when it comes down to is, I guess, do you still even want to date Jirard? Of course,
No.
No, Hana. Really think about it. Just because you like someone doesn't mean you have to date them. My mom used to say this all the time. Oh, I just can't help it because I love him. As if that was good enough reason to take any behavior. If you ask me, it was an excuse. A reason for her not to take the hard road. You don't owe Jirard anything. Not as his girlfriend, and not as a human being. So it's a matter of your happiness you should think about, not his. I'm sure Jirard wouldn't want you to date him if you were just doing it to make him happy either. Do you feel like he likes you sincerely? Jirard had said and done a lot of things for me. Sometimes he felt like his words meant nothing at all. All the pretty poetry he spouted at me, thinking my beauty and immortal goodness or whatever, about my beauty and immortal goodness, meant nothing. They were as worthless as raindrops in Seattle. But there were times where Jirard seemed sincere. You look amazing, I'm going to assume is what he said. You were scared and you weren't hiding. You were afraid of the people you met and what they would think of you, but you didn't want to fake your feelings. You have always been, from the first moment I met you, genuine. You're a brave person, Hana. And I'm terrified that if someone finds out I'm not perfect, they'll just give up on me. I did it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He does. I'm sure of it. Then I guess the only other question is, do you care for him? And do you think it's worth it to try and get through this? Day faded into night as I turned the situation over and over in my mind. I cared about Jirard, I really did. Perhaps it was a question of commitment then, not one of right and wrong. Even if Jirard was being a butt, he needed someone's help. That was basically his worst fear coming true. Was it any wonder he'd become completely irrational when dealing with it? Oh. Right there. Stop trying to take off your hood. Percy's in a cone right now because she has an itching issue. And she was pawing at it, and she shouldn't. His irrationality and insistence on seeing things in the worst light possible was what angered me more than anything he said to me. It was clear that what he said to me, even including throwing me under the bus, wasn't truly how he felt about me. It wasn't good, wasn't excusable, but it wasn't the truth of the situation. More importantly than whether he did it once was whether he did it again. And I couldn't treat him as if he already had messed up, or else that would make it a self-fulfilling prophecy. But if I wanted to stick around, I had to learn how to deal with his excruciating drama king shtick. Why did that bother me so much anyways? I stared up at the top rungs of the bed, running my feet across the bars holding Mai's bed up. It was just... I hated that line of thinking. I hated it so much. I hated it because it... My eyes widened. It reminded me of myself.
Hana, why don't you try going to school today? I'm sure things will get better if you just try.
No.
Hana.
I shot a glare at my father from across my messy bedroom.
Don't you have work to do?
He shut the door, disappointment etched across his face. I listened to his footsteps descending the stairs, heart heavy. I hated myself like this. I hated the world like this. Today marked the start of the 7th week I skipped school. I turned over in my bed, still in my PJs, and rubbed the sketch pad in front of me. It wasn't like there was even a point in trying. If I came back, they would laugh. They would jeer. Maybe they'd drag me off again, and it would start all over. Nobody who claimed to be my friend back then really was. None of them could be trusted. So what was the point? I pulled my blanket firmly over my shoulders. No point. Just thinking back to that year filled me with self-loathing. Anger, guilt, frustration. I wanted to go back and strangle myself. What are you doing? Can't you see how hard your father is working? Can't you see? But what was the use? That Hana was gone, wasn't she? I guess. I was afraid of her coming back. And Jirard was a reminder that this version of myself was never far away. But back then, what I wanted more than anything was a friend. Not someone to tell me how wrong I was. Deep down, I knew how wrong I was and how stupid I was being. At the same time, I felt like I couldn't help it. I was hurt, and I needed help to overcome it. Help that I got. From Asago. From the Normal Boots Club. I always see if she's humming someone's theme or what she's doing. From my friends. Jirard didn't seem to believe the Normal Boots Club truly liked him. But despite that, he still seemed to trust me. He told me exactly how Paul's behavior made him feel. To some extent, he trusted me. That meant that there was still hope, and that, if Jirard needed help, I was the best person for the job. Maybe he was behaving like a baby, and maybe some people would think the reason enough to discard him. He certainly was making my life harder. That was the honest truth. But when I thought about the Jirard that I liked, I knew he was worth it. I nodded to myself. Perhaps I overreacted. Yes, he was being frustratingly pessimistic, but I got angry at him for my own reasons. It felt bad. I felt bad. So I knew what I needed to do. I would apologize. I didn't see Jirard in the hallways before the class. That kept my spirits up. I figured I would see Jirard at lunch and be able to apologize to him there. But when Maya and I got to the table, he was nowhere to be found. We sat, and I scanned the lunch line for him. Was he running late?
Hana.
Paul cast a guilty look in my direction. Oh. I glanced down at my food. It's only for a little while. I looked at Paul again. I wasn't sure whether he was saying that to comfort me or comfort himself. I stood.
Hana.
Sorry, I have somewhere I should be. Leaving my food behind, I dashed through the cafeteria. Where could he be? I checked the classroom, the clubroom, the library to no avail. Running out of time, I dashed to the boys' dorm.
Jirard?
I made it to his door, wheezing beyond belief.
Jirard, let me in.
I knocked feebly on his door, unsure whether he was even there. Where else could I go? I slumped down against the door, utterly exhausted.
All I wanted was to apologize.
Jared's door opened with a click, and I fell backwards into the room.
Oh!
Hana?
I stood.
Hey!
Jirard, There you are!
You came to find me? Why? Is something wrong?
No, nothing's wrong.
Well,
Kind of. Can I come in?
By all means. He stood back and held the door for me, and I wandered in, dusting off my skirt. The closet door stood open a crack, and I could see some sort of machine glimmering in the half-light. I peered at it, trying to get a closer look. So, Jirard cleared his throat. What brings you here?
Well, I know that things between us have been tense over the past few days, and you've been going through a lot. I was reflecting on my behavior, and I wanted to apologize.
I stopped. Jared's phone was going off. Jirard immediately dug into his pockets. Sorry. I'll shut it off. He glanced at who was calling and froze. I'm sorry, Hana. I need to take this. I clamped my mouth shut, frustration and concern mingling inside me. Jirard placed the phone to his ear. Hello? Jirard! A fierce female voice shot out the other end, so loud I could hear it clearly from where I was standing. Hi, Mother. Mother?
How dare you sneak alcohol into the school? Who do you think you are? How do you think this is going to play out when the tabloids get a hold of it?
Jirard glanced at me and moved across the room. I could no longer make out the words of the conversation, only the raw, angry screeching out of his mother and the increasingly panicked platitudes he made. I know, it was a stupid mistake. No, I would never. I am very sorry. Yes, I will take responsibility. His voice rose higher and higher in pitch, just as his mother's voice increased in volume. It didn't take long before he was holding the phone away from his ear, and I could hear what she was saying again.
Despicable, worthless creature! I should have listened to your father when he told me to get rid.
Hana, maybe you should step outside? Jirard tried to whisper it to me, but his mother immediately stopped talking.
Who is that?
What? No one!
Who are you talking to? Anna? Is this a girl you're hanging around with? I knew it. I knew you would never behave in this manner. A girl is to blame for this situation, isn't she? That doesn't surprise me. Anna!
Jared's mother was shouting into the receiver, apparently now talking with me.
Am I talking to the one responsible for the situation my beloved son is now trapped in?
Beloved? Really? Jirard shook his head fervently, but I couldn't tell whether he was trying to warn me away or was trying to get me to deny that I was responsible. What should I do? I believe I talked to her. I keep pulling up the wrong thing. Let's take the phone. A sudden rush of courage flooded through my veins, and I crossed the room. Ah! What are you? I took the phone from his hands.
Yes, I am. You should take your anger out on me, not him. Jared saved me from a terrible situation. I would have lost my scholarship and been unable to attend the school if it weren't for him. You asked me, your son is a hero, not the despicable creature you make him out to be.
Jirard watched, eyes wide, as I awaited my punishment.
You wretch! So I'm to assume you're after my boy for his money and connections? Look, little girl, you might have been sly enough to manipulate him, but you will never make it past me. I will never forgive you for this. I will never approve of you. And if anything like this happens again, I assure you, your scholarship is the last thing you will be worrying about.
I swallowed, attempting to keep tears from my eyes and shaking from my voice.
Go ahead. If I really deserve it, then go ahead.
Better me than Jirard. I had no connection to this demon incarnation of a woman, but Jirard knew her as his mother.
Let me speak to Jirard again, now!
I handed the phone to Jirard, unable to keep my hand from trembling. He took it from me, staring at me in awe, then pulled me into a hug. Hana, thank you. My trembling faded as he held me. Right. This was why I did it, for Jirard. Jirard gave me strength.
Jirard!
Please go, for now. Don't worry about anything.
Jirard Knobbenbauer!
Go. Jirard shooed me away as he held the phone up to his ear. Yes?
At least I can commend you for choosing a woman who faces consequences, but what I said to her remains true regardless.
With one last look over my shoulder at Jirard, I left the room. I told Mai what happened with a trembling voice, and she nodded grimly. It was just before class started, so there wasn't much either of us could do. But as the day slipped into night, I worried. I didn't hear back from Jirard, not at any point. Was he okay? Did he even go to class? Had his mother always been like this? These questions circled in my mind as I hovered over my homework, another essay from Miss Shizuka.
Hana, if you don't focus, you'll miss the deadline.
What?
I snapped out of my mental fog. Maya was watching me with concern.
Right, sorry.
I went back to my work, but I felt Maya's gaze on me for a while longer. In the end, Jirard never told me what was going on. Not then, not the next day. And I was worried, but I didn't want to bother him. Surely he was dealing with enough on his own. And if he wasn't talking to me, he didn't want to be bothered. Right? The next day, I waited for Maya in the theater before class. She said she had something very urgent she wanted to talk with me about, but it could only be done there. I was confused, but if Maya needed my help, I would do it. I accepted her request without asking questions. Now I sat in the front row, staring at the stage. It was only about a month ago that Jirard first asked me to be his GF. Finally, the door opened up at the top of the hall, a beam of light shining through the rest of the room. I turned, finding 3 people silhouetted in the doorway. Mai let out a boisterous laugh. Congratulations, my friends. You 2 have won first-class tickets to the wondrous Sasaki beachfront. What? Mai tossed her hair dramatically, pushing Jirard further into the room. Well, it's clear to me that everybody has been, way too stressed out recently. We've got the Paul, we've got the overbearing mothers, we've got the tournaments and classes and misunderstandings. It's all way too much. What we need is a vacation. But we have class in half an hour. You mean we had class? Jirard glanced from Mai to PBG and back. Grab him, Peebs! PBG grabbed Jirard around the waist as he lunged for the door. No! I need to go to class! Jeez, Jirard, I never knew you were such a nerd. No! You don't understand. Get a grip on yourself, Jirard. We're going, and that's that.
But I have a scholarship.
Mai dove at me, an iron grip closed around my wrist. Before I even knew it began, the battle was lost. You're coming with us! I gulped. There was no point in struggling.
Whatever you say, Mai.
It wasn't until we were safely on the train that Jirard and I were let go. Mai cackled wildly, and she and PBG shared a high five. Jirard assumed a fetal position, muttering to himself under his breath. This will be fine, this will be fine, this will be fine. Don't worry, Jirard. It's for your own good. We care about you, so we're doing you a favor. We've got your back. Mai jumped up and got an arm around PBG's neck, pulling him towards Jirard and grinning at him. As he looked between them, realization dawned over his face. You do.
Bingo.
Of course. I watched this all happen, a small worry etching itself into my heart. Of course it was nothing. I shouldn't be concerned. But the doubt was there. It was all a matter of whether I acted on it. Beach episode.
Oh my god, we're here!
Mai stretched her arms out and ran across the beach, kicking storms of sand up in her wake. I looked out across the sand, feeling the heat creep into my Asago uniform. We were out here not even a minute, and I was already sweating up a storm. As Mai became smaller and smaller, the further away she got, I turned and glanced at PBG and my boyfriend, my BF. Jirard didn't even seem to register we were here. He was holding his face in his hand, staring at the ground in horror. PBG was propping him up with one arm, trying to calm him down. PBG glanced at me and shook his head, tight-lipped. I think Jirard and I should, we have to change into our swimsuits. You and Mai should do the same. It's hot out here. He smiled nervously. I looked up at Jirard, hoping to get some sort of signal from him, but he was non-responsive. It was as if his mind was blue screening. Ah, nerd.
Okay, I'll find Mai and do that.
Great, we'll meet back here. PBG put up one of Jirard's arms around his neck and helped him off the side of the beach, where a number of shabby changing booths stood. I, on the other hand, trudged off to the direction to the direction of my elusive best friend. I found her crouched in the far end of the beach, picking seashells out of the sand. I collapsed down next to her, feeling sweat drip down my spine. I shuddered. Hey, I'm sorry we just stole you guys away. I hope you know we're just trying to help. I know you are. Jared doesn't seem to be taking it well. PBG assured me that he has that under control, and I trust him. They've been friends for like ages. If anyone should know how to handle Jared, it's PBG.
Uh-huh.
He never judges anyone. That's what's great about him. I nodded, loosening the collar of my shirt. Can we please change into our swimsuits? I think I'm gonna die. Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot you were wearing your blazer. You should go without it more often. I think the regular shirt suits you. Mai tossed me a small canvas bag, which I opened to find my swimsuit, 2 bottles of sunscreen, sunglasses, and some bottles of water. You've been preparing this for a while.
Yeah!
Anything to help my best friend. Come on. She led me around a corner where there were even more changing booths. I stepped into one, pulling the bright orange curtain behind me. My old swimsuit was not a swimsuit I liked. No, it was more accurate to say I had never owned a swimsuit I liked. I was always self-conscious about my body, and not particularly proud of how I wasn't very well endowed. Swimsuits made me exceptionally paranoid about that, and I didn't like people seeing my tummy either. Overall, I felt like I looked like a boy, and the swimsuit shouted these thoughts at me as I held it up. I was going to die of heat stroke if I didn't put it on. With a sigh, I got changed. I instantly poked my head around the curtain, praying to the high heavens that the boys hadn't shown up in the interim. Instead, I found Mai eagerly waiting outside the front of my booth. Oh my god, Hana!
That is so cute!
I blushed and stepped out into the sun, wiggling my toes on the warm sand. Thank you. But you... I struggled to find words for the way Mai looked. Hot? Sexy? Like a bombshell? Mai had a dream body, and her swimsuit only accentuated that. You look unbelievable. Mai struck a pose, and I giggled. I tried. She cast a glance down the beach. The boys don't seem to be out yet, but I saw a volleyball court down the way. Want to play a game? Against you? There's no way I'll win. You're actually on the team. Oh, come on, please. I won't seriously destroy you or anything. Just for fun. Okay. As long as you go easy on me. Mai did not go easy on me. She said she did. Oh boy, did she say she did. But the height of her jumps, the ferocity of her serves and spikes, the sheer force behind each and every smack of the ball almost made me feel like there was something wrong. As I dove to the left and right to try and get the ball, as every single hit was matched by Mai and sent back to me, I started to get worried. More worried than I already was. Was Mai really throwing this trip to help me? Was she merely trying to help Jared? The game got more and more difficult, and I got more and more frustrated until I couldn't take it anymore. So, Mai, you're sure you're not upset about me and Jared? I hit the ball over the net to her. For the first time, she missed it.
What?
What? No, I'm not upset about it. Why on earth would I be? She walked across the court to get the ball as I caught my breath. You liked him for a long time. A really long time. Then I came along and took him. And you've been really supportive, but we never really talked about it. I was just wondering. When Mai came back with the ball, her face was flushed. I couldn't tell whether it was because of the sun, the exercise, or the conversation. No, I'm fine with it. I put those feelings away when you started dating. It wasn't hard, but he's yours now. I ain't no homewrecker. She tossed the ball in the air and served it to me. I dashed across the field and caught it in my hands, chuckling softly. Fine, I believe you. Let's do something else. I'm tired of getting my butt handed to me. Aw, I was having fun. I wasn't. Mai clasped her hands together and kicked the sand, suddenly seeming sheepish. Now might be a good time to tell you something, though. She ducked under the net and stood next to me, leaning in close to my ear. I have a crush on someone else now. She spoke still at normal conversational volume, seemingly having difficulty with the concept of whispering. I immediately took a step back and clasped my hands to my ear before registering what she said.
Wait! What? A crush? On who?
Mai giggled menacingly. I can't tell you.
You can't tell me? No, why not?
Mai looked away.
I have a feeling you'll be a little protective. Like a little too protective, so...
What?
No, I wouldn't. I mean, obviously you'd have to pass the very high standards I set for my best friend, but that's a normal thing.
Mai gave me a lopsided smile and shook her head. You don't get it. Don't worry about it. I'm sure you'll find out eventually. Now she was beaming, and I gasped.
You think you're gonna date?
Bingo.
I'd say it's heading in that direction.
Oh my god, Mai. I can't believe you're not telling me.
You'll find out soon enough.
Hey, yo.
Oh, hey, guys. Mai ran across the beach and sprinted straight into the water, where I could see PBG and Jirard had, at some point, swam over to our side of the beach. Mai put a hand on Jared's arm, asking him something in a hushed tone. Jirard nodded sadly, then smiled at her. She patted his arm and started wading out to PBG.
Hana!
Oof, that's powerful. That's quite the speedo there, Jer. Anna, why don't you join us? Wow. Jared stretched out an arm to me, and Mai turned around.
Yeah!
Yeah, Hana, the water's way better than I thought.
I ignored the impulse to cover up the entirety of my body with my tiny little stick arms. Instead, flushed. I tiptoed out to the surface of the water and touched it with a toe.
Oh my god, this is better than you thought?
Well, it's still early spring. I thought it'd be way worse.
No, I'm fine without this. Maybe I'll just stay on the sand.
Oh, no, you don't. Jared lunged for me. I couldn't escape fast enough. He pulled me in by the arm and into the water, falling under the surface with me. I sprang up immediately, my teeth chattering.
Jared, you turd!
He doubled over in laughter, wiping water from his face. You should have seen how you looked. It was priceless. You were so cute. I stamped a foot indignantly.
Cute!
You're being even cuter right now.
Stop flirting with me. Your Playboy act won't work on me.
I mean it this time. I mean, I've always meant it, but... I shoved him into the water, and he screamed like a banshee. He popped up, a wide smile on his face. Didn't know you had it in you.
You should know better than that by now.
All right.
Oh, yeah? Take this. He grabbed my arm and pulled me under again, and the late epic war began. PBG and Mai watched us fight, placing bets and generally having a much more relaxing time floating on the waves together, well out of our reach, lest we drag them in as well. Jared and I attacked each other, never doing something dangerous, but always trying to one-up each other. As we swirled in the water, as Jared tried hard to chase me down, I was a way faster swimmer. As I jumped on his shoulders to dunk him into the water, as we watched the fish swim beneath our feet, I felt that I was truly happy to be dating Jared. A few hours passed, and the water was starting to feel genuinely cold to me. I was floating on my back, watching the waves float by, listening to Mai trying to freak PBG out. This is a safe beach. I looked it up. They net the outside so big fish can't get through. You really think a shark couldn't rip through a little net? Lore, PBG is afraid of sharks. That's his one big thing. He talked about it in a couple videos. I checked. It's specially reinforced net, so... You think they couldn't jump over it? As I floated, my head bumped into something squishy and I turned. Jared beamed down at me. This big fat cock. A look of pure, sincere affection on his face. I'm really happy right now. My eyes widened. My heart stopped. He looked so happy.
Jared.
He pulled me into his arms and I flushed, conscious of the fact that between the both of us, we were practically naked. Jared buried his head into my hair, nuzzling me happily.
Hana?
Thank you, Hana, for putting up with me. for being my GF. It's our anniversary today, isn't it? For what?
Is it?
3 weeks. Okay, yeah, that's so very high school. 3 weeks. Thank you. I flushed, holding onto his arms, feeling them tighten beneath my hands. It was strange to feel the muscles beneath his skin. My own arms were so thin and frail, and his skin was so rough. I shook my head rapidly. I'm sorry. I've been kind of a jerk.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't get where you were coming from. It makes way more sense now.
That doesn't make it any easier to deal with, though. Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
My heart thumped hard in my chest as I finally vocalized the question that had been on the back of my mind for weeks.
Jared, you trust me, don't you?
Jared smiled wistfully at me. You know, there was a time that I was really, truly afraid. I liked you as soon as I met you on that train. The more I interacted with you, the more I liked you. You couldn't hide your reactions to people. If you were afraid, you looked afraid. If you were mad, your face would darken, even if you didn't say anything. I guess I thought that when we started dating, I'd be able to see how much you liked me, whether you looked at me. And that, obviously that didn't happen. Whenever you looked at me. He chuckled lightly. So I got scared. I didn't want to look at you and see you mad, or see you upset. But it seemed like that happened a lot when I was around you. I had a hard time dealing with it. I was afraid I was disappointing you. And when I messed up in front of you, I was terrified that, I don't know, you'd see I wasn't perfect and you'd break up with me or something. But I did mess up. A lot. And every time, even though you got upset, you never made it seem like you didn't also like me. You never made it seem like I was wrong. Not wrong like I did something wrong, but wrong as a person.
Wait, so does that mean you do trust me, or...
He chuckled and kissed me on the forehead. I flushed.
Yeah!
Of course I do. You deserve it.
Ew! Gross!
Mai shouted from across the water at us.
Too cute! Stop being gross!
I stuck my tongue out at her. Jared flipped her the bird.
Hey!
You know, we have to go soon or we won't be back in time for curfew.
Aw, man, I don't wanna.
I don't care if you don't wanna. You're still gonna have to do it. I giggled and doggy paddled my way to the shore. Mai swam up next to me, positively humming with happiness. Don't say it. How I told. Don't say it. You owe me an ice cream for this with sprinkles.
Fine. I'll buy you ice cream sometime. Thanks, Mai.
You're my best friend, Hana.
Anything for my best girl. Race you to the shore. Mai and I raced to the shore as Jared tried giving PBG through the water. Tried to get him through the water. Mai won, obviously. The next week at Asago was peaceful and happy. Jared returned to Asago and accepted the reprimand he received for skipping class with such a broad smile that his teacher couldn't even find it in him to dole out as a punishment. For once, the misunderstandings between Jared and me seemed to vanish. He started avoiding normal boots during lunch, and instead we ate together out on the field, having private little picnics to ourselves. We laughed together, we talked before class, and we spent time after class. I saw less and less of Mai, but I always gave her a brief update when I got back to our dorm. I worried that she would feel lonely, but as the days passed, she seemed to only get happier and happier. I often saw her at her desk, writing something and grinning like a madman, but I couldn't tell what. Even with the tournament that weekend, I wasn't too worried. I felt like I could handle anything, come win or lose. I still wanted to join the Normal Boots Club, but I wasn't desperate like I was before. I chuckled softly to myself as I finished outlining Jared's most recent dungeon into a large grid map. Aww, she draws his dungeons for him. It's powerful. It's love. Jared wasn't as artistically inclined as I was, so he asked me to help him with his dungeon mastering every now and again, explaining to me how the game worked and in reenacting their adventures in live form. I hoped that eventually he would feel comfortable enough to have me join an actual campaign. This time, however, I didn't think I would hear another story. Jared shut the door behind him, having returned from going to get the mail, and walked slowly to his seat, reading and rereading something in his hands. He looked pale, and I set down my marker as he collapsed into his chair. Jared, is something wrong? He held up an ornate piece of paper lined with intricate gold engravings. It reminded me a bit of the letter I received asking me for my presence at the tea ceremony. The Nadeshiko family cordially invites you to... His voice caught in his throat, and he put his head in his hands. Why didn't I see this coming?
Why, what is it?
I snatched the letter from his hands. The Nadeshiko family cordially invites you to our yearly public tea ceremony and arts exhibition. Below the ornate script, where clearly another message was supposed to go, was a jerky and angular scrawl. We request the presence of Jared Kanababauer and his significant other to a special performance demonstrating the suitability and elegance of the future of the Nadeshiko family. The significant other was indented into the paper, as though someone for some reason tried to kill the paper with those words.
Well, that's not too bad, right?
Hana, you don't understand. She wants to humiliate you. She wants to show you exactly how out of your league you are.
Seriously?
That's okay. I don't mind if I make a fool of myself. I mean, it'll suck in the moment for sure, but what do I care about what those people think about me?
You don't get it. Even if you don't care, I do. If you're going with me, we're going to have to practice. I'll have to drill you on the basics, and maybe, by the grace of Thor, games, or just nerd stuff, you won't completely embarrass yourself or me. I clamped my mouth shut, stunned.
An embarrassment to you? Really?
The only way you can go is if you practice, and you will, won't you? Of course. Actually, let me make sure. This is the final thing. Yes, agree. Despite the fact that I felt insulted, despite the fact that Jared was being more rude than ever, I acquiesced. I knew that what his mother thought of him was more important to him. Even if she was a complete monster, even if she acted as though she could care less for his well-being, she was still his mother, and Jared still loved her. That relationship and those dynamics weren't going to change overnight, and neither was Jared Bear. Even if he felt comfortable being himself around me, that didn't mean his other self would suddenly vanish. With all this in his mind, I saved the game. It was very hard to be angry with him. And besides, I hoped that maybe if I met her and saw what she was like firsthand, maybe then I'd be able to help him a bit more. Jared smiled at me, but his smile was brief. Okay, if we're gonna do this, we have to start now. The ceremony is the day after the tournament, so...
What?
What? That's so soon!
He nodded. Clearly she planned it this way. He ran a hand through his hair. I know it would make more sense just to have you not go, but I don't want that. I don't want to act like I'm not dating someone. She'd surely just set me up with another rich girl if I did that.
Yeah!
But even more than that, I'm proud that you're my girlfriend. I don't want to hide you.
Jared.
All right.
So, to work. All right, you're gonna have to control your movements. Jared drilled me on tea ceremony protocol deep into the night, trying to condition my body to have a sense of grace and poise. It was slow going, but by the end of the night, we both thought maybe we had a chance. Maybe. Jared and I practiced for what we could for the tea ceremony right up until the day of the tournament. I woke that morning groggy and nauseous. I spent so much time worrying about my relationship with Jared that I had hardly practiced. Even now, when I spent the entire night after the tea ceremony feverishly battling strangers online, I felt guilty. The tournament, how would things go? Would I really be able to beat Ian? I had to if I wanted to join the Normal Boots Club. With these thoughts in my mind, I changed into my Asago uniform and crept out of the room. It was early Saturday morning, and Mai had come home even later than me. I wanted to let her sleep. I'm sorry that Evander Lyle, if you just came back. He is, I assume you mean ProJared. He is the heir to a fancy Japanese business school, and his mom yelled at me because she said that I was trash because I got drunk and he took the blame for it. So now his mom's trying to get me, and he's like, my mommy's really important, so we really gotta focus. We really gotta do this right. It's dumb, but who am I? Who am I to question how he is with his mommy? I stepped out into the fresh spring air, taking a deep breath. My event was one of the first, so I had to be there earlier than most. I set my shoulders and started across campus. The arcade at which the tournament was being held was much smaller than I expected. They always are. I felt like I'd found some kind of convention, but instead it was a small local arcade filled with machines. Smaller rooms split off, which were probably where the individual competitions would take place throughout the day. A few people milled about the space, generally older folk in their 20s and 30s. I glanced at the agenda in my hand and made my way to one of the back rooms. When I entered the competition room, I found 2 chairs on an elevated platform, a computer, and a projector sitting between them and hooked up to separate controllers. Ian sat in one of the chairs, looking bored out of his gourd.
Good morning.
What's up, Ian?
Hey.
It's about time you showed up. I was starting to get worried that you died.
Aw, it's sweet of you to be concerned.
Is it?
Yeah.
I got into the chair next to him. A man came over to check my name and club affiliation. I said I was a member of the Normal Boots Club, a small surge of pride making me sit up straight as I did. There were chairs lined up for people to watch us compete. To my surprise, the entire room soon filled. I searched the crowd to find the guys. There they were! Everyone but Jared and Paul! Where were they? As I stared worldly into the crowd, a blur of movement caught my eye. Jimmy was sitting in a chair on the edge with the rest of the Hidden Block Club, beaming at me. When he saw me looking, he raised his eyebrows. Ian rolled his eyes.
Really?
Would it kill you to root for your own teammate? I giggled. Finally, the lights around us dimmed and the projector started up, showing the main menu of Dumbadoom's Revenge on screen. It was time to start. As the MC began his introduction to explain the rules of the game, Ian turned to me, a smirk on his face. Sure you're ready for this?
Yeah.
You bet I am.
Ready to go. The man turned to us. Ian and I nodded. Then 3, 2, 1, start! The game began. I immediately clicked to fill my screen with 2 more lines of blocks. Ian began working with what he had. I scanned the blocks for the pink hearts, eliminating them one by one, making combos where I could. I still wasn't advanced enough to plan tons of combos ahead of time, but I could make it much more likely for combos to happen through probability. The pinks were all but gone. Green leaves were next. Dumbadoom started flipping at the top of the screen. Ian must be comboing! Which meant I had a few seconds before those blocks would fall. I set up a combo on top of the screen and started eliminating the orange blocks below it. Then it happened. A 6 combo jumped out at me from the screen. My eyes crossed as I stared at it in shock. I just had to move the top block over 1 space. Then as quickly as I saw it, it vanished. The blocks looked normal again.
You're dead!
As Ian's blocks fell upon my humble kingdom, I slid the combo into place.
2, 3, 4 combo, 5 combo, 6 combo, 7 combo, 8 combo!
Ian's attack converted into blocks and hovered above mine. I set up several more combos and waited for them to fall.
10 combo, legendary!
Dumbadoom started farting out rainbows all over Ian's zone, and then... blocks. So many blocks. They didn't come in a chunk, they came in a torrential downpour, all over Ian's side, sliding from left to right and back again. Ian blinked, his hands and eyes moving frantically over the screen. I wasn't sure he had ever seen something like that before. I sure hadn't. I continued to combo while this was happening, but at this point there was no need. Ian's screen filled up. He kept trying to make combos until the very end, but... game over. That was it. I won. I stared, dumbfounded, at the screen in front of me. Ian's mouth hung open. Well, it's not open in this illustration. The room was silent. Then... yeah, Hana!
Aw, yeah.
I knew you could do it. I glanced up to see the room applauding. All of it, even the Hidden Block Club. The announcer was gaping at the screen.
I've never seen a score that high.
Certain I was red as a tomato. I stood to climb down off the platform. Not so fast. Ian stepped in front of me, grim as always. I braced myself for his infamous sarcasm and his flying fist. But to my surprise, he laughed.
Hana.
That was a hell of a game, Hana. That's exactly what I wanted from you. He held out a hand in the air, and I looked at it in confusion. Don't leave me hanging, dog.
Yeah.
Oh. I high-fived him, and he clasped my hand in his. Thanks, Hana. That was fun. Then he disappeared into the pressing crowd. I wiggled my way through all the people, eager to find Jirard. I looked for his head above the rest of the crowd, but I couldn't see him anywhere.
Hey!
Hana, there you are. Ready to get your groove on? He wiggled in front of me, stomach wriggling like a worm. Have you seen Jirard? Actually, I saw him talking with Paul out front. He seemed upset. Is everything okay? I left Waleed where he stood, sprinting for the front door. I dashed outside the arcade, searching frantically along the strip in front of it. A flash of green caught my eye, and I sprinted towards it. I jammed myself between Jirard and Paul, arms outstretched.
You have no reason to be mean to him. He's here for the tournament. He's one of us. By now, you should have...
A hand settled on my shoulder, and I turned. Hana, you don't need to worry. Paul was just apologizing. I looked at Jirard in confusion and whirled back around to face Paul, who smiled sheepishly at me.
You were?
Kind of. Jirard cleared his throat.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, definitely. I was definitely apologizing. Sorry, man. I looked from Paul to Jirard and back. Apologies don't generally take 20 minutes. Neither of you were there to even see my event. Jared's eyes grew wide and he smacked himself on the dickhead.
What?
Oh man, your event was first? I thought so. I'm sorry, Hana. I should have been there. We should have been there. Jirard grimaced at Paul, who made a face back. Are either of you going to explain what's going on here? Paul shook his head with a sigh. Politics, Hana. How'd your event go?
Yay!
Oh yeah, I won! I started bouncing up and down, pulling on Jared's hand. Can you believe it? I won! I never thought I'd win!
Nice.
Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Hana.
Yeah.
Congratulations. I'm truly glad to hear that. I beamed at the both of them. Jirard patted the top of my bow, and I grabbed his hand to hold it instead. Paul cleared his throat. Jirard, your competition's up soon, isn't it? Yep, it'll be starting in just a few minutes.
All right.
I wish you luck then. Paul headed back to the arcade, presumably to give us some privacy. Jirard smiled down at me. Ready to see some mad skills? I'm more than ready. We headed inside. Jirard pulled me through the crowd and into a small room at the back. Waleed stood in front of a large projector screen and a console being scanned by some object. His figure appeared on the projector in front of us, mirroring his movements with only a slight lag. I moved to the edge of the room as Jirard joined Waleed on the dance floor.
Hey!
Ready to get your butt kicked, Jirard? By the meme master? Get real. You've never seen moves like what I've got. Well, we'll see about that. As the tournament staff finished setting up, the room filled with more and more people. Soon it became ridiculously hot and incredibly crowded, and I was shunted into a corner. It was only through sheer audacity that I managed to maintain a window. Several middle-aged women came and stood next to me, wielding large cutouts of Jared's face. Apparently his popularity extended beyond Asago. Jirard stretched in front of the projector, his every move causing small gasps from the crowd. All right, we're ready to begin. Would Waleed of Hidden Block Club please take the stage first? Of course I will. Jirard stepped off the stage and Waleed took his turn under the lights. The song selection has been decided pre-match by the tournament staff. It's the karaoke version of Pacific Drive. At his words, Jared's face lit up. Waleed turned pale. That would be the same Pacific Drive by the super famous, popular, and incredibly talented idol Gur Lub, would it? That's the one. Perfect. I frowned. Waleed was acting like he just received a death sentence, but this song shouldn't be different from any other. He held up a hand to the console and drew it to the right, starting the song. As the music started, my eyes widened. Hadn't I heard this somewhere before? Jirard caught my eyes from across the floor and grinned. I had. It was Jared's modeling music. Here goes nothing. To my enormous surprise, a large portion of the audience started cheering. No, not just cheering, hyperventilating. They were nondescript girls, probably teenagers, and they weren't holding any hidden block or normal boots fan gear. By the way they were cheering, it was as if they were seeing their favorite celebrity in the flesh for the first time. Waleed started moving to the music, and I was taken aback. He was surprisingly agile, and even more surprisingly precise. His movements looked as though he has not only had this specific routine been practiced dozens of times, but he had had help from an actual dance teacher. Was that even fair? I glanced across the floor to Jirard, who was watching my face with a slightly peeved expression. He looked at Waleed and turned his head with a huff, as if saying Waleed was nothing compared to him. I smirked. Jealous, are we? But then something strange happened. Rather than follow the choreography of the song, Waleed started doing different moves. The girls in the back of the room screamed even louder, but his score was going down? Waleed, what are you doing? Jimmy screamed at him from across the room, practically having a conniption. Waleed realized his mistake, but it was too late. His score had taken a huge hit. You've got to be kidding me! The song finally ended, and Waleed's score was totaled 860,400. He'd taken a 140,000 hit. And next is the contestant, Jirard from the Normal Boots Club. Waleed jogged off the stage as Jirard, arms held high like a gladiator in an arena, stepped on stage. The crowd gathered, screamed so loud I actually saw my vision shudder. Thank you all, my lovely fans, for coming to see me. Each and every one of you is near and dear to my heart. He blew a kiss at the crowd and winked, then turned to look at me. He kissed his fingers and held them out as if pressing them against my lips, even though I stood on the other side of the room. I flushed, and he turned to face the machine, moving his hand to the right. Sorry, I just texted my wife. As the music started to play, I noticed something odd in the way Jirard was facing the screen. He didn't look like he usually did when he was focused, not like he did when he was practicing or studying or writing new D&D campaign scenarios. His gaze was less sharp. He seemed more focused on what was around him than the actual screen. Oh no, he sucks. His walls were up. He was more focused on putting on a good performance and winning. As the dance started, Jirard swirled and spun, moving his hips with passionate fervor. As the crowd screamed and swooned, I watched his score. He was moving slowly upwards, but not as fast as Waleed's had. Waleed, watching on the side, seemed to realize this too. A small grin spread across his face.
No! What did I do?
Jared's movements weren't as precise. He was having a harder time controlling them in his effort to wow the crowd. He was nearly to the midpoint of the song. I had to do something. Then an idea struck me.
Excuse me?
I dove through the crowd, pushing and shoving without giving a single care of who I hit or whether I was being rude. Just outside the room, I found Paul, anxiously trying to get a glimpse of Jirard. What's up? Anna, what's going wrong?
Come with me, please.
I grabbed his hand without waiting for a reply and pulled him into the room, shoving back through the crowd. This time they saw me coming and quickly moved out of the way.
You didn't really make up with Jirard, did you? Well, if he's really your friend, cheer him on. Please, snap him out of it.
Seriously?
You're the only person who can do it.
What are you talking about?
Snap him out of what? Just do it.
I pushed him to the front of the crowd where Paul stood in a confused daze. In slow motion, his hands raised to cup his mouth. Jirard! I'm here for you no matter what. So, please continue. Jirard faltered in the middle of one of his moves, shooting a quick look at Paul. Paul gave him a quick thumbs up and Jared's face softened.
Jirard, the game!
He turned to the screen, a familiar steely glint in his eye. Jirard was back. The crowd exclaimed as suddenly Jared's movements became precise and intricate. He mimicked the movements on screen as if he were a robot, replicating them with such precision that I almost felt like I was watching a pre-recorded video. His score suddenly doubled its rising speed, slowly tipping over 650,000, 700,000. Jirard struck a finishing pose and the song faded from the room. Paul and I watched breathlessly as the game tallied his final score. Slowly the numbers trickled onto the screen. 8, 9, 890,600.
Yay!
Jared, you did it!
My screams were lost in the cheers of the crowd. Jirard raised his arms up and sprinted around the edge of the stage, finally reaching Paul and I. He fist bumped Paul, then pulled him into a quick bro hug. Then he turned to me. "Thank you, Hana." He pulled me into a bear hug, and this time I was too happy to pull away. We spent our time wandering around the arcade and playing random games after that. Jirard showed me a bunch of weird games I never would have played had he not pointed them out, talking about how they were integral to his childhood. As the rest of the guys shifted in and out of their events, successes and failures intermingled. It wasn't until the MC took the stage that we discovered who won. The winner of the 2015 Southwest Tournament is... the Normal Boots Club!
Yes!
I screamed and clapped, and we were swarmed on stage. The poor MC didn't know it hit him. As we celebrated on stage, Paul grabbed the microphone.
All right.
"I would like to take this moment to thank the fans, our families, but most of all," Paul turned to Jirard, "our friends. To thank our friends for sticking with us and seeing the best in us, even when we make terrible asses of ourselves." Jirard laughed and clapped Paul right on the butt cheek, then pointed at me. "Oh, right. We also have an announcement to make. As of today, we officially have a new addition to the Normal Boots Club. Please welcome Hana Mizuno." Jirard went to the end of the stage and pulled out a Normal Boots jacket in exactly my size. He hung it around my shoulders, gently pushing me to the front of the stage.
Yeah!
"Congratulations, Hana!" He smiled at me, then stepped away. Paul handed me the microphone, and for the first time, I had a spotlight of my own.
Thank you all so much. I'll do my best, I promise.
Not knowing what else to do, I bowed deeply, deep enough that my hair tickled the floor. PBG pulled me up and pointed into the crowd. There, an excited Mai jumped up and down, waving at us. I beamed back at her.
I did it, Mai!
My voice boomed across the room, and I realized I still held the microphone in my hand. Utterly embarrassed, I gave it back to Paul. Eventually, we had to get off the stage, and when we did, I waded through the crowd to get Mai. As soon as she saw me, she tackled me nearly to the ground.
I knew you could do it! Thanks, Mai.
Yeah!
We have to do something to celebrate. You, PBG, Jirard, and I should go see a movie or something. The new Star Wars is out, and I heard it's really good.
Yeah, we should.
A hand placed itself on my shoulder, and I turned to see Jirard shaking his head slightly, or sadly. "As much as I'd love to go, Hana, I have something to attend to." I met his eyes and remembered. Right, we had to practice for the ceremony.
But I haven't seen you like at all this week. I was really looking forward to it. I'm sorry, Mai, but it's really important. I'll explain everything to you once it's over.
Mai frowned. Fine. You should still go with PBG, though. I'm sure he'd enjoy that. Mai and Jirard exchanged looks like they passed a secret letter between them. Mai smirked. If you say so. She disappeared into the crowd, heading into the direction of the messy brown mop of hair sticking out above the rest. Sorry, Hana.
No, it's okay. It's important. We can celebrate later, right?
Right. And I promise we will. I smiled and nodded.
In that case, let's get practicing.
Jirard and I sat on the train, chugging slowly towards the city. I had my full yukata on. Jirard told me he didn't believe his mom would leave a room for me to change in. Just another way to sabotage me. In my lap sat a small satchel, the same one Mai had used when she kidnapped Jirard and me and took us to the beach. My regular Asago uniform was in there, along with my Normal Boots Club jacket. I didn't need it, but having it with me gave me a surge of pride and hope. If I could do that, I could do anything. There was nothing much we needed to say to each other. Nothing much we could say to each other. I knew what was going on in Jared's mind. A blind fury of panic, anxiety, and guilt. Throughout my lessons, he profusely apologized for having put me in the position where I had to do something like this. No matter how I tried to assure him that I didn't care, that it was worth it for him, he couldn't let it go. Anytime my eyes drooped or I yawned, if my stomach growled or my mind wandered, I saw the same look of guilt cross his face. Now he sat, chin in his hand, watching as the train slowly pulled into the station. I drew the rough fabric together in my fist. It was time to meet Jared's mother. When we stepped out of the station, Jared flagged down a taxi. We had to drive for a solid 30 minutes, through the city streets and into something like the countryside. Slowly we rose into the mountains before finally the taxi driver dropped us off at the beginning of a cobblestone path. Jared paid the tab without even blinking, and I shook my head. What I could do with that money, what my father could do with that money. Jared took my hand as we wandered down the path until finally he sighed. There it is, home. He's just wearing his jacket? Shit. You look like shit, man. An elegant Japanese-style building rose out of the forest, built in what looked like a natural clearing. The path led right up to the door, and Jared helped me up the steps, apologizing for forcing me to wear such a restrictive piece of clothing. You ready? I nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. I was not ready. He pulled open the screen door and led me quietly into the room. It's his bitch mom! There, waiting in front of a large open room, stood the woman who could only be Jared's bitch mom. She smiled as she saw Jared walk in, but then she saw me. She glanced at my yukata, and the smile slid off her face. I see you came prepared. I shouldn't have expected any less from my Jared. It's nice to meet you. I'm Hana Mizuno. I hope... Spare me the pleasantries. I don't plan on maintaining your acquaintance. Her words stung, but I tried as hard as I could to not let it show. Despite everything I knew about Jared's mother, a small part of me had hoped that she would, somehow, for some reason, change her mind. Jared's face fell too, and I knew he had entertained the same hope. Well, since you're prepared, you don't mind giving us a demonstration of our guests gathered here. She stretched an arm out behind her, and for the first time I saw a small crowd of older adults lining the walls in the back of the room. My heart thudded against my chest, and I glanced across the faces. I knew these people. I'd seen these people in my mother's magazines, on cards that came on the pottery she bought. She'd called me into the room to show me her latest find and tell me how one day, if at all possible, she'd love to meet Mr. Satu or Miss Sakura. And now they stood in front of me, flesh and blood, exacting looks roaming up and down my person. I straightened, suddenly panicked. I heard Jared softly curse under his breath. You're running late. You've wasted their time. I do hope you'll make up for it. I looked fearfully at Jared, but he just shook his head. His mother had purposely given us the wrong time. There was nothing I could do. Jared walked to the back of the room and took a seat with the rest of the observers, and Jared's mother led me to the center of the room and the equipment that sat out in front of her. As I sat opposite from her, careful to first bow and show proper respect to her, I started to gain a bit of confidence. She might try to mess me up, but I had practiced. I was prepared. I pulled out the equipment that I'd be using, and my heart stopped. I tried very hard to maintain a calm, serene expression and dared a glance at Jared. He was pale as a sheet. The equipment sitting in front of me. Some of it looked familiar, but others looked like something I had never seen before. Even the tea was different. Instead of the matcha I used with Jared, there was actual tea leaves. My hands started to sweat and to shake. I didn't know what I was supposed to do for the first step. I didn't understand. I practiced for hours every day. I knew what I was doing. I knew how to perform a basic oban teme flawlessly, and yet Jared's mother expected me to be at another level, at some kind of master level. My hands fell into my lap. I hung my head. There was a rustling amongst the people watching. I dared a glance at Jared's mother, fearful of the anger I would find there. She wasn't angry. She was smiling. I felt a gentle hand place itself on my back, and Jared was squatting next to me. Take my seat. Don't worry. I nodded, tears prickling my eyes. I failed. We failed. I stood and bowed. then took Jared's place at the back of the room, not making eye contact with anyone. Jared resumed from where I left off, if you could call it that, serving the tea elegantly and with flawless poise, as if this is what he intended to happen all along. He showed his mother the proper respect, despite what she did to us. I wasn't sure whether I was proud of him or angry at him. Finally, the ceremony ended. As the guests stood to mingle, Jared instantly came to my side. Come, let's go change. He took me out of the room and over to a different area. My room's in there. Let me know when you're done. I nodded sadly, heading into the room, but he caught my arm. Hey, there was nothing you could do. I had hoped she actually meant to give you a chance, but I should have known better. There was no way you could have been prepared for what she threw at you. That was a special form of ceremony, a tradition founded by the Nadeshiko family, and only taught to our most loyal students and faithful supporters. There was no chance from the beginning. I wasn't sure whether what he said was supposed to make me feel better or worse, but I definitely felt worse. We're going to have dinner with her after the guests leave. Just try to be yourself. I'm sure she'll understand. He said that, but I could tell by the look on his face he didn't believe it at all. I nodded and stepped into the room. The room was almost completely bare. There was a small cushion mattress, presumably Jared's bed, and a few books in a single-tiered shelf along the back wall. Other than that, nothing. I changed my clothes quickly. The room felt odd, almost hostile. I didn't feel comfortable there, not one bit. I emerged from the room, my yukata and jacket in my bag.
Jared, was that really your room?
Full of childhood memories, isn't it? I was too busy studying to have much fun. At least that's what my mom told me when I complained.
Jared.
I stroked his face. How much had he suffered under his mother? He never seemed to want to talk about it or give me details. But if this was anything to go off of, Jared took my hand away from his face, rubbing the back with his thumb. Not here. I'm sorry. Yeah, Jared sucks. Jared, I guess having the only thing is having a overbearing parent where you're just so busted that you're like, you don't know how bad you actually have it, because like you're just so downtrodden. And then also he sucks in real life too, because he's weird. I didn't like this one bit. I wanted him to stop apologizing. I wanted him to stop looking at me with that sorry expression. I wanted to get this dinner over with. By the time we dared to enter the room again, Jared's mother was seated at a table. The guests had gone. It's about time you showed up. Jared frowned, but gently guided me to one of the two seats opposite his mother. We bowed politely and sat down, at which point she clapped her hands and a servant, or a worker or chef of some kind, brought in the food and scurried out. We picked up our chopsticks and Jared waited as his mother picked food from the plate. I followed suit, watching her pick the best pieces of cooked beef, the juiciest looking vegetables for her plate. It wasn't a fancy meal. She clearly saw no point in pleasing us. When she finished, we served ourselves and we quickly began to eat. I tried to be as polite as I could, all the table manners my father and mother had taught me ringing through my skull, but there was no way I could match Jared or his mommy. I hadn't expected anyone to exude more grace and flawlessness than Jared, but now that I saw his mommy, I realized I was wrong. She was fluid, almost like a river, but for every calm dance-like movement, I could sense the ferocity of a raging waterfall. She was absolutely immaculate, her makeup drawn on as if it was by a professional artist, her clothes wrinkle-free, looking almost like they were on a storm mannequin. Not a single movement was wasted, not a single bit of effort expended that didn't have to be. She was exacting. She was ferocious. She was flawless. She was cold. I turned my eyes to my bowl. It had been 5 straight minutes, and not a single sentence was spoken. I glanced at Jer Bear and saw his lips pressed tightly together. I wondered whether he ever spoke to his mother first, whether he was even allowed to. When Jared's mother broke the silence, I almost jumped, so harsh was the change. So I have an alcoholic for a son, do I? Jared swallowed hard, but he kept his eyes on his plate. Not only an alcoholic, but a delinquent, a boor, someone who skips class, and on top of that, doesn't fulfill his obligations. Someone who makes vast promises to the populace, but fails to deliver on them. Someone who begged and begged me for years to let them have a hobby. And when we finally set out on a mutually beneficial agreement, someone who falls through in his biggest moment. Mutually beneficial? Was she talking about his modeling? Jirard refused to speak, but I saw his eyes glaze over and his movements become robotic. He was withdrawing again. Now I understood where it came from. I told your good-for-nothing father that having a child would be unwise. But you know your father. Ever ambitious, ever loving, ever over-promising. And here we are. I shouldn't have listened to him. My eyes grew wide, my mouth dry. I set my food down and took a drink of water. This was Jared's mama. This was who he grew up with, who he returned to every day as a child. This was supposed to be his sanctuary from the threats of the outside world. I shook my head. No, the outside world is probably his sanctuary from here. And you. Her gaze shifted to me, looking at me in the eyes for the first time, and goosebumps rippled across my skin. Don't think I haven't heard of you. When I heard my darling Jirard was dating someone, I looked into your history. You, a poverty-stricken girl, a motherless girl, a homewrecker, another delinquent. Homewrecker? How did she know those things? How did she know those things about me? I wanted to glance at Jirard to see how he took what she was saying. I hadn't told him about my past. I hadn't had a chance to explain what happened to me or why I came to Asago. I kept those things to myself, wanting to leave them in the past, but now, in the worst way. Don't think I didn't see right through you. What do you mean? What do you want? Money? Status? Fame? I'll make sure you don't get a single drop. I'll make sure you and your worthless father return to exactly where you came from. Certainly that's where you deserve to be. I wanted to speak up. I wanted to say something to her, but her very presence coated the room like a fog, and I didn't want to make it worse for Jer-Bear. Whatever happened here, I could go home and never see her again. Jirard, though. Jirard had to return here when his vacation started. My anger and horror quickly turned to frustration, and frustration quickly turned to tears. Horrified, I tried to blink them back, but that only seemed to make it worse. As the first tear trickled down my cheek, Jared's mom beamed. And now you're crying. My, what a fragile girl. Have you no redeeming qualities? Jirard slammed his chopsticks down on the table. His mother and I both jumped, turning to stare at him in utter shock. His mama looked as though she just got slapped across the face. I am sick of this. Jirard Knabenbauer, you better listen to me. No, mother, you listen to me. I have put up with you for 17 straight, horribly, awful, painful, joyless years of my life. I begged and begged for you to grant me an ounce of happiness or sunshine every day, and you rejected me in favor of your own selfish greed and pointless ambition, all intended to hide your pathetic sense of loneliness and abandonment. I have finally found someone who makes me happy. Someone who showed me that I'm still worth a damn, even if it wasn't perfect. Someone who showed me that everything you taught me throughout my entire life was wrong. No, and I will be damned straight to hell if you think I'm going to let you take her away from me. I stared at Jirard in awe, sparks practically flying off of him. His mother gave to him like a dying fish. As he looked at her face, his anger seemed to fade slightly. The way you want me to live is painful. It's claustrophobic. I'm sorry, I don't know what you want from me, and I don't know what you've sacrificed to get me there. But I won't live like that anymore, no matter what you try to do. I'm not perfect, and neither are you. And there's a strong chance Dad's family won't recognize you no matter what you do. You should just accept it. You'd be happier that way. He hesitated. His mother watched him like a wounded animal, scanning his every move for hidden motives. What should be most important is how we feel about ourselves, not how other people see us. That broke the spell. Jared's mother folded her hands on top of the table, resuming her flawlessly cold exterior. Get out of this house. Jirard bit his lip and stood. I stumbled to my feet after him, and we bowed quickly to his mother before heading out for the door. Don't come back until you understand how to behave properly. You understand me? Until then, you might as well not even have a home. Jirard opened the door and ushered me out, pausing before closing it. Goodbye, Mommy. I love you. I got some water out that one. I got lightheaded. Then he shut the door.
Jared.
I tried to approach him, but instead he shook his head, leading me back up the trail to the road. He took my hand in his, and with the other pulled out his cell phone and called for a cab. When that was done, we walked into a steady silence.
Jared, I'm sorry.
Jared stopped walking. What are you sorry for?
I'm sorry that I messed up. I'm sorry your mother hates me. And I'm sorry I never told you about my past. And I'm sorry for everything.
Jared turned and pulled me into a hug. Please, don't apologize, Hannah.
You're perfect.
You're worth it to me. Please don't let my mother get in your head. I looked into his eyes and nodded.
Okay, I won't.
She said,
Okay, never mind.
He smiled and kissed me gently, ever so gently on the forehead. Thank you, my Hannah, for everything. Slowly, we began the long trip back to Asago. The drive up to the train station was long and slow. Traffic filled the streets as we were leaving at rush hour, and the driver filled the empty space with nervous chatter about his 5-year-old son and how proud he was that he got along well with the chickens. No doubt he sensed the leftover tension from our visit and was trying to dissipate it, but instead, he made things worse. Jared listened to the man's words and smiled a lopsided smile. I stared out the window, not sure what to make of anything. It wasn't until we were walking back to the dorms that I remembered my Normal Boots club jacket. I took it out of my satchel and pulled it around my shoulders, smiling as it stilled my busy mind. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Right, Jared's mama might be something that he'd have to deal with, that we'd have to deal with at some point. But right now, our lives were at Asago Academy with the Normal Boots Club, with the Hidden Block Club. Jared's mother would come later. We could afford to shelve her for now. I opened my eyes and found Jared with his head in his hands. Worried, I put an arm around his shoulder.
Hey, Jer.
Jer sucks compared to Jer Bear.
You okay?
He shook his head.
Don't worry. Everything will be all right. Somehow.
How?
Well...
How? That's a good question.
No, not that. How could you ever forgive me after what I just put you through? Hannah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I naively thought, but I was wrong. I'm so sorry. Struck by the tone in his voice, I began rubbing his back in panic.
What?
Jared, it's okay. I forgive you. You didn't do anything wrong. It was all your mama.
No, I just sat there and let her say all that to you.
No, you stood up for me, remember? You told her right the heck off. I bet that felt good.
Jared wiped his face and sat up straight again, nodding. I bit my lip.
What was happening really okay?
Was what happened really okay? My mother and I will probably never see eye to eye, but I think that's okay. He smiled sheepishly, taking my hand in his. Ever since meeting you, I felt so free. I never believed that anyone would like me unless I lived up to what they wanted me to be. I thought the real me wouldn't be able to measure up. Then, over time, I realized that I was kind of messed up in the head. I'm kind of frickin' messed up. And I thought that even if someone liked the real me, they could never like the broken me. I tried to work with it and keep people at a distance, but to be frank, except I'm not, I'm Jer. Being with you has shown me what's absolutely stupid. You and the rest of Normal Boots, yes, even Paul, care about me because of who I am, not who you expect me to be like. For as much as I've messed up, you always gave me the benefit of the doubt. You like me regardless of whether I messed up, regardless of whether I was perfect. Hannah, thank you. I'm so sincerely thankful to have met someone as amazing as you.
I didn't really even do anything.
It doesn't hurt that you're crazy smoking hot either. Jared! I smacked him on his balls and he laughed. Then he reached out to hold my face in his hand.
Ah! It's
the good ending artwork. Ah!
You really are the most beautiful person. You know that?
Stop! I'm gonna melt. I'm gonna cease to exist.
Jirard chuckled and drew my face to his. I barely had time to register what was happening before our lips met. In that moment, the only thing that existed for me was my Jirard bear. Time stopped as my eyes closed, and then Jirard pulled away. Yucky. Sorry, I know you don't like PDA, but I couldn't help it this time.
No, it's fine this time.
Jirard laughed again and pulled me to his side. I love you, Hana. That was it. I was done. I was dead. There was no more Hana to exist. KO. Jirard pecked me on the cheek as I tried to mumble out my response, the words getting caught in my mouth. Hearing my mumblings, Jirard nuzzled my neck. Don't worry, Hana. I know. Best end! It's almost like I cheated. I just want to dedicate this best end to Arrow and Sindar on DeviantArt. I want to thank them for their May 26, 2016 article. All Asago Academy endings, comma, even bad, parentheses, finished! Thank you, Arrow and Sindar. Oh, it's the credits. I will say this of Asago Academy. I forgot if they sing in me. I'll say this of Asago Academy. It is a good written game that is emotional. It's a shame that its subject matter are weird internet guys who are sex pests, racist, and criminal. That said, I could have played one of the nice routes with one of the nice boys that didn't do anything, but they're boring, and I don't much care for them. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Vanderlau. I'm going to be fully honest. I don't think I'll return. This will not be a full series where you see all of them. I think it was funny to me to talk to Jirard. That said, I eventually will be, one of these days, I'm going to hook it up. I will be playing Clannad, which is one of these types of games. But it's like really old. Caitlin loves it. We watched the anime together. I do want to play all of that. That'll be a long series. That'll be one I'm going to be doing a lot of talking. I don't know how long it is to beat each route, but there's like 6 of them, and I'll be doing it. Clannad the anime, yes. It started as a dating sim, like one of these kinds of games.
I'm sad we don't get to spend more time with each other. I wanted to spend more time with you.
Yeah, that curfew is really annoying, but I can at least walk you back. I doubt I'd get in trouble for being a gentleman.
Oh, Chair Bear, ever the prince.
All the best for my princess. He winked, and I giggled again. Despite the fact that Jirard still spoke the way he did, I didn't feel the same way. Gone was the weird feeling that he was standing on a stage performing for an audience of thousands, instead of simply speaking to me. When we were alone, now, it felt like we were well and truly alone. We held hands as we made it. I was trying to think, what is the scene? But I remember. We held hands and we made it to the girls' dorm. Over time, I became less uptight about PDA, and Jirard got better at understanding what was acceptable in public. We had a rocky start, but at some point we realized we both made assumptions about what being in a relationship should be like, what Jirard should and shouldn't do for me, what a good girlfriend was, and what she wasn't. we held these weird ideals into the light and found that, like opaque crystals, they blurred everything we did when we tried to look through them. After sorting things out, things got better. Of course, the truth was that things would never truly be perfect. We were very different people. Jirard still had moments where he felt like he had to grandstand or when he put on a face for others, even around me. His mama still hated my guts. She tolerated me enough to keep me around, but I was sure that if Jirard and I continued to date for long enough, she'd look into finding a way to get rid of me. And I still had trouble articulating my feelings to him, and deciding what was something I should bring up and what wasn't. But for now, we were happy. We well and truly made each other happy. Here we are.
Yep, here we are.
I blushed as my hand touched the handle of my door.
Mai's not supposed to be back from practice for a bit. Do you want to come in?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay, good.
Our faces as red as tomatoes. I pushed open the door and flicked on the light. Jirard and I stood in the doorway, absolutely shocked. Mai patted her hair down nervously, and PBG grinned sheepishly from the floor. Oh, they were totally making out.
We were just,
looking for aliens, right, Mai?
Bingo.
Yeah, we were, summoning them. From the bedroom floor? Yeah, because there was, like, an enchanting circle, and, we're dating now.
Yeah!
I knew it! I so called it, didn't I call it, Jirard?
You did call it.
I called it!
PBG sheepishly rubbed the back of his butt, and Jirard walked over and clapped him on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up.
All right.
Good choice, my friend. Thanks.
We should all go on a double date sometime.
I smiled at Mai, who was watching PBG and Jirard have an intense, whispered conversation. She was smiling stupidly, clearly over the moon and stars. I pulled her into a hug.
I'm happy for you.
Took him long enough, right?
Hey!
We all laughed. Mai pulled out a copy of Permit to Ride, a board game with tiny plastic trains, sprawling across a map of Europe, and the four of us played it all the way until curfew. That's such a downer moment to go from macking with your girl and then you're forced to play Ticket to Ride. I have beef with Ticket to Ride. I don't find it very interesting. That was my life at Asago, and some days I couldn't freaking believe it. But I had never been happier.
Thank you, everyone, for everything.
Asago Academy, Normal Boots Club.
Thanks, Luke. So yeah, that was Asago Academy, Normal Boots Club. Thanks everyone for going on this ride with me. This epic 3-parter. Catch the full thing on YouTube at R&DNR VOD Dumps. Catch more streams. There'll be more. It won't be this. There'll be other stuff. At twitch.tv/R&DNR. And I'll see all of you again real soon. Oh, are we going to get the song? Okay, I'm headed out. Goodbye.